Hello and welcome everybody to the UKDOTA November Open, and this is the finals day, or the final day of this tournament of 2-day series. We have XENEX Gaming going up against Dwayne, the John Rockson, or we're just going to call him Rhymestack. But I'm Sambrella, and joined by me today is Robin Roll Gaming.
How you doing, guys? I'm actually glad to be back. I'm surprised what was the delay on that? Like less than half an hour, so we're off to best
29 minutes. Less than half an hour, yeah. But we're finally ready to go, and hopefully this is just going to be the only delay today, as we have a bunch of games going on at the moment. So this is the upper bracket final, so the winner of this will go to the grand final, and the loser down to the lower bracket final, which will be also a best of 3, and much like this game, the final will be a best of 5. But now we're all here, everyone is settled in and comfy. We can go right into the draft. Like we predicted, the Doom is banned.
Yeah, so it's the nice talk of the Wind Ranger. And look at that first pick, Darkseer. So that pick that you've been wanting to see for a day and a half is finally in the game.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? How excited are you?
Well, you know, the thing is though, the funny thing is the other games, like we've been casting like Rhymestack, like 3 games now.
Yeah.
For the last 2 or 3 games or whatever. So clearly they don't have a Darkseer player. So in the other games maybe Darkseer was picked, but I am happy to see it now. I don't understand why it was not picked in the other games we were casting. But Radiant open up with a Winter Wyvern Lina combo. The Wyvern, couple that with the Dazzle, probably 2 of the best supports, especially in the UK scene.
Yeah. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if the next couple of picks are a Dazzle and an Earthshaker. Seem to be the 2 constant heroes that you'll see in nearly every game.
This Lina is probably going to be a... Wait, was it mid last time? I can't remember. It was a support. I'm fairly certain it was a support last time.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Because I think they had a DK, didn't they?
Yeah, they ran the DK mid and ran the Lina as like a Roman support.
Yep. XENEX, they go with the Spirit Breaker as well, so this is definitely going to be a position for Spirit Breaker, because Darkseer will be going into the off lane, unless it's like a mid Darkseer or something. That'd be kind of cool, but unlikely. Yeah,
I don't know how well a mid Darkseer would actually work. I mean, up against melee hero maybe, but you know, let's try not to hype it up too much. You know, we've got the Darkseer there. That's enough. That's enough. Save the meta breaking for the next couple of picks.
Yeah, so XENEX, they'll be looking for ultimates or spells on other heroes to sort of combo with that vacuum. I guess Spirit Breaker kind of one of those. If you can get a charge through loads of people, which suddenly been grouped up together, it's pretty powerful. But they ban out the Ember Spirit, who does combo well with the Darkseer.
And the Dazzle actually gets banned out there as well. So that top tier 1 support pick, we won't be seeing it this match. Hopefully, we won't see it for the rest of the day. But and also, just for this match.
Also, XENEX, they would wanna. I would think, another good support hero would be that Spirit. Would be the Earthshaker, but Earthshaker on his own as a lonely support, because Spirit Breaker is going to be roaming around. It's just god awful. You have to pick up something like I feel like a Clinks or maybe a Gyro, like one of those carries that can kind of stand in the lane on their own.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I think actually. What do you think about Rhyme picking up his Queen of Pain like we saw yesterday as well, with that Blade Mail?
That would be nice to see, but I actually think the Queen of Pain will probably go to XENEX. I'm sure that's the pick they want to go for next, because that combos well with the Darkseer. But also, I guess the Sonic Wave also combos with the Wyvern ult, so who knows. But we see the Anti-Mage ban, the hero of UKDOTA.
Yeah, the auto win hero is ban out, so we won't be seeing that this match either. Yeah, like you say, the combos with the Winter Wyvern, we're going to see the pickup now. AA is ban as well. So, Alchemist?
Is it going to be an Alchemist? It could be. I would not be surprised at all to see the Alchemist.
I mean, again, works with the Winter Wyvern. You use the Winter's Curse, and you can drop that Acid Spray, as well as the Unstable Concoction for a couple of stuns. After the winter, or just as the Winter's Curse is coming to an end, so maybe
10 seconds to go.
Have to wait and see with these next couple of picks coming out from either side. Clearly, Radiant thinking long and hard about what they want to go for. I think Gyro would be an okay pick here, combo as well with the Wyvern, with the cooldown and the flat cannon, but yeah, it is the Alchemist. So XENEX might be feeling a little bit afraid. No counter in terms of the AA, but there's also no Slardar, because I think Slardar is great against the Alchemist as well. Because like, if you can have some like burst, sounds funny to say burst physical damage, but
yeah, with the amplified damage, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's you can hit him harder than he can recover, and with the bashes as well, you kind of get the advantage.
10 seconds to go.
But Wyvern and Lina too. Actually, no, just the Lina actually has a Aghanims upgrade. It wouldn't surprise me if we do see a Wyvern Ags upgrade at some point later on in patches, but that's far in the future, and this is now. XENEX looking for their third pickup. Still got a support carry and a mid to pick up, but they go with the Invoker. It's probably going to be. I want to say it's Mute that plays mid, but that could be completely wrong.
And there's the standard there, Shaker. So might actually be a mid Lina.
I'm thinking offlane Shaker.
Yeah.
Because you'll probably put the Alchemist mid, or maybe. Well, this is the great thing about the Radiant's draft at the moment. Their lineup is so flexible in terms of where they can position their heroes, so drafting against it is going to be very hard for XENEX. Whereas XENEX draft is a lot more, I think, a lot more readable.
Yeah, I think XENEX going for a bit of a standard. Wraith King there as well. So, how's the fight up against Alchemist? Because Alchemist, obviously, none of the heroes on Rhyme Stack side are going to go for anything like a Diffusal Blade. So, the Wraith King, if he gets a good engagement, with maybe that Blink Dagger onto the Wraithfire Blast, he could probably take down the Alchemist.
Yeah, we've seen though, if Wraith King doesn't get a good start and sort of snowball, he just struggles with farming and keeping up with other carries.
Yeah, well, that's the exact same for the Alchemist, though. The Alchemist needs to be ahead at every point in the game. If he's equal to the other carries' farm, then technically he is behind. So, that's what Alchemist needs to look for. He needs to look for a good start and just to try and snowball that lead into like a 10k lead by the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. But imagine like Wraith King and Spirit Breaker up in your face. You got Invoker in the back line throwing off spells left, right, and center. Darkseer as well, vacuuming everyone. Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo is actually disgusting. I reckon it's gonna be a dual offlane because you just put Ion Shell on the Spirit Breaker and he just runs at you. Meanwhile, the Ion Shell damage is ticking over.
And when those bashes, it just keeps them locked down because I don't quite think we're at the 17% mark yet. They say it's 17%, but really?
Yeah, it's pseudo random now, taking away all the fun. But I mean the Darkseer Ion Shell on the Spirit Breaker on the Wraith King. You have that going. That's how much magic damage? I want to say it's like 60 magic damage. Okay, 90 magic damage per second. Put down a couple of heroes, 180 magic damage per second added to the team fight in a small AoE. It's going to be pretty insane, but Slark is the final pickup now for Radiant.
Lion.
But the counter pick, I'm going to go with the Lion. Interesting indeed. But Lion, he's okay in the lane on his own. He's got plenty of disables. Couple that with the Wraith King stun, and whoever goes in the off lane, which will probably be the Earthshaker.
I wouldn't be surprised actually to see the Slurk run in the off lane.
Is Rhyme picking up the Earthshaker?
Yeah.
And he's the mid player, isn't he?
Mid, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, so it could well be Slark going towards this off lane. Or an off lane Alk. That's not unheard of for sure. Maybe they could also just be falling around with us and they're going to swap over.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if UKDOTA players were going to troll everyone. That seems like the standard.
Right, so let's quickly run through who's playing what at the moment because this is the first game. We've got to introduce these famous UK players. Over on the Radiant side, that is Rhymestack, or whatever their team name is now, Revenge of Ross. We've got Cook playing the Lina. We've got the Bean. This was a stand-in, last-minute stand-in, playing the Slark. We have Kundrel on the Alchemist. We've got Whelp playing the Winter Wyvern, and finally we have Rhyme on this Earthshaker.
Yeah, I'm going the way of XENEX, which look like they're actually going for a 5-man smoke through the enemy jungle. They might actually find the Winter Wyvern, so we'll just cut the introduction short. Just while this happens, Whelp needs to be really careful. Because Mute is coming round, he's skilled that Hex level 1, the charge is coming through as well. Hex is there, the right click's coming through. Wyvern does have that active burn, but the Ray Fire Blast comes through, and it's going to be the first blood going the way of Soodle. Actually, with that Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker. So, Whelp calling out the classic BM. Everyone moves for that rune. So if we go back to the introductions of Well Real, we've got Ichigo onto the Spirit Breaker, Meep's going to be playing the Invoker, Watson Water is going to be on the Wraith King, Mute 242 on the line, and Toodle onto the Darkseer. Just seeing, are they going to try and move up and go aggressive on this second rune as well?
Obviously, you don't want the Alchemist getting that rune if possible, but they're going to get there in time. There's 8 seconds at the moment, but remember the Spirit Breaker has a charge, there's still a stun for the Wraith King. It looks like they're not going to go for it. They're just going to give that mid rune to the Invoker. I found it quite interesting actually how the Radiant, they brought the Courier down and they've put sentries here, just underneath the tower, so kind of so maybe they click on the Winter Wyvern and see that he doesn't have sentries and feel confident putting down an Observer Ward, maybe something like that. I don't know whether that's just some small thing or just done by accident or
possibly. It might have been actually that the Winter Wyvern rushed to get the first ward down, and yeah, that was coming up on the Courier anyway, so it's just instead of having to pick them up halfway through, I don't know. I don't know what goes through UK players' minds.
Well, maybe we'll see what happens. But in the mid lane, we've got some dual lanes going at the moment. As Wyvern helping out his Alchemist, get those early last hits, but Lion backing up his fellow Invoker. And it looks like the two supports either side are just going to rotate out as we have Wraith King solo up against the Earthshaker for now. Earthshaker's actually just laying into Rhyme at the moment, however. I don't actually know where this Wyvern's going, might be roaming, or looks like he's going to rotate back down to this bottom lane to face up against this Spirit Breaker Darkseer dual lane that I was talking about during the draft. That is just so obnoxious, you have to really watch out for that. You got squishy
top lane Rhyme's being ganked on as well because the line came up the river from the back. The Hex is still there, it's going to be used now. Then by the time that comes off, the Ray Fire Blast is off cooldown, but there's not enough mana to use it. Line is going to get the last hit. So 2 kills going the way of XENEX, and it was actually the Earthshaker death there. Yeah, just getting a bit too far forward. Sitting around the top creep wave as the line came up through the river and just decided to backstab him. And Rhyme obviously got caught out. He was a bit too confident on the top, and he paid the price.
Yeah. Meep got dove a little bit by the Alchemist, but he uses the salve and keeps himself healthy. Alchemist deciding with that extra extra bounty gold, he does go for that early bottle, but it's going to be contested now by the Spirit Breaker. This rune, 3 seconds until that spawns. Spirit Breaker maybe going to look for the stun. Does manage to pick up that rune, preventing, and it was actually a bounty rune, preventing Kundal from getting that. We got the question mark coming out. And that Alchemist has actually had to level Unstable Concoction, which is something you wouldn't normally see this early on an Alchemist.
No, obviously wanting to go towards the Grievel's Greed and the Acid Spray early on in this mid lane, especially up against an Invoker, which is going to be able to harass him down from range. It just helps him being able to farm that creep wave a lot easier, but that 1 point, yeah, being used, which he doesn't really want. Actually, he needs to be careful with coming up, but Kundal's going to rotate into the trees. Actually, the Unstable Concoction comes through, and Meat might be actually in trouble here. Is this going to be a double death? It is. Invoker actually getting the first last hit, if that makes any sense. So he's going to get the experience for that. Kundral will get the gold. And a bit of a suicidal Invoker.
But obviously worth it though, because he got the experience and the Alchemist didn't.
Oh yeah, completely worth it, yeah.
Yeah, it was actually that really quick... what's it called? Alacrity. Alacrity actually gave him enough attack speed and damage to actually finish off the Alchemist. I was actually sure the Alchemist was going to win that fight, but it turns out he didn't with that quick Alacrity cast. Some plays there, and Invoker coming out on top, getting his Alchemist getting the first kill for his team, but it was kind of a sour kill, you might say, because he didn't get the experience for it.
Yeah, and actually Kundral only has 1 last hit. What? Compared to Invoker's 11.
Oh my god. I did not even realise that. He finally gets a second one, but it's Invoker who has, with Alacrity, 150
top lane actually, Rhyme's
damage.
been gone on again. Is there another Ray Fire Blast? It actually comes off cooldown a bit too late. Rhyme is going to get away. Sunstrike coming out though, right on the
nice.
back. And that's an unhappy Rhyme.
It's 2 deaths now. What a Sunstrike. This Meep. 2 and 1 now. And absolutely outlaning this Alchemist for sure. It's funny how Alchemist, he's got the experience and he's on in terms of net worth. He's actually 600 behind. Does help that he's got some bounty runes, but. So what about this Dark? So he's actually hit level 4, you know, he's in that safe position with the Soul Ring, level 2 Surge.
I think Meep has to be careful here because Ryan's coming through. He does only have that level 1 in the Fisher, but yeah, Meep's seeing it with the ward and he's just getting himself away, keeping himself safe.
Nice. He bought himself another salve actually. Looking to maybe turn onto the Invoker. What can Invoker do? There's the Cold Snap coming out onto the Earthshaker. Earthshaker trying to get that fish off. He does finally get it. It's not high enough level. It's Cold Snap, but he's actually going to Meep is going to kill off the Earthshaker, but Earthshaker is probably going to get a revenge kill. Well, have his life avenged by the Alchemist with a DD Rune. One more punch with that fist coming out from that Ogre, controlled by the little. Was it like a little dwarf thing on his head?
The actual Alchemist on his head, yeah, and the Ogre. Yeah. It's weird though, if you noticed, Alchemist walks straight up instead of throwing that unstable concoct. He just walks straight up to Meep and let it pop on himself, so he got the damage from that. And then just started right-clicking him down once the stun and worn off both of them.
Yeah. So actually not a favourable trade for the Invoker. This is giving some space for the Alchemist to try and get his CS back up. And he has now got 12 with that DD, making life a lot easier for himself. So even though Invoker got that Earthshaker, Alchemist getting the revenge kill. And maybe the Winter Wyvern and Lina looking to maybe rotate onto this mid lane. Kind of sitting there waiting for the 6-minute rune to see if Invoker shows. To try and deny that rune, but it is an invis. Alchemist would love to go get this rune in the top lane. It is a bounty. So much extra gold. Control might be forced to use this unstable concoction, but he's actually not going to go for it as Meep. He heads off towards that bounty rune. The wraparound coming in from the Lina, who's invis now. This might... It's not quite a guaranteed LSA, but it's a lot easier when the enemy can't see you. That's for sure. But the charge on the Winter Wyvern. Darkseer didn't quite get the Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker, but he is for now. Arctic Burn over the top of the trees. The bash comes in, knocking down some trees as well, but Slark coming in now. With that max level Dark Pack, the fight is breaking out and not looking too good for the Dire. Sudal getting himself out of there. Sunstrike coming through from the Invoker, not going to hit on anyone, so it's just a Spirit Breaker going down after that, you know, misplayed gank there. They thought they could do it, but with Slark coming in, lots of damage from that Dark Pact. This ensures the kill.
And I think that's the only Sunstrike that's been off the mark so far. I really don't know what Rhyme's going to do on this top lane as well, just looking at it. He does have his boots now, but if he gets too far up, there's the triple stun coming out from the Hex, the Ray Fire Blast, as well as the Earth Spike. So he needs to really be playing it safe. I'm surprised he's not actually bought himself a ward and placed it into the right of the jungle.
Yeah. I mean, he's level 4, Is that his Soul Ring somewhere? Nah, not quite. I assume that's what he's probably going to go for. Actually, no, he's gone for the Tranquils. Then we'll probably work in towards that Soul Ring. A little cheaper than those Arcanes, but the smoke wrap around. Yeah. Cook and Whelp looking to go on this Invoker. Invoker very far forward at the moment. The slow comes out. Lina looking to get that LSA. Gonna let the Alchemist throw down his stun first. Maybe not. And that's an easy kill. Well executed by the book gang. Coming in from 2 supports.
What do you think Alchemist goes for? Is he going to go straight for that Radiant spell, or do you think he goes something a little bit more fighty?
Yeah, so I believe, actually, before we get talking to that, there's going to be a charge on the top lane. Stun comes out onto Rhyme now. He might want some TP backups if there is any there. Rhyme already down to 350 hit points. Charge coming in from the Spirit Breaker. Lion with a DD rune looking for the backup. It's a very good Fisher here, and now Lion has to be careful. The Winter Wyvern, the Cold Embrace here now. Is there enough magic damage? They're just going to continue to right-click him down. Earthshaker does get the enchant totem off, but it's not enough. Where's the backup from the rest of the team? Ichigo got to be very careful. Is Cook going to get the stun here? But Earthshaker, yes, wait. Spirit Breaker does finally go down. A really good LSA coming in from Cook there. There's Wraith King looking to get that stun. Lina, where's the Sunstrike coming in? On the mark. That's a 2 for 1 there. Spirit Breaker did go down, but they get, actually, yeah, so they get the Earthshaker and the Lina.
Yeah, and actually, they were real. Spirit Breaker was really unlucky there as well. Mute, as he decided to come back onto the Lina, actually body blocked the Spirit Breaker from getting out of the way, which means Lina still had the vision to get the attack off on him. So, bit of a miscommunication there, or a walk, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah. But back to what the Alchemist goes for, I still think Radiance is fairly safe at the moment to go for. He's not ridiculously far behind. He has managed to catch up in CS a little bit. Obviously, he'd love to have about 20 more if possible, but considering the bad start he has, he's catching up quite well. And I think we will see the Radiance, Manta, Octarine, Naga Siren build come out.
Lord have mercy. I thought we were finally rid of her. But
should be noted that Slarkers, he's had a fair bit of free farm for now. His net worth actually his net worth is behind the Darks here.
yeah, I'd imagine so. With the first blood, he is actually getting still a lot of farm. The Iron Shell, as well as getting a few kills and a couple of assists with the Iron Shell onto the Spirit Breaker as well. So, oh, he's actually not got any assists. That's strange because sure the Iron Shell was on the Spirit Breaker at the time he killed the Wag.
Either way, he's going to get one now with that kill, although the Dark Pack doing a lot of damage, but the Sunstrike coming through just misses the player here. The wall laid down, meaning the Fiend does not want to go through this. He uses the Dark Pack, purges off that stun for now. Slarky's looking for the leap in 2 seconds, on 94 hit points at the moment, the Surge away from the Dark Sea. He's trapped in by the Fissure. And that's going to be his death, plus the Spirit Breakers for Alina. Not the best trade. I guess you force in some rotations, including the Alchemist here, but hey, a couple of kills worth it. Alina back in his mid lane now.
For Darkseer, because he did buy his buckler before he died, so he's only about 700 gold off finishing his mechanism.
Yeah, could be much worse, I guess. Looking to give this Lina her level 6 as possible. She's very close to it, but with the Spirit Breaker charging onto the Lina now, he's not too far away. The Cold Snap. Lina only got one stun there, and then with the Winter Wyvern coming in, Spirit Breaker does not really want to go for that. And these two supports, level 5 apiece. The Lina level 6, those two ultimates coming out from the two supports on the Radiant side are very important. Very good ultimates.
It looks like Wraith King's going towards the Radiance as well. He's sitting on 2,700 compared to the Alchemist's 4,100. So Alchemist with a definite advantage there, but I don't think Water's that far behind him. And
considering he is not an Alchemist, it's definitely worth noting. Although here comes the charge on the bot lane. The Bean actually don't know if that was cancelled or whether it was just purged from the Dark Pact. But either way, they're not going to go on him now. And Slark, when he hits level 6, doesn't actually have to worry too much about the Darkseer's Iron Shell, because he gets whittled down and then he can just heal up, although Rhyme, he's in some trouble. Spirit Breaker charging now through with the Iron Shell on him. He's only level 4, so no ultimate. The vacuum back, Rhyme kept alive for an extra half a second from the Cold Embrace, but that's going to be it for now. Spirit Breaker charged down from the Arctic Bird, does get hit by the LSA. Lina is level 6, but no mana to cast that Laguna Blade, and he's just going to be able to charge himself away for now on 70 hit points. Alchemist wanted to get that unstable concoction off, but didn't quite manage it. So it's just the Earthshaker going down. Spirit Breaker nearly the trade.
And Rhyme, just not happy with that at all. He still hadn't been known in chat. It's not having bad manners coming out from both sides.
Okay, we have
Admin,
pause.
please.
There's a 5-min delay on the stream, guys, so obviously you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, no cheating going on today, even though it's been, we can see the accusements coming through.
So, the stream is being a little laggy, so I'm going to try and close down what I can. Because my CPU is like, it struggles so much. So just give me a sec, guys. Right, hopefully that should be a lot better. So, who do you think the game's going the way of at the moment? Oh, fuck. And that's when my Skype crashes. Sorry, fellas. Sorry.
That was strange.
Yeah, no, that was my fault. Sorry. I was trying to sort out some of the issues, but anyway, I was just saying, how do you think the game's going so far for either side? Pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, I was literally just saying that the net worth NXP it's only about 4,000 in favour of XENEX, so it's no massive like gap. You know, Alchemist doesn't go to that point where he's completely unreachable by the rest of XENEX. He has 100 gold off finishing the full Radiance, but rating isn't that far behind by about. He's about.
He's on 50 gold. Actually, no, the recipe's less now, isn't it? Oh, TP's coming in on the top lane as the chart. They went on the Earthshaker. The LSA is going to miss for now. Spirit Breaker hit by the fish. There is Laguna Blade, and that's going to be enough. Lena finishing him off. Spirit Breaker. It's another death to his name. He's 0 and 4. Has participated in 5 assists though.
And I guess that's alright for... Well, no, I suppose it's not for 14 minutes in. You really want your Spirit Breaker to be able to take charge. I should have thought about that before I said it. But take charge and be able to find the pickoffs onto the support solo while the rest of the team... It just makes a bit of space. But as for now, he's not really doing that.
Yeah. Alchemist, he's got that Radiance. Level 11 as well. I actually think XENEX are pretty far ahead at the moment.
Actually, Sudal's going to die. The Echo Slam. The wall's coming out as well, though. But charge comes through. Rhyme is going to be killed off. It looks like it's going to be 1-for-1 for now. Mute's there as well. Sunstrike just off the back. Rhyme could have denied himself to creeps.
He denied himself the plays. I'm waiting for the shit talk to come out again.
Yeah.
That was a mistake from Ichigo, actually. He thought he had the kill, but he left him on like 1 hit point or something ridiculous like that. It got very unlucky.
Yeah, and it was actually the wall as well as the Echo Slam was used to secure both kills, I guess you could call it.
Yeah. So I didn't see it. I guess the Sunstrike, was it on target? I was looking elsewhere. Or...
No, it was just off the mark. Because obviously both teams are using map packs and the Sunstrike's coming down. It's the only explanation.
Yeah. So Earthshaker, he went for that Soul Ring into the Tranquil Boots, and he's now going to be looking for that Blink Dagger. If things go smoothly, he'll have that about 20 minutes if he doesn't die again. Unfortunately, 1 and 6, so the amount of farm he's got is not too bad considering the situation he's in.
No, he's got that Soul Ring, which he can use for now. He doesn't need to be the engager when you've got someone like Delino. You got the Slark that can use the pounce. He is good as a follow-up, I guess, or gap closer. That's what he really needs. But as far as the initiation goes, there are a couple other heroes that can do that first.
And Slark's now got his Shadow Blade, so this is something the Dire will really want to watch out for, because it does really increase his effectiveness, and he can solo off, pick off some of these squishy heroes. I mean, Lion has a couple of disables, so if he times them properly and doesn't use them during the Dark Pact, he can get away. And the charge comes out on the leader. They could see him from being smoked up, and this will probably be Cook's dead. The last right click comes in from the Invoker, and now the finger being used on Alchemist. Can Alchemist get out of this? He's healing through it as much as he can with the ultimate, but it's going to be a double kill for Meep. 6 and 3, and he's already got 4 staff. Slark is invis, looking to go on the Lion now. He's going to try and finish him off, but a very well timed Dark Mechanism coming in here, and that curse wasn't too effective. They didn't manage to pick him up because there was no follow-up. Earthshaker now looking for an Echo Slam. 1 second until that's up, but the wall is down. Is he actually going to use this for now? There's going to be another pick-off on the Winter Wyvern. The Bean on the back line for now, and the Dire, they're going to retreat as quickly as can. This Fisher being a bit of a pain, so the Slark can't find anyone. He's gone invis, looking for a pick-up if he can. There was a Sentry Ward, so they saw him, but he still can't find anyone for now. Moving down into his own jungle, trying to try and find Mute. He should be able to get this kill with 1 right click, and he doesn't even use the pounce. He instead uses the Dark Pact to make sure no one can follow up on him. So that is a return kill, but after the death of 3 heroes, I think it was, for the Radiant side.
Shaker, Alchemist, did Alina die as well?
Quite possibly. I'm sure it was 3. They killed off the Alchemist, the Earthshaker, and
But yeah, just for trading that line, really what you want. Especially such a... What level is the line? Well, he is level 8 actually, so he's 1 level ahead of the Lena and 2 levels ahead of the Winter Wyvern. Only just. I'm actually surprised Rhymes caught up so quickly. He's on 1700 gold now, about 500 away from being able to buy that Blink Dagger.
Where the hell has he got this from?
I don't know.
What?
Honestly,
Last time I
don't know.
checked, like 2 minutes ago, he's gained 1,000 gold in like 2 minutes. It's kind of insane. Soodle in a lot of trouble. There's the Echo Slam. If they need to use it, they will decide to go for it. I'm not entirely sure they did, but it's a, you know, it's worth it a kill at this stage of the game just to get that Darkseer. Stop him getting that next level item, whether that be the Blink or if he decides to finish off the Greaves. Charge from the Spirit Breaker is going to be cancelled now. And Wraith King has finished that Radiance. With the Invis is looking to kill someone, but he should continue farming, I think.
Yeah, he's not actually going to be able to find anyone as far as it goes, because everyone's just keeping to their own side. Alchemist's down bottom lane, and everyone else on their own side, apart from Slack, who doesn't need to be on his own side at all with that Shadow Blade as well as his Shadow Dance.
Yeah, I actually quite like the Slark pick up with the Alchemist, because the Slark goes around, he can try and find pick-offs, stuff like that. And this like makes everyone on the dark side quite scared. So they're playing, they kind of feel like they have to be playing on the defensive or pushing as 5, which gives plenty of space for that Alchemist to get fat, you know, be 6 slotted within 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, and obviously being the 7.3k player that he is, you know, knows how to play this hero perfectly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does actually mean that if he's constantly missing off the map, then XENEX need to be aware of that. They need to be not afraid, but they need to be focused on not being caught out of position all the time.
Yeah, it means supports have to go by those sentry wards, by the detection, and that will stop the Lion getting the Blink Dagger, stop Spirit Breaker from... Well, I guess it's going to be the Lion buying most of the wards and stuff.
Yeah, because he doesn't really early game. Once he can start throwing his finger at people, he really doesn't need any items because he does have all the damage there. And then later on, once the Spirit Breaker has a few items, you can then look towards buying the actual something maybe like a Blink Dagger or a Yule Scepter, and then becoming a bit more offensive or a utility hero, let's say.
Yep. So all 5 of the Dire heroes now grouped up inside the Radiant base, and it looks like they're going to head towards the Roshan underneath smoke. This is going to be spotted out by the Radiant side with their own Observer ward. But can they do anything, or are they just going to trade? It looks like with the TP's back, they do not want to give this up. Everyone go back toward this mid lane. They're going to smoke up themselves, I would imagine. Yeah, smoke now being used. There's no Slark, but Slark can quickly run towards the Roche pit. Roche is now down to a 3rd hit points. They're not going to get there in time. As Roshan is going to fall. I'm sure the Wraith King is going to pick that up himself.
Blink Dagger is up from Earthshaker though.
Are they going to do it? Are they going to jump in? They need to go now. Earthshaker does get it off, but the Aegis is picked up there. The finger coming through, finishing off the Earthshaker now, but the Guna Blade, the retaliation there with that big magic damage nuke there. Wraith King still with his 3rd life up, burning people down with that Radiance, and the Alchemist falls down. Winter Wyvern did use that curse earlier on. Nice deafening blast coming through, going to try and pick off the Slark, but Slark goes invis, using his ultimate as well, wants to chase down Mew if he can, but he's just going to leap up to the high ground, understanding he can't pick anyone off there. The Sunstrike comes through, but that's it. So it's only Darkseer falling for the Dire side, and it costs 3 heroes to Radiant on the Radiant side, and the Alchemist, the important pick off there, and Cook now being charged by the Spirit Breaker, but that LSA perfectly timed, cancelling the charge from the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, and actually the Courier, really lucky on the Radiant side to get out with his life as well. Poor Donkey. Just because obviously he went to give the Slark his items and got too far in the pit, got covered by the Invoker, flew right over the Invoker, and once the Slark went invis, the Invoker didn't have any other target apart from the Courier. So just threw one auto attack up there. Actually surprised it didn't get finished off.
So I actually think XENEX are in a fantastic place at the moment. Darkseer's got his Blink for that Blink Vac initiation. Lion there, he can throw out the Earth Spike. Wraith King will stand there with his 2 lives, plus the Radiance dealing a fair amount of damage. And then Invoker's obviously got all of his spells. Whereas the Radiant, I feel like they need more. They need some more time for this Alchemist to get online. Nearly about 1,200 gold away from finishing off the Octarine, but then he's got to go all the way for that Manta as well, plus probably an AC before he really starts to dominate the game.
Well, yeah, like I was saying in the draft, he is. If you look at his net worth, he's only about 2,000 ahead of the Invoker, which isn't what you want. You at this point in the game, you want him to be about 7,000 or 8,000 ahead in front of net worth, because, like I said, an even Invoker is at a disadvantage all the time. He needs to be 6 slotted about 15 minutes before the rest or anyone else is even close to being 6 slotted.
Yeah. Now, Dire side pushing down this mid lane. They've got 2 lots of Forge Spirits, one with an Alacrity on them, so they can definitely get some significant damage on here, but Bean on the Slark is just going to split push their way. Maybe try and trade towers, but it's not going to be so effective without Wraith King now attacking pretty fast with that Alacrity. Got to be careful though. Wraith King getting very low, they bring him down, and that's a free use of his reincarnation, I guess, but they're going to get the tower with these Forge Spirits. Or no, they're not. Fortification comes out. They're probably going to be able to get this deny in. Are they going to go for it? Yeah. They're going to get the deny in, but it's still tower map control lost. Okay, Alchemist does have enough gold to get that Mystic Staff for the Octarine.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised it wasn't the Invoker, not on the front lines, but letting the Wraith King take the brunt of that force while the Invoker still has the Radiance, the Aegis. And I wonder if because there is about a minute and a half left on that, if they're going to try and force another couple of towers or even make a team fight out of it.
And I actually thought XENEX were a lot further ahead, but the net worth graph is pretty much at 0 XP, sitting about 3k ahead for XENEX, but not far ahead of the thought. Blink Dagger for the Wraith King, it's going to be great for initiation.
And he has got that plate mill now, so possibly starting towards the AC as well.
Yeah. Once he's got the AC and maybe Alacrity on him, he's actually going to be putting out a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially with his critical mortal strikes, just because it's a 300%, 15% chance. But if we take a look at the Radiant side, apart from the Alchemist and the Slark as well, if once the Slark starts getting a lot of items, because he's already got the drums, got the Shadow Blade, and the Yasha, I still don't think the Lina, the Earthshaker, or the Wyvern will be able to stand up to his right clicks.
Tricky. I mean, they do have like the likes of Slark is pretty good at, and the Wyvern, and the extra move speed on the Lina when she's cast spells. They can kite the Wraith King around is what they'll hopefully be looking to do. But with the sheer amount of lockdown on XENEX, hopefully for them the Wraith King will be able to get that damage off, and we might be trading a T1 for a T2 here. As Dire looks to take this top T1 tower on the Radiant side, the blink forward into Wyvern getting away quickly enough. Really the trade you want to make, and they can still go and defend this if they can. They have the fortification up. There's no fortification, the tower will go down. Oh, yeah, it is actually going to go down here. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Bean moving forward. No one just dead just yet. Alchemist coming in. He's got his ultimate up for another quite a little while. The smoke, though, from the Dire side. They want to race after this. They want to initiate. Spirit Breaker looking for charge on someone if he can. They're going to spot the Slark here. He pounces away, leaps and pounces away very quickly. The Alchemist does get the stun off. The Tornado catching out 3 people. The Winter's Curse on just the Lion, but it does catch out Ichigo as well. So that is the first casualty of this fight, and I think they might want to get out of here. Although saying that, Wraith King is coming in the Laguna Blade onto the Spirit Breaker, but it's only level 1, so it's not huge amounts of damage. Blink away from the Pseudol plus the 4-star from the Invoker. Alchemist going to be looking for the next kill if they can. Slurk, Invis moving forward. He is going to go underneath the Sentry Ward here, so they're going to see him. XENEX, Ichigo is looking to probably be the target here. EMP, Deafening Blast, trying to keep the Spirit Breaker alive. He bashes the Earthshaker, but Earthshaker gets the fish from long range. That's 2 down now for XENEX. That smoke gank, that aggression, not quite paying off, and the Radiant being patient there. And it pays off.
Yeah, it does. They just obviously moving without the Wraith King into a full Radiant side isn't the best. Well, even if I think all 5 of XENEX moved in there, it wasn't the best. He did get caught out from all angles. Once that Winter's Curse was dropped and the Lion did actually die, I think that should be just an abort. Because that's most of your stuns gone, or most of your reliable stuns anyway. You know, there's still the Cold Snap, still Tornado, depending on how the Invokers spelled himself at the time. And Alchemist being charged on the top lane as well.
He's just going to TP himself out of there. Where does he head off back to? Back off into his own jungle. So, this line, desperately looking for that Blink Dagger, but I still think it's going to be a little bit of time before he manages to get that. But the full axe complete for Invoker. So
yeah, that's pretty big. Just means that he's got absolutely, it's no mana, and it's 2 seconds between spells if if he's really good with his fingers.
Yeah, plus the extra level helps. Oh, Wraith King didn't quite manage to get the Fire Blast off there. The Sunstrike comes through, hits on the Wyvern, does so much damage, and they're going to pick off the Leaner on the sideline, so that's 2 supports already from the Radiant down, putting them on the back foot for this next fight. I guess there's no Aegis. Must have timed out. Actually timed out a couple of minutes ago, 2.5 minutes ago. Oh no, not a good time. I need a sneeze.
That's not good. The Fisher comes through. Bean is there going to be a pounce there? No, but the Alchemist Uncivil Concoction comes through as well. What's in Water does have the Iron Shell on him. Takes about half his health off, but he does have his Reincarnate that was actually needed to be used with the Leaner as well as the Winter Wyvern still being down for the next 10 seconds. I don't really think there's any need of XENEX being able to take a team fight. That's what they want to do, but they are just going to pull themselves back. They've done enough time. They've pushed the lane forwards enough, forced out a couple of spells, and they just feel comfortable retreating themselves out. And Roshan is going to be up in the next 2 minutes as well.
Quite a long respawn. Okay, the charge comes out on the Alchemist and is cancelled immediately. Oh no. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a DD for Slark. No. Oh, Shaker picks it up. But where is this guy getting his farm?
I don't know. He's obviously taken a couple of payday loans out.
Although Invoker looks like his Alchemist going to be in some trouble as Invoker kills him off easily with the combo. The Tornado, Deafening Blast, Meteor, plus the Sunstrike is more than enough to finish him off with the help of the Forge Spirits. Because Alchemist, he doesn't actually have that many hit points, and if you can burst him down, even though he does have to regen up, he's surprisingly squishy. The Echo Slam now, he's from the Echo to the Earthshaker. He is going to try and finish off the Darkseid, but Darkseid gets the mech off, but it's not enough, and the 4-star forward from mine mean he doesn't get Sunstruck.
Yeah, that's, like you're saying, the big thing with the Alchemist is, if you've got a lot of burst damage, you're going to be able to kill him. It's just the fact that if you're a right-click hero going up against an Alchemist, the regen's always got, I'd say 60% of the time. I don't know where I'm pulling 60% from, but that's what we're going to go with. The regen is probably going to win out if it comes to just down to right clicks. But like you saw there, with the Invoker, with all his spells, he just had enough burst damage to take down the Alchemist, no problem. And he had no time to regen.
Right, Alchemist. Wraith King with the full AC now. His attack speed is now up to a reasonable level. This Spirit Breaker has been left in charge of just sitting in the Roche pit. He's been here for about 30 seconds now, just waiting.
And he's going to leave just before Roshan comes up, isn't he? That's...
Nah.
Oh,
there
no,
we go.
you
Roshan is up. They can see this. And with the Wraith King close by with Lion, I'm sure they can go take this now. Wraith King blinking in. He can solo this pretty much now. And the Radiant, actually, they have very little vision around here.
They wouldn't have actually seen the blinks in.
No idea. Alchemist has his Manta Star now. This is where the rack comes in, the split pushing, the Naga Siren.
That is one ugly Naga Siren.
Very true. I actually favour the Invoker to have this Aegis, which is understandable. Invoker's finished a full Hex.
Okay, that's...
Right. That's a lot of net worth. I mean, he is top of the net worth for his team. That's Midas paying off for you.
Yeah, and yeah, going back to the Aegis, yeah, I think if you put it on the Wraith King and you take a bad fight, then by the time that he's used both the Reincarnate as well as the Aegis, the rest of your team's going to be dead. So it is preferable to have that second life on another team member as well, just because it may be the difference between taking a really bad team fight and taking a load of pickoffs after you're both going down and coming up on full health and being able to turn the tide of the fight.
So this tower, the last outer tower of the Radiant is going to fall. They do trade with the top lane tower now, but the Dire, they are ready to push in here, and I think they can split push a lot faster than the Radiant can. So for that reason, Rhymestack are going to move their way back and try and defend what they can. Wraithking can sit himself back the forward for now. Slug looks like he just wants to go in here. Wraithking down to half hit points now, but these Forge Spirits hitting the tower. Tower down to 2/3 hit point. Wraithking now with the Ion Shell. But he's got to watch out. These illusions from Alchemist are doing quite a lot. They don't want to just give away his life for free. At the end of that, he's going to get earned up. But the Acid Spray put down.
I don't know why he was just standing in that. That was a bit silly.
So Slark has a full Silver Edge now, so he's sitting at 2,000 hit points and a fair amount of damage.
That disables... Does it disable Vampiric Aura?
Yeah.
Because that's an aura, it's not a passive? Or I suppose it's a passive aura.
It's a passive aura. So.
Yeah.
And Mortal Strike as well, I guess. It doesn't disable Reincarnation though, I don't think. I feel like that would be OP.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just like the extra bit of health is pretty good though. From the Sange that builds in with the the Shadow Blade.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I'm actually surprised he didn't split the Sange and Yash and just do it that way, but I suppose it is a bit more life, and it just means it's a bridge between getting that and then getting... I'm assuming it's going to be eventually a Skadi, which will just offer him so much in terms of... Stats, yeah.
Definitely. Charge now goes on to Earthshaker. He does have a TP, he might need to use that... No, okay. Charge is cancelled. Slark. He's hiding out here, but there's a lot of Dire heroes moving in towards him. They really need a gem on their team now. Evoker. He's not gonna fight. Oh, Slark didn't quite get the pounce. He's got to wait another second. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. The Tornado misses, and he had the Dark Pact anyway. But the charge is gonna go on him. Slark forced to use his ultimate defensively for now. He might actually not get out of this line. He throws down the stun. There's gonna be the charge coming in. Well, it's the ultimate for the Spirit Breaker. Use that with the EMP and the Deafening Blast. And that's a big kill on Slark, actually. He's down for 60 seconds and no buyback.
With no buyback as well. Yeah, that's actually absolutely massive. This actually could be a tier 3 tower, the first tier 3 tower of the game, I think.
Yeah, maybe even Rax. The thing is though, as the Radiant, you have to be really careful not to overextend yourself here. Invoker is low. The Ion Shell that you picked up from the Dark Series, keeping him alive for now. You didn't want to initiate on him. Wraith King also getting a little bit low now. This spam coming out from the Radiant side is pretty good with the Fissure, the Splintered Blast, plus the Dragon Slave. It's enough to clear out the creep waves and the heroes pretty quickly. Earthshaker now, gotta be careful though. They did force out the Wraith King Reincarnate with the Earthshaker blinking forward and using what he could, the Laguna Blade onto Meat, but he's gonna get out of here. BKB from the Alchemist is just gonna right click down Meat. Radiance Burn doing a lot here. Rhyme now gets the right click coming in with the Enchant Totem and finishes off that Spirit Breaker. And that's 2 for nothing at the moment. And that was all without the Slark.
That was actually a really good fight. The Fissure just comes through, just stops the Wraith King from being able to do anything. And what I did notice though, Darkseer does have his Lotus Orb, but it wasn't used to any effect. He actually saw the effect, so they decided to throw out the Dragon Slave and Light Strike Array and save the Unstable Concoction for when that Lotus Orb was actually worn off the Wraith King. And Invokers? Oh, he's just going to TP out now. I thought he was looking at ganking Kundrel, but he was really, really low, which would have been surprising. He does have the Aegis though, but just opting to TP himself away.
I actually think Alchemist going for BKB here is really smart.
Yeah.
Just for the Invoker alone, but look how much lockdown they have on XENEX. How many spells? Every hero has at least one.
Actually, I wouldn't mind. It's not a top item, but I wouldn't mind the Slurk going for something like an Orchid, just to actually completely shut down that Invoker for the 5-6 seconds that it's active for. Or even the Lena. She's got a cloak, so is she going towards a Glimmer Cape?
Probably. The poor man BKB.
Yeah, it just means that you give the heroes that extra bit of survivability.
Ooh, charge onto Slark, but they saw the backup of the other heroes. There's going to be a rumble in the jungle. Both teams playing it very safe at the moment. This game is very close for sure. In terms of net worth, though, the Radiant are ahead for the first tire. Well, actually, they've been ahead for about 10 minutes now.
Yeah, and you can put most of that towards the Alchemist. It is 7k ahead of net worth as it stands. I mean, they are dancing around each other in this dire jungle, so I wonder if there's going to be an engagement anytime soon. The Slark has used his Silver Edge. It's gonna wear off now. He's gonna just move himself away, but he's in range of the Forged Spurs.
No, looks like they're Radiant. They're going to back off for now. Oh, the Echo Slam onto the Invoker though. I almost didn't think there was going to be a fight here. Invoker needs to get right click one more time, but Alchemist comes in with that unstable concoction. He's dead for 76 seconds now. He has buyback. A TP out from Darkseer.
And Rhyme with a bit more bad manners. There's no bad blood between the teams, you know, they are just having laughs between each other. I'm assuming, anyway.
Maybe. They hate each other's guts. Nah. I don't think so. But this might force out the buyback from Invoker. I'm sure this is what the Radiant they really want to do. They've got to protect this advantage here. Alchemist is going to walk up onto this high ground. He can throw down those illusions if he really wants to. Still, no buyback yet. Wraith King gets stunned up as well. The illusions coming forward. Unfortunately, Lion can get rid of those fairly quickly. The Iron Shell on the Wraith King now is going to make him an undesirable target, at least for a little bit now, but it wears off. The vacuum brings people back. No wall just yet. Man, if you can get an illusion of the Alchemist, that's going to be good. Stun up with the Wraithfire Blast onto the Alchemist. Alchemist kept a little bit safe with that Glimmer Cape coming out from... must be the Wyvern. No? Who's got the Glimmer Cape? Shaker.
Shaker, yeah.
So, that's actually going to be it. They don't force out the buyback. Both teams having a pretty good base defense.
Yeah, I think with obviously the Iron Shells, with being able to throw out the Earth Spike, once the Invoker's back up now as well, being able to throw out the Meatballs, the Cold Wall, everything like that. Between both teams, it is pretty hard. You need to take down about 2 or 3 heroes to be able to push up to the high ground.
Both teams are smoked up, but the Wraith King does get spotted by the Wyvern. Smoke did also break, and now Wraith King hiding in the tree line for now. They do actually... Oh, this must mean the Radiant know where the Wraith King is. Wraith King's got that blink forward, deciding to get Yuled up before he can actually get his stun off. Now, an Alchemist charging, trying to get that concoction off as Ichigo moves through. Sunstrike coming down, doesn't really hit on anyone. The Echo Slam keeping Meep in place, and that's going to be him down. Slark running a little bit rampant now. That's a really good wall, but is it too little, too late for now? That was a big finger coming in from Lion now. 2 down on the Radiant, 2 down on the dive for now. Where is this Earthshaker? Earthshaker still just alive. 150 hit points for now, but moving over to the left. Wraith King back. He does have his extra life. He still hasn't died just yet, but 2-man stun coming in from Control now. He's just right-clicking away. Doesn't have the ultimate for now. Mute on the side. Doesn't have any mana for any spells at the moment. The Fisher comes through, blocks the Wraith King. The Radiant's burn doing so much there. Kills off that poor old Spinner Breaker and Alchemist. He's on full health. He's in ultimate form. Wraith King got the extra life, remember, now, but he's being chased down by 2 of the core heroes from the Radiant side. He's the only one alive, apart from the Lion. He's trying to get out. Wraith King blinks himself away, then turns to stun the Slug. Is he going to be able to keep himself alive here? Looks like he is for now. And that's going to be it. But the Radiant coming out on top in that fight, for sure. They lose just the Lina, I think it was. And they lose the Wyvern as well. So a 4 for 2.
Yeah, and this is it's a full AC coming up for Alchemist. With the Wraith King, he didn't technically die, did he? He lost his reincarnate, but it was a life taken. So the Wraith King building towards that Basha, Alchemist has a full AC, and it's actually net worth time. We're sitting 13k in the lead now with the Alchemist, just in ahead of the Invoker. And the Wraith King actually, Invoker and Wraith King sitting on similar net worth.
This Alchemist is fat. Roshan being pinged out. This is the Roshan with the cheese. Sunstrike comes down, so the Dire know this is up. And I'm sure Radiant have a good idea themselves.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised actually to see the Alchemist by the Earthshaker, or possibly the Lina, the first Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, you literally just called it. He's got a Axe on the Courier, and he's going to give that over to the Lina now. Yep, Lina with some extra stats, and now the pure damage Laguna Blade.
And then in about 30 seconds time, the Earthshaker will have one as well.
I don't think this Dire Sentry spots the Observer Ward.
No, but I do. Obviously, the Slurk's been spotted out there with the Observer as well as the Sentry Ward. So XENEX is playing it really, really carefully.
Charge coming out onto the Earthshaker now. Earthshaker was left behind a little bit, but he could blink himself away. So there's 5 heroes on the Dire side. Oh, right. Man, what is Reborn doing to me? I keep getting these like strange shadow artifacts across my screen. So I did put them there on purpose. Sorry, stream. Hashtag just a caster. But it looks like we might have a fight coming up now. Roshan was completely forgotten about. There's Radiant pushing down the mid lane. They feel like they're ahead. They can put the Alchemist at the front line and hopefully not fear too much for his life. And he's just going to start wailing into his tower. Oh, nice Manta dodge there. Dodging the Wraith Fire Blast coming out from the Wraith King. They get rid of one illusion. They get rid of the second line using his spells to get rid of those. Wraith King slowed down by the Arctic Burn. But in comes that the Guardian Greaves. Darkseer. So round 1 is over. And round 2 about to start with the next creep wave moving up onto the high ground. Nice Ice Wall from the Invoker that will slow down some of the push.
Yeah, and I'm not actually sure which way this is going to go because both teams are just so powerful. Though in fact, again, if it just comes down to it with the items with the Aghanim Scepter onto the Lina, I think Rhymestack just put out a bit more damage than XENEX do at the moment.
Slark cheekily took that top T3 that was already low on health. But he's gone back to base now. I think this might be the end of the Radiant's push. Charge goes forward though onto control. They saw that there's Slark in the top lane and there's a hero missing the bottom lane. That's Earthshaker about to go down to the Invoker. I'm going to quickly look back into this mid lane now as no one has actually died yet. The wall was used. Spirit Breaker has a charge up in 1 second. The vacuum not going to catch on anyone apart from some creeps. So Earthshaker did get felled by the Invoker. And now 3 heroes from the Dire. They're going to move in and try and take this Roshan as quickly as possible without the Radiant noticing. The Radiant smoke up, but they're not going to get there in time. Roshan is going to fall in the next second or so. They're going to give the Aegis to Invoker, and Sule picks up the cheese.
It's actually his Hand of Midas that he drops for that Aegis, which is, you know, obviously a good choice. It gets picked up by the Curry. Meanwhile, the Wind's Curse here. Poor Darkseer.
So Wraith King's now got the full Abyssal now, but no buyback. That is definitely something to note here. And they spot out the Slug. And Wraith King, what was that? He tried to TP out there. Maybe thought better off it, or maybe a misclick. Because the Abyssal Blade was maybe meant to be on that hotkey. Either way, not much happening there as Darkseer's down, but Earthshaker is as well. Back in 5 seconds. Darkseer 40 seconds, or buyback if he needs it. Slug pouncing out the way of that Earth Spike. So we're now 46 minutes into this game, 23-22. Could you ask for a closer game of Dota at this stage of the game?
I could, but that would be just being a bit,
selfish.
greedy,
really.
Yeah. And yeah, I think the Alchemist has actually just got to the point now where he's like, right, I do not need any more items. I will just, I'm going to be Fort Knox. I'm going to have all of the gold. And you will get items when I give them to you.
So Earthshaker has an Axe upgrade, and that's it actually.
Yeah, that actually would be, I mean...
You can still give it to people for the extra stats. If you really
which I think might be quite good on the Slurk, just if you know, if the gold comes out and it is available, just extra stats on the Slark would be appreciated because he is a stats-based hero, I think, with the right clicks and with the steel with the Essence Shift.
Yeah. Or he could, or the Alchemist could go for the Moonshard. Assume that. Although we see the Bean, he's in trouble here, but Rhyme, he gets Glimmer caped up, he's going to be a cape, but Abyssal down, the LSA comes in, stunning the Wraith King, the Winter's Curse as well, looking him in place for now, but that's all it's doing, they can't follow up for now, but here comes Control, fighting up over on the left hand side, Ichigo in some trouble, the Echo Slam coming out the top right hand side, catching out Meep, Meep looks to be the target, but he gets a very good deafening blast here, Mute throws out the finger though, but they don't quite finish off Rhyme, they do now, Watson's going to die for the first time, remember, he's got a second life for now, Mute trying to take what life he can, but he's going to be finished off by the Slark, Control now turning, getting taken some right clicks damage, hexed up as well now. Watson chasing after who he can. The Bean though, he's running away, pouncing himself underneath his ultimate now, but the Wraith King, he's got that blink forward up in 1 second. They really want to go for Control. They get the stun off, but Alchemist gets his ultimate off now, kept up alive now underneath that Glimmer Cape, and Watson is going to fall for the first time now. The Evoker reincarnating through the ages. So 3 for 1 in the end there, pretty much. So Radiant once again taking a favourable fight there. Even with the extra life on the Wraith King, he got a little bit greedy there.
Yeah, and the buyback from the Lion as well. So that was actually like, I think it was about a 6 for 1. After all the both reincarnates, the buybacks, the Aegis from the Invoker. Actually, it might have been 7. 2 deaths on the Lion, 2 deaths on the Wraith King. And then, yeah.
Alchemist is just going to beat down the Darkseers. Sule having to fight back straight away, and so does the Wraith King. They need to fight. They want to fight here. Wraith King's got the stun, uses the Abyssal. They want to try and bring down the Bean as quickly as possible. He's keeping himself out of here. Purges off the stun, goes in ultimate form, and he's going to survive here actually. Wait, the blink forward now from the Wraith King. They're going to try and bring down the Alchemist. They can find the right one through the illusions. They do. So that's the Alchemist dead. He can buy back if he wants. They also find, well, Wyvern is going to be taken down. Nice Tornado coming through, catching out Cook, hex up onto him, and he is also going to fall. So that's a triple kill going the way of the Wraith King now. They successfully defend the base, but it cost them a couple of buybacks there.
And just to point out, before the Alchemist died, he had about 11k gold.
He's probably going to buy another axe, isn't he? Or maybe a Moonshard. So Lina buying back. I think the Alchemist is absolutely going to have to buy back here, but they're going to be without the Winter Wyvern for 26 seconds. But I think by the time the base is breached, the Wyvern will pretty much be up again.
And the Courier's going to be Moonshard for Alchemist.
Yeah, makes sense. They go for this. They get the stun onto the Beam, but Beam with that Dark Pact, that pesky Dark Pact, managed to purge it off. But he's not going to purge off the Abyssal Blade. Or maybe he will. The blink hit the Echo Slam. It hits everyone, but it's not enough damage for now. Ichigo very low, kept alive for now. Got the urn on him. They force out the buyback from the Alchemist, and they're going to scarper away from the base. TP is coming out, and I think, you know, that's really worth it for the Dire side. If they force out that buyback from the Alchemist, he won't have it for the next fight.
Yeah, massive. I think that's what they really need. That's what they were just looking for. They back off as soon as it comes out, and they know now for the next 5 or so minutes that he is going to be not playing it safe because, I mean, look at him. AC, Radiance, BKB, Moonshard, but he does need to be careful and make sure he doesn't die because that's then about 120 seconds before he's actually going to be able to come back up from his death, which in that time, as long as XENEX take a reasonable fight or a favourable fight, they are going to be able to push down at least 1 Rax, I think.
So Meep actually, he's got the BKB, he dropped the cheese, it's now on the floor. Don't know who's going to pick it up. Wraith King doesn't have space.
I actually think the Spirit Breaker should pick it up with the charging in, with him being on the front line, maybe drop the wand to pick that up. Just because he just... That's all he is. It's a bit suicidal at the moment. Once he charges in, he is in the middle of it. He doesn't have a BKB to actually help him get out. So anything that makes him survive that tiny bit longer is always going to be useful to him.
Yeah, I think that's a very good shout. Still, cheese left on the floor. Maybe gonna, you know, have a little cheese stack going.
Maybe it'll just be forgotten about like yesterday.
Yeah. So Shaker, he's got a Shivas now and an Invis rune. So if the rest of the team can come to him, he might be able to get an initiation. Okay, this Wraith King is hitting pretty hard now. But he can still get some more items. He's going for that BKB with the Ochre Club.
I mean, oh, the Earthshaker does have his Magnum stats, yeah. So, I don't know. Does he? As we pause.
Oh, is it? Are we actually gonna go have a loo break?
Well, I suppose toilet break once an hour, every hour.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I know. We can have a little look at these graphs. 20k net worth, which is pretty much actually it's not all on the Alchemist anymore. XP is 25k, 2.5k, but it's not really 7.5. Bloody hell, 7,500 XP. But at this stage of the game, it's pretty negligible, to be honest.
Yeah, when everyone's at level 25, that really doesn't matter. Actually, no, it's 25, 24, and then the closest for XENEX is 23 and 23. I thought the Invoker with that Hand of Midas, though he hasn't been using it because he has been picking up the Aegis, I've actually sold it completely now, which it looks like he has done. I thought he would have been a bit higher leveled. I thought he would have been the max level by now.
Yeah. Well, he's about to hit 24, which will give him the Deafening Blast because he has the Ags, like the badass Deafening Blast.
Yeah, love that Deafening Blast. It's a lifesaver, especially when you're being pounced on by the Slark. There might be an Alchemist somewhere near. You can just throw that out. And why am I seeing a gem somewhere?
Who's got the gem? I don't see anyone with the gem.
No, I don't know. Might have just been my game bugging out.
Okay, we are ready to go. Players have had a quick pee break. Oh, and we have another pause. I was like, what's going on? Is everyone frozen? But no. Another pause as maybe there's
Obviously,
another
Ichigo opted
break.
to take the toilet break, yeah, right after.
There was a gem inside the Radiant base in their fountain.
Right, that's where I saw it.
Right. Okay, we're ready to go. So yeah, actually Earthshaker, he has the axe now. The axe has been gifted to him by the almighty Alchemist. Alchemist, actually, he doesn't have buyback because it's on cooldown anyway.
And yeah, that's it now. What does the Alchemist actually spend his money on, apart from buybacks? Because he is going to be pushing lane, so he's going to be soaking up a lot more gold. Does he just buy the Ag Scepter for Wyvern and Slark for extra stats?
Yeah, or himself. I mean, there's no point. The other option is the whole buy like refresh necro books, stick them on the courier.
We'll take that.
Ah yes, the EE method of playing Midas Iron.
Jesus Christ, I have no idea how you managed to micro that. With some
You
fast
don't.
fingers and a lot of practice would probably be the answer. Anyway.
You need a second person reminding you every time it's off cooldown to use it.
I thought you were going to say you need a second person to help you with the keyboard and stuff.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean,
There's no way. That could be happening. We're not there at their houses. This isn't a LAN event. But no. Anyway, back to this game. No barracks have fallen. Only, actually, 2 T3s are down inside the Dire base. But the racks are exposed, but they have taken literally no damage whatsoever.
yeah, standard Radiant Manta style game that goes on for about an hour and a half.
So Roshan up in 30. Oh, Rhyme gets tornadoed here. Is he going to get comboed here? He does have that big deafening blast here, but Rhyme's fine. I think that deafening blast just missed. Or the meteor missed, or one of the spells missed.
It's actually a double Glimmer Cape, so they've got the Glimmer Cape on the Lena now, as well as the Earthshaker. So when one's in trouble, the other one can always throw the Glimmer Cape out, which means he is going to take reduced magic damage.
Charge going forward. They want to try and catch out the Slark, but he realised what was going on here and backed off. I think they think there's an Observer Ward here, but there isn't. Arctic Bird being used, trying to slow down the rating. This actually, look how much damage it does. 158 pure damage per tick. That's a spell that scales right. Oh, stun goes on the Slark. The Slark does manage to go invis. No detection for the dire side to spot that out.
No. And actually, the Wraith King keeps getting alacrity, which puts his attack speed up really, really high. Which, if it comes down to it, if Bean gets caught out, he's going to be in massive trouble with that alacrity on the Wraith King. So, always needs to be handy with those pants in the Dark Pact out, making sure he doesn't stay on that attacking the racks too long.
Alk has another Ags. I don't know who he's going to give that to, or whether he's just going to put it on himself for the extra stats.
I'd have thought so. You know, every little, he might actually put it on to Bean while Bean does go in all the time there.
Yep, gives it to the Bean. So
and it's now 3.5k health as well as 22 armor. Lark.
Yeah.
So
he's going to be hard to bring down. Alchemist TP's to the top lane. The Dire know that Roshan is up because they sunstroke into the base, and I think they're probably going to smoke up in a minute. Okay, they're not even going to bother, I don't think. There's a smoke on the stash. So, the stalemate, it continues.
And the pings coming out from the dark side, they obviously want to go in for that. But if you take a look, the Earthshaker is sitting in blink range with that Echo Slam as well, with that Aghanim Scepter Echo Slam.
I love Darkseid's positioning at the moment. He's the one with the cheese. And here comes the Slug. He goes in. I don't know if he saw that was going on here. Wraith King has managed to solo this Roshan, taking down about a quarter of his hit points. Wraith King is he's going to back out of here now as the Bean wanders into the Roche pit.
Darkseid being attacked by the...
yeah, I saw that. I was like, what's going on? Now Slug, he's the one to solo the Roshan, trying to get that pride. Precious Aegis and the cheese as well. See, Slug can carry the Aegis, which he is going to do after dropping his TPs. Sunstrike coming down. He's not going to be able to steal the kill or anything, so... Roshan conceded. Lina going to pick up... Yeah, picks up the cheese. And Slug with the Aegis. Now Slug, he can just sit at the front and hit the barracks. This is going to be so hard for the Dire.
Yeah, and I think
they have to commit so much to kill off Slug.
This is definitely going to be Rax now, I think. The Bean can just go in, like you say, and just sit at the front while the spells come out from the Earthshaker, from the Winter Wyvern, and from the Lena, just doing that damage. I think it's definitely going to be the range Rax once this Ice Wall disappears and the next Street Wave comes in.
Yeah, it's kind of like you have to commit so much to kill him and then comes back to life again. So you have to try and not commit too much to try and kill him off. He gets forced off out the base after being hexed up. The Sunstrike comes down. He's going to hit the Slark, but Slark is still very healthy because he's immovable, so no one can see him. The Ice Wall dropped once again, but it's just in front of the barracks. The range barracks very low. The charge comes forward onto the Alchemist. Is this the fight we were all waiting for? Is this what the Radiant wanted to do? The blink forward, the Wraith King. He wants to try and pick off the supports. He needs to maybe... Oh, he doesn't have a BKB yet. The wall comes down, but no vacuum for now. Over on the right-hand side. Spirit Breaker a little bit low, but still no one dead yet. The Lena very low. There's the curse, but it's reflected back onto the Winter Wyvern. He's pretty much going to go down to that. And Wraith King is still alive. Double usage from the Invoker. He has the Refresher. I think the Radiant are losing this fight at the moment. Earthshaker, he's getting right-clicked down. Wraith King doing so much work at the moment. The Alchemist buys back, and the Slug is still alive, still has the Aegis. But is this going to be a dieback for the Alchemist? He's the only one still alive. Mute is going to get picked off on the sideline by the Slug at the moment. Alchemist still just left alive for a little bit. They turn and fight. They want to try and fight the Bean for now. Where's this Wraith King? Wraith King trying to fight where they can. They finish off the Alchemist. That's a dieback. The Bean caught up on the high ground now. Is he going to go down? It is the Aegis falling Meep, killing him off with these Forge Spirits and his right clicks. Now he's trapped in here. Nowhere to leap to, nowhere to go. Slark now with the Hexed up. The right clicks, the crits doing so much from Watson. And that's a 5-man wipe, if not more, considering there were multiple buybacks, or at least one buyback coming out from the Alchemist.
Yeah, and that was the right thing for XENEX to do. They knew the Slurk had the Aegis, that you'd just be so hard to kill. So focus the rest of the team, deal with the Slurk afterwards when you're taking your man advantage on that. So they take down the Winter Wyvern, they take down the Lena, and then they just wipe the rest of them down. The Alchemist, I don't know why he bought back on that. He was going back into about 4 or 5 heroes, so not the best choice. And now he's down for 70 seconds, 76 seconds with no buyback, and this could actually swing the game the other way.
Pretty insane, actually. The two plays for me were Wraith King blinking forward and catching out the Lena, and that Ion Shell that came out just in time as the Winter's Curse.
I think that was it. Yeah, the Lotus being used and the Wyvern actually having the Winter's Curse reflected on it, because it did take. I think it was the Slurk right next to him, so it just kept those two busy while the Lena and the Earthshaker died.
Fortunately, though, the Dire, they can't get anything out of this because the rest of the raid are up. But I still think, yeah, they got to push out the lanes first before they go for another lane. They only lose the ranged barracks, which really is of minimal consequence at this point. That's a full BKB for the Wraith King, so he's feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, and
sorry,
that's just gonna start. I mean, with the Lena, with the Earthshaker being there, with the Winter Wyvern. Say that slower. I think that's actually a good choice by the Wraith King. It's similar to the Alchemist picking up the BKB. That it's something that he needs, obviously, because he wants close. He wants to keep fighting. The only thing he's got to worry about now is the Slurk with the Basher.
Yeah. But it means he can just stroll up, use his first life, and then BKB straight after that, and he's just outputting so much damage now as well. So there's 2 hexes on the Dire side, and hexes win late game so hard. BKBs are low. I mean, Slurk doesn't even have a BKB. He's only got the Dark Pact. Actually, no, he has a BKB now, and then it's for full 10 seconds. Whereas the Alchemist is down to 6. He's got boots to travel level 2. We forgot about the upgraded boots that he can get.
Oh yeah, that does help with if he's trying to buy back and get straight back into the team fight, which, as we saw, wasn't the best thing he did last fight. But the option is there now. It does make it quicker. It actually makes it quicker with a hero split pushing, like the Earthshaker pushing the bottom lane. Getting ganked up by the Invoker means that he does have instant support if that's what he needs.
I thought the Shaker was going to go for that slam then, but it probably wouldn't have been enough. And Invoker's Refresher Orb is back up. That's double BKB, double Scythe, and double lots of spells. It's such a good item on him. But here comes the slam. They want to try and blow up Meep as quickly as he can. He needs to get the BKB off. They don't do anything. He might want to buy back and come straight back into the fight. He does that. He's going to try and BOT on the creep wave in the mid lane, but it's too far away at the moment. It's too late. Trying to fight up against the Slug. That's not going to work for you, my friend. Alchemist as well. He's chasing after where he can, but where is this Wraith King? He's over on the bot, closer towards the Radiant base, trying to fight up where he can, but moving back over further up, and there's the refresh, managing to catch out the Slurk for now, but he's far away, still very healthy, but now comes the Wraith King going in. He's already used the BKB, so he can't fight anyone. No Abyssal Blade either. He's going to lose his first life on the left hand side. Over on the right hand side, Mute is also going to lose his. He's down as well, so Lion only one dead now, but the Wraith King looking to chase after Winter Wyvern. He's got no BKB, like I said earlier. He's going to get bashed up, probably killed. The Sunstrike missing the Winter Wyvern. And that's the death of the Wraith King. He has the buyback if need be. Very scrappy fight.
Yeah, it just keeps going from team to team. It looks like once one team have it in the bag, the other team just come back through and take it away from them, snatch it away from them. So, really good fight there by Rhyme Stack, just to keep everyone alive and just find the pickoffs we needed to, finding that forcing the Invoker to buy back as well. That's massive now, because again, if he dies, that is probably game.
I love what Rhyme did. He actually pretty much solo echoed the Invoker. They locked him down and finished him off quickly enough. And they knew that Invoker was the big target they needed to finish off, and they did so. And that's exactly what won them the fight. You might have thought it was a wasted echo, but the instant lockdown is invaluable. As his melee barracks looks to, it's going to go down. Cost Slark's a BKB charge, but I actually think that's okay.
Yeah, that's something that's worth it, especially when you do have such a high BKB charge. It is only down to 8 seconds now, and it forces out so much advantage for Rhyme Stack, which means that lane's going to push in, which is a good lane to have pushed in if you ever want to be trying to contest the Roshan, especially with the Boots of Travel coming out for the Alchemist. Actually, yeah, it is just the one boost of travel, just for the Alchemist onto the Radiant side, and the boost of travel 2 coming up for Meep as well onto the Invoker. Realistically, I don't know who wins this, just because, like I say, it keeps swinging from team to team. I don't know how, the buybacks are coming out. If we take a look at the buybacks, which I can't get up. It's only the Darkseer and the Winter Wyvern that have buybacks for the next. Alchemist has this in the next 30 seconds though, so something that you need to keep an eye on when you are taking your fights. Did you mute your stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh dear, sorry. I keep having to mute myself with little coughing fits.
That's fine. That's what the viewers want to hear. They want to hear us suffer.
They're dying. No. I don't want people to be cough. So I guess the Slark will be looking to get the Mega Basher later on. Once he's saved enough gold for his buyback, will be coming off cooldown in 26 seconds, so he'll definitely want to keep money up for that. Yeah, it all comes down to execution at this point of the game.
Yeah. And I think that's it. That's only the Bean, unless he wants to get rid of Sanjin Yasha and go for something, but I don't even know what he go for. Maybe a hat or he's sitting at 3.8k health, so there's no real need for any other items. I think this is that. Slark is now completely maxed out.
He goes for the full abyssal.
Oh yeah.
But he needs money. He needs to keep money for buyback, so he needs to make another 1800 gold of reliable gold before he wants to do that.
As Alchemist buys up another Acceptor.
Another? Who's this going to be for? Go to the Wyvern or himself, maybe. Oh, we see a fight maybe breaking out? No? He gives it to the Wyvern. So the Wyvern's got a little bit of extra stats coming their way, and I think this is the right thing to push the top lane for the Radiant. There's no barracks there, they can chip away. Lion looking for that Blink Initiation with the Earth Spike. It's not going to come out. Spirit Break it in the mid lane, but he can come into the fight very quickly with his charge. So he's probably one of the better targets for pushing out the mid lane.
Yeah, this is one of the better ideas, I think, because obviously you don't have that Rax in the mid lane, so that mid lane is just going to push up by itself, so you can keep slow sieging this top Rax, keep putting a bit of damage on, as long as no one dies.
Here comes the blink hit from Bean. He used the Echo Slam and the Winter's Curse as well. It's going to do a lot, and that's actually reflected back once again. Bean is going to fall. He's down for 122 seconds, no buyback. Only the Winter's Wyvern down. Now the Lion as well. And Wraith King trying to right click up against Rhyme where he can, but Rhyme's already done what he can. He should maybe try and fight up against the Slark, but he can't see him for now. Rhyme down to 200 hit points. One more right click will be enough. They do bring him down, but it's only the Wraith King left alive. They can buy back on the Darkseer. First life for Wraith King. It's going to be used here, but now this is a very aggressive TP in from Sule. He's got to be so careful here. He has no more spells. Here comes Watson, though. Right-clicking up against the Bean. It's just not going to work. The Bean has stolen 39 stats now, and that's 117 agility. And GG is called to end this first game, the best of 3. XENEX lose up against Rhyme Stack at 68-minute game.
I'm pretty sure in the space of this game time it was dark, it got light, and it's now dark again. So that's how long this game went on, nearly another 70-minute game. So maybe by the time we finish this best of 3, we'll be looking at sometime tomorrow morning. But I enjoyed it, really good match, really good back and forth between the two teams, and I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a full best of 3.
Yeah, man, I think both teams played really well. They did what they need to do. It came down to execution. Both drafts were really solid.
Yeah, I just think with the Alchemist, like just being able to put the Aghanim Scepter upgrades onto, even just for the stats, onto all the heroes as well, that kind of tips it in the favour of Rhyme Stack.
Just it all helps. That extra 100 hit points or so, extra armor, all makes a difference. But that's been game 1, guys. We'll be coming back for game 2. Well, I'm very sure very shortly. I'm Sambrella, been joined by Robin Gaming, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Hello, welcome back. We got the UKDOTA November Open finals day coming, and this is the upper bracket final with Rhyme Stack versus XENEX Gaming. The Rhyme Stack won the first game of this best of 3 series in I think it was about 80 minutes. A very close game with an alchemist who gave everyone an axe, even if they didn't have an axe upgrade.
Yeah, bonus stats helps. Hello everybody, I'm back. We've got a Night Stalker pickup. I think this is the first Night Stalker that we've seen this tournament.
Yes, for us it certainly is. And Darkseid gets first place banned, which he's in his rightful place.
Yeah, the Winter Wyvern gets the first ban as well, which I like because it means that okay, the Dazzle and the Earthshaker are probably going to be coming out, but it means there needs to be 2 more supports picked up in the place. Or at least 1 for the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah. Doom banned out again. I don't think we've seen him all tournament just because he's been first stage ban. But the Tusk comes out. Another hero who I feel is pretty high up in the pick and ban phase, but hasn't been seen that much.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the big thing is it doesn't matter if they're first ban material, if you can't play them, or if you don't like run them in your strategy, it just doesn't make a difference. But I'm glad the Tusk picked up because I just like the way he plays. Just he can be played anywhere. I mean, literally support from everywhere from a 5 position to a position 1, if that's how you want to run him.
Yeah. And you can, I love like I've seen some sick saves, you know, where you blink in, snowball, get your ally in the snowball and save them from something like Necrophos Ultimate or something.
Oh yeah, because that'd be blockable. That is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And the Walrus Punch as well. Just I don't think we'll, unless we see an Alchemist again for on the next game, and I don't think we'll see the Ags upgrade for the Tusks though, because I don't really think there's any use to that Walrus kick.
It's not the kick. Is like basically it's not worth spending 4,200 gold on a kick that does 200 magic damage.
I mean, I get it if there was a certain strategy towards it, maybe like kicking them back into a black hole or kicking them into an Echo Slam or something like that. But yeah, the kick on its own, it's not worth the Aghanim Scepter.
You might as well just like buy a 4-star for half the price. Yeah, it's not worth it. But here's the other support. It's the Dazzle. No Earthshaker. But once again, we see Rhyme Stack. Oh yeah, they ban the A, and XENEX, they're not having any of the Alchemist nonsense. They ban it out straight away. I also like Tusk and Lina together because the Ice Shards trap the enemy in, so Lina is almost guaranteed to get the LSA off.
Yeah, the only thing really that's going to stop that is like a 4-star or a Blink Tag, which I suppose the Blink Tag wouldn't work after you've been Ice Sharded, did it?
5 seconds.
Yeah. So, we see a Queen of Pain ban out now. Guess they don't want to give that away.
No, I suppose that's fair enough. Queen of Pain she's not a top ban, but if you know how to play her, then like Rhyme showed yesterday, she is a really effective tool to be used in the best way possible because she can get that quick farm with the Scream of Pain, but she also has the mobility to get around for the ganks with the blink as well as the Shadow Strike, and then just get herself back into the lane. So a really versatile, strong hero that not a lot of teams fancy playing up against.
Yeah, so the Queen of Pain and the Wind Ranger and the Alchemist gone for the mid lane. That leaves the likes of TA, still SF in the pool. Surprised we didn't see him picked or banned last game. Wait, he wasn't banned, was he? I don't think he was.
Shadow Fiend, no, he wasn't banned. It was just simply he just wasn't picked up.
Which is pretty interesting. But I guess he's kind of best on the Radiant side because he can go. He's got easier access to the jungle, which helps when you're in the mid lane. You just go, you raise the mid lane, then you raise the creeps, and you can basically like double your farm using that technique.
Yeah.
But neither teams have picked up IO either. I don't know whether that's because they don't have an IO player on their team.
I mean, the IO could go well with the Night Stalker, but it's a case of does the Night Stalker get big enough, quick enough to actually be effective with the IO relocates?
And XENEX, they pick up the slot for themselves. That's quickly replied with an anti-mage.
Your auto-win hero for the UK scene.
It's going 2-0. Rhyme Stack, they've won.
Is that it? No, not even bother finishing the draft. That's
No.
it. Rhymestack won. Let's just call it now.
We got anti-mage. Now, I think XENEX Gaming, if one team is going to be able to deal with the anti-mage, it will be XENEX Gaming. If those that you aren't that are new to the UK scene, like myself, apparently this Rhyme Stack, the Dire side, they're ranked number 1, and XENEX Gaming are ranked number 2 in this tournament, anyway.
That's fair enough.
So, gotta watch out for that.
And hopefully we see a bit more crazy picks coming out. I don't know what you call crazy pick. Maybe the Faceless Void? Faceless Void?
Void, oh yeah. Give me a Void any day.
10 seconds.
XENEX, I guess they've got the safe lane Slark, and they're gonna go with the Nyx Assassin for,
Dyer's pick.
I guess, the off lane. It's gonna be a Lina Tusk support duo. Would be my guess.
Yeah, it could be. Whew. Yeah, because again, the Tusk can be run anywhere, so if you want to run the Nyx either in that off lane or maybe even run the Nyx as a second spot, put the Tusk in like a farming role.
I don't think Nyx is any good as a support. I think he has to get some decent farm. So I think it's definitely going to be a Nyx off lane with a support Tusk and Tusk Lina support. Meanwhile, though, is this Night Stalker is going to be off lane or is it going to be position 4? Because Dazzle, obviously, hard position 5 hero. You can get away with just having a roaming Night Stalker if you want.
Personally, I put the Night Stalker into the off lane and just keep him. He doesn't, like, say, for the Night Stalker, for the first 2 nights, he doesn't need those last hits on the creeps. He just needs the experience to get a decent amount of levels. So when the second night does roll around, he can go for those ganks with the hunter in the dark, the bonus move speed, the bonus attack speed, and that's what really gives the Night Stalker his ability to snowball. The fact that grouped with other heroes, he can find those pickoffs in the second night. Like I said, the first night's a bit of a write-off. It's not, okay, sometimes you have enough points, enough hero levels to get the pickoffs in the first night, but it's that second night which is the key night for the Night Stalker. That's his make or break time. If he's not able to get the pickoffs in the second night, then he's constantly playing catch-up.
Yep. I just didn't realise XENEX Gaming, they've used up most of their reserve time, and so are Rhyme Stack. Now onto their 4th pick. Looking to maybe get the mid laner or another support if it is indeed a Night Stalker going off lane. You want someone that can hopefully lock down that Slark if possible. There's no Winter Wyvern, but they go with the Veno. Interesting choice. I've seen Venomancers make or break a game.
And I like the pick. It's something different. It's something that you don't usually see, and it's something that could potentially give the John Rockson, what a Rhyme Stack, give them just a bit of an edge.
And it could well be a mid Veno.
That'd be pretty awesome. Up against someone like Alina that doesn't have the best hit point pool. If you go for something like the Plague Ward Poison Sting combo, you can actually force the lane back and just do a lot of harass damage onto the hero and onto the tower once that lane does get pushed back far enough.
So, Dire denying the Lich pick, whereas XENEX they banned out the SF. So final pick now for XENEX Gaming, looking for their mid hero. Well, actually, the Dire seem to think they're going to be running the Lina mid. So I guess it's another support hero they might be looking for. No Winter Wyvern, no AA, now no Lich. There's still that Earthshake you were talking about, but it would make their lineup very melee centered.
Yeah, which would be an actual disadvantage going up against the Vernomancer.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
And
Templar Assassin.
Okay. So yeah, it's not going to be. What, they pick up the TA against the Venomancer?
Into the Venomancer, yeah, it's...
And the Dazzle as well. The Poison Touch is pretty good against that. That seems very odd to me.
I think that was a case of we're running out of time. What do we pick? What do we pick? Oh god, what do we pick?
Alright, interesting. They go for the Earthshaker on the side of the Dire for Rhyme stack, and Rhyme is going to pick that up again.
So it's going to be another offlane Earthshaker. It does look like V going into the middle on that Venomancer. Anti-Mage. Oh. Is it going to be an offlane Earthshaker though? Is it going to be a position 4 Night Stalker like you were talking about?
Yeah. I don't know. Not a clue. Kundral, he plays the mid hero, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's between Rhyme and Kundral, it looks like.
Yeah, so I think Rhyme will be going in the off lane. We'll have Veno in the mid lane going up against that TA. If TA is running it, going mid.
Yeah, it is on Meep, so that is the... I have no idea what Super's saying to us.
No idea.
Okay.
I don't think it really matters. So yeah, I think that is what it's going to be. Oh dear, what's going on? Okay, we are going. So yeah, so XENEX will be on the Radiant side, and on the Dire will be Dwayne, the Rock Johnson, or Rhyme Stack, as we are calling them now. Oh, 2 TPs going down into the bottom lane. The Tusk wants to deny this Earthshaker being able to put down a ward or anything, but Earthshaker actually doesn't have a ward. That's why
he forgot ward.
I think he was. I think he was hoping his support might give it to him, or did he? I don't think we're actually remaking. Really? Are we?
I don't know. Soup's here. Soup's the admin.
Soup can deal with it. He can deal with it with
yeah.
his casters. If we're remaking, Soup can let us know. It's all on him, not on us. Oh, I've still got this stupid visual bug. I think I'll have to quit Dota after this game. Remind me to do that.
And never play again. Is that it? That's...
Yeah, I'm just gonna quit Dota. Uninstall. Poor Earthshaker didn't even have a ward. It might have probably a good thing to be perfectly honest, because he would have been spotted out putting it down because there was a Tusk anyway. Is there not the you can add like a, I think there's a ping command to see what those pings are. Okay, maybe not anymore. But it looks like Kundral is going to get that mid rune, and the TA is going to get it as well. So it is going to be a TA up against the Venomancer.
That's a strange pick, because 1 point into the Poison Sting, I'm pretty sure counters the refraction charges. Or is it the 2nd point to Poison Sting?
I don't know, but it's definitely a direct counter, one of the best heroes against the TA. But I've still seen TA is still a very strong hero, and yes, she is about the refraction, but the side blades. If you max the side blades, maybe instead of the refraction this game, at least the early stage of this game, you can still outlane. You still have a lot of bonus damage, and it still takes a while to whittle down those refraction charges with the poison.
And it is actually I think it is the 2nd point, because it's 5 damage to burn off a refraction charge. You do get 6 points of damage per tick, but obviously with the magic resistance as well, it takes it down. I think it actually takes it down to 5 points, so the refraction charges aren't burned off.
Oh, Pseudo's in some trouble now. He does get wrapped around by the Anti-Mage, and the stun coming out from the Night Stalker without Void. The right clicks do come in. The extra HP regen on the Nyx, though, should keep him alive. There's no mana for a Void. Well, actually, he would have got the clarity would have been cancelled because he would have taken damage from the
bottom tower is under siege.
Creeps there. So we're gonna have a support Tusk and Alina, and actually Run gets trapped up here. He's gonna take some more right clicks damage here. He uses his Mango and has to TP himself out of here. I think he probably could have walked it. Saying that, Ichigo could have maybe got some body blocks in, but Ryan once again having a poor start this game. So Venomancer does have that 2nd level in that Poison Sting, so TA refraction charges go bye-bye.
I was just watching the matchup there between the mid heroes. I don't think it's going to be a very good matchup now for the TA. Yeah, okay, she got 5 last hit. She is keeping it even, but I think this is where the Venomancer starts to pull ahead, even ever so slightly, just with the bonus damage that's going to be coming out from the Venomous Gale and from the Poison Sting.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard lane, but I don't think Meep can still stack the jungle, stack the ancients quite easily. As we see, we have a dire ward up here. So we'll spot out what TAs normally like to do is they push out the creep wave with side blades. Then at the at the 53-second minute mark, you can pull the creep wave and at the same time go get the rune.
Yeah.
It's a super really effective way of doing things. And you see TA now; she's just going to go attack these neutral creeps with the level 2 refraction. She has a fair bit of damage to be able to take these down quite quickly.
But again, this does mean that the Venomancer can keep that creep wave pushed all the way up to the tower with his venomous ward, with his poison sting now. So when she is stacking the jungle, she needs to make sure she pushes that lane up. Otherwise, the tower is going to start taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it's just one of the trade-offs you have to accept when you're playing against a Venomancer, especially as a TA. But clearly they know what they're doing, considering I don't think they would have been silly enough to pick out into it without thinking about the possibilities of what might happen. But CS is going the way of the Venomancer as we expect. Meanwhile, on the other lanes though, we've got the Slark farming the safe lane for XENEX via Rockson water. He's top of the CS charge, just ahead of this anti-mage who is also getting free farm. Nightstalker doing a great job, but in the mid lane, rotations come in from the Ligna and Mute playing this Tusk. They get the kill on the Venomancer, and this kind of brings TA right back into this matchup.
Yeah, putting the TA, especially with getting the first blood, right back up there in terms of the net worth. Actually puts the top of the net worth with that bottle. And this is it now. Whelp is only level 2 at the first night, so he's not going to be able to find any pickups. He does have the haste rune, as you can see with his wings floating around, but he's not sitting at the level that he needs to be, I don't think, to actually be effective with these ganks, especially on the first night.
Gold remains.
Yeah. Man, Sudal actually has to be pretty careful here. He does have the Mango to give himself the Impale if he needs it, but here comes the Dazzle looking to throw out that Poison Touch if he can. I know he's looking to do the Shadow Wave burst damage onto the Nyx Assassin, but Nyx is nearly back up to full hit points with the extra HP regen from the Enchanted Mango, plus the Tango he's used, and the fact that Nyx himself has a ridiculous base. I think he has like 3 HP regen as a base HP regen.
Yeah, it is about that. It's, without the Mango, it is about a 3.2 at level 4. So that's going to be paramount to keeping himself alive. As long as he doesn't overstretch.
Dire's bottom tower is being attacked.
And this is what I'm talking about now. You can see the mid lane. Yeah, there's 4 or 5 wards there just to push this creep wave right back to the tower. The only thing is Meep, if you can get a refraction with those side blades as well, can farm up. So it is gold. So Kundral needs to be careful with how low these wards actually get.
I like it when you select all the wards and then you use them to deny your own ward. Your own plague
It is a
ward.
cheeky play, yeah.
It's definitely something that could happen. So pretty quiet game so far. We're only 6 minutes into this game and we've only had the one kill. That was the TA picking off the Venomancer with the help of the supports. Both teams playing it fairly passive. Obviously, Slark needs to get a bit of farm before he's particularly effective. He wants to get that Shadow Blade. Anti-Mage looking to get that Battle Fury, as we all know he likes to do.
I think Nightstalker's been in trouble here. The Light Striker Ray does go down, the Shards are there as well as the Dragon Slave. The Void comes out onto the Tusk, but the Snowball's going to be in. This is going to be a dead Whelp.
Oh boy, I don't know my own strength.
Did you see what happens? What are they talking about? Or?
Yeah, it was just Rhyme didn't come in. You know, he didn't throw that Fisher to save. Oh no, actually trapped him in, I think.
Yeah.
So the Ice Shards came out and the Fisher came through behind the Ice Shards, so it just kept the Night Stalker in one place.
Nicely played there. 6.4k, my ass. That's quite funny. Good old
Rhyme,
UKDOTA.
obviously, wanted to make sure it goes to the game 3, so given an assist to the next there.
Yeah, so 2-0, another kill. Oh, Nyx Assassin. Just goes invisible underneath Nyx Assassin. Templar Assassin. too many assassins in this game. Night Stalker still looking to do something while it's night time, but it's not going to really be possible. Sudol looking for that stun. He's now got his arcane boots plus a mango. He could look to go invis and rotate in the mid lane if he really wants to, or hope for once someone comes up into his lane. He might have to do it now. They put down a sentry ward, so he can't do that. There's 2P support coming in. It's just not going to come out in time though. Nyx is he's a deader, and Night Stalker showing what he can do in that night time, restricting the vision, putting down the sentry, so there's no chance for that Nyx assassin to escape. Lina now looking to rotate into Kundral, can't really get close enough for that LSA though, as we have a pause coming in from the anti-mage. Is he playing off of a 4G network?
It looks like it, yeah.
Instead of broadband. Nice. He's still top of the CS though.
Oh yeah, sitting at the top of the last hit, so it can't be the worst internet in the world for him.
He put him in prison. So Lina did come mid and try to get a stun on Silvano.
Bit of infighting between Rhymestack. Obviously, well, I'm not happy with that Fisher coming through, but...
Well, we pay you after game. Nice. Good old friendly bounter. This game, I still think it's pretty close.
Oh yeah, if it's anything like last game, it's going to be going back and forward all match. You know, we'll probably see another 60-minute slog, and I think we'll be the better for it, because nobody wants to see a 30-minute stomp. We want to get our money's worth, which is anyone paying for the ticket in game. That 99p, man. You know, you want to be paid for hour-long games with that 99p.
Is that? I didn't realise it. Oh yeah, of course I didn't have to pay for it, did I?
Caster privilege.
Yeah. What a world to be alive. So can I say I got paid £1 to do this, right?
I guess. I mean, we are getting the content for free, so I'm sure that's how it works out.
Yeah, so we're professional casters, technically.
Technically.
Technically. Nice. Still. The Slarky's, looks like he actually might be going for... He's got a bracer. Okay, it looks like we're ready to go. Oh, no, we're not. We're not ready. Someone on XENEX is still AFK. This Night Stalker's done a pretty good job at this night time. It will be coming to an end as we're 6 seconds away from that 8-minute mark.
Mewtwo421 wanting Dead Mouse back.
Nice. So yeah. If you're just joining us, guys, this is a best of 3 for the upper bracket final. The winner of this game will go on to the grand final to play up against whoever wins. Okay, so Unmade beat 5 Meepos 1 Cup. So Unmade will be playing up against XENEX, or Revenge of the Ross. So the loser of this game in a best of 3 for the final of the lower bracket, and the winner of that will play against the winner of this game, if that makes any sense.
Kind of makes sense. It'd be easier for people to see it, but yeah, it's...
If you go to challenge.com/UKDOTA Open, you can see the brackets. So yeah.
This is is this the winners finals?
This is the winners finals we're casting at the moment.
Yeah.
This is for a £50 prize pool, so £10 to each of your players.
And Even less if you have an organisation behind you, which, you know, we all know the UK scene is rife with.
Okay, what's going on? Are we gonna go yet? Doesn't look like it. Hey, let's go. We're back into this game. 8 minutes into. As the rune is gonna spawn up, and Venomancer's gonna get that DD, and Lena's probably gonna hold on to this bounty for the, actually no TAs. Okay. But Rhyme hasn't died yet this game, so this means he's got a decently timed soul ring. Should be okay. Venomancer throwing out that Gale. Does miss the TA. TA's got to be a little bit careful here. There's plenty of creeps here. It's going to break down her refraction charge pretty quickly. Is their backup coming in? There. You see Ichigo on the Lena. Looking to try and get an LSA if they can, but this wall of Plague Wards kind of means they can't go past this point. This is no-go zone.
Yeah, and I think that's why the Lena needs to be there to constantly back up the TA, because with these wards, with the creeps coming in, if Meat gets caught out, she is in a lot of trouble. So Lena just standing behind with the Light Strike Array actually might be able to get a kill on Kundral here, because he is only 294 health, so I think if he lands a Light Strike Array, as long as the Dragon Slave, it is a kill. So Kundral needs to be playing it safe, just needs to back up.
Although on the top lane now, Whelp in some trouble here. He's going to get trapped up by the T8 hit, and the snowball comes in. There they get their third kill actually for this game, but the Mana Void, this is going to be the Beam getting a double kill here. Maybe not worth it just for a kill on the Night Stalker now. Giving the Anti-Mage some extra gold, bringing him up to 1400 gold.
Yeah, and that's half his Battle Fury already at 9 minutes in, as well as already having his power treads.
Bringing a salve to him. And he'll be playing fine. Rhyme has now got his Tranquils, at least on the courier for the rest of them. We're going to be looking at Ichigo. He's going to be stacking this Ancient, which is spot. Actually, it's not spotted from the dire side anymore.
Radiant's middle tower is being attacked.
I have no idea what Rhyme's talking about.
I think he means deny that.
Okay.
Invisibility.
Oh, Rhyme. He's invis. But Meep knows about this, so he's just going to back off now. Venomancer, he's got that Hand of Midas, which is fairly well timed. They know Rhyme's invis. Does he go for this? He's got the Echo Slam. He's going to go for it. I know he's going to go for it, but there's the backup of the rest of the team. I know he's going to really want to go for this, but really, he's just actually sitting here for experience. I really want him to go for that, but
I would have liked him to go for that, but the refractions were up, so the Echo Slam wouldn't really have done anything. Needed to wait for that, but by the time the refractions have faded, the entire double stack from that creep count was already killed off by the Templar Assassin there.
He did, however, manage to steal some of the experience of it, and now Sudal running into this mid lane. They do see him here, but he's still going to get the damage off, but there's the stun stopping his assassin getting off the impale, and now the silence as well. They put down a sentry ward, but a little too late. It stops Sudal getting that kill onto Kundral, but Anti-Mage, he's continued to be a little bit safe, feel safe, pushing in on this top lane, and he's actually, he's another 1,000 gold away from that Battle Fury. Well, 1,200.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it as well. I think, obviously, with only the Nick really being over there to put pressure on him, the rest of the team want to keep the Templar Assassin safe, want to keep that Slack safe, so it's just opening up this lane for Bisa.
Speaking of Slark, well, how's he doing? So
So
he's going for drums. Oh, they're going to snowball onto the Earthshaker. Where's the LSA? LSA dodged by the Earthshaker for now. He's got the Echo Slam. He's going to be forced to use it. Trying to finish off the Lena. He will hit it with that Ground Pound Enchant Totem. And that's going to be the end of that, especially with the Night Stalker rotating in. So that gank turned it to be out a bit of a nightmare.
And we do get the nighttime now with the double damage rune on Whelp. So he is only level 4 though, so he is a giant creep.
He is one hard hitting creep. Look how much that he's with the DD rune. He is hitting for about 150 full damage.
But it's how effective he's going to be able to use it, because he's halfway through now. So are they going to try and go into the Templar Assassin, go for that mid lane, look for a pick off? I think this is what the Night Stalker needs just to get his game started, really.
Radiant's middle tower is
They
under
can
siege.
maybe... Oh, Soodle goes invis. They do spot this out because there is an observer ward down. But they're not really sure where he's going to go. Obviously, he's going to be looking for the anti-mage, but anti-mage pretty healthy. Not really going to be an option, so he decides to rotate towards this mid lane. No sentries. Actually, there is a new sentry there in the mid lane, so Control will see this coming if he's not careful. Soodle looking to maybe find... I think he was deliberating going on this Dazzle or not. I think he is going to try and commit now. There is no backup. I think he can do that if he lands his combo. The Vendetta is going to wear off very shortly. Soodle walks very close to that tower. So this Vendetta is it's not actually going to lead to a kill. It doesn't mean that it hasn't been effective because the Dire had to play a little bit scared, a little bit safer.
Yeah, but he did actually manage to spot up this massive stack coming out for the anti-mage once he finishes up that Battle Fury as well. So maybe the Rhyme stack needs to keep an eye on that stack being farmed up by XENEX.
Snowball now going forward onto the Night Stalker. They tried to deny the tower, was not successful. There's two more heroes here trying to kill off the Whelp. They missed the stun. They do get the pounce though. Satyr comes through and actually hits Cook. But the TA in the mid lane finish off by Control and the Earthshaker. So much better trade there for the Dire side.
Definitely. A creep for a Templar Assassin. I think that's a good trade any day of the week. Because as much as I love the Night Stalker, as much as I absolutely love the Night Stalker, if he's not ahead by this point in the game, that's all he is one giant right-clicking creep that has a built-in silence and slow.
He does reduce
So
the vision for everyone though, which is
true.
handy. And Anti-Mage now has that Battle Fury and level 11. So Earthshaker, Rhyme has actually nearly got a Blink Dagger this time. He has been managing to find that farm from God knows where.
It's all those kills that he's been getting.
Oh, yeah, he's 2-0, hasn't died this time, and he can obviously spam out that Fisher to get last hits because he has the Soul Ring. Although has to be careful now with the Slark here, looking to rotate onto Rhyme. Oh, pounce, it misses. Now he's got to back off, silenced up, and that's going to be the end of it.
I think Night Stalker could take that top lane. With the tier 1 being down on the side of XENEX, it does make him a bit safer. Obviously, the anti-mage is going to be looking towards the jungle farm. So I think this is what the Night Stalker needs, just to get himself a bit bigger, get a bit more XP, get a few more items, finish off his urn, really. I think for the next daytime, he should look towards that safe lane farm.
Yeah, he's sitting in the mid lane at the moment, taking experience of these ancient granite golems. Still things pretty even. Looking over the graph, you do see that the Dire are ahead in terms of net worth and XP, but not by much when it comes to XP. Gold a little bit further ahead, but the Midas for Venomancer helping with that. He's nearly at 2,000 gold. Does he go straight for the Aghanims?
Maybe.
I mean, a very early Aghs is extremely painful, but currently the Radiant really aren't team fighting.
But he could also go, Mancer could go towards that Blink Dagger as well. It just means he's able then to get into the middle of a fight and then throw out that Venomous Gale and the Poison Nova onto every hero that's grouped up.
True. Now Anti-Mage, he's nearly finished that Vlad's. He is going to be a pain in this game. And what do they have to deal with him?
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, he can just blink out the Slark. They do have a substantial amount of stuns, but is it going to be enough? And there's the Blink Dagger for the Earthshaker. He's going to have to use this if he's not careful. Tusk has an Invis rune and he doesn't know this. He's going to go for the Walrus Punch probably, waiting for the backup, and yeah, here it comes. He is going to be using that Blink. The Pounce misses. Oh, no, he didn't use it. Like, he missed it.
And yeah,
they get the kill either way onto Slark.
The answer is on 2400 gold, but yeah, talking about the anti-mage, I think he needs to be baited into the stun. So something like the Tusk to initiate with the Ice Shards, and they need to be able to, and after the blink, they need to be able to find that Light Striker away, or maybe the Pounce to keep him in place. It's all about baiting out the blink and then being able to lock him down afterwards.
I mean, Slark is pretty good against the anti-mage, to be fair. So we'll have to wait and see how this game pans out. Soodle. Level 10, looking to get that level 2 Vendetta. It makes a big difference. But we're 5-all now. Anti-Mage getting ahead for sure in this game at the moment. Finished off that Vlad. Soon gonna have that Manta, and he's gonna start farming like crazy. And like you said, Night Stalker's now up in this top lane, trying to take some experience. Sule isn't really going to be able to do anything. Isn't going to be able to pick him off, and actually uses the Vendetta, and is he just going to use this to get himself back? No. Just going back towards the creep wave, but Night Stalker knows what danger he could be in, and sits himself back underneath the tower. Slark's got the full Shadow Blade now. This is when we're going to see some rotations, and I think this is go time for the Radiant. Got the Blink on the TA, we got the Shadow Blade on the Slark, and they can just go round. And I think they just need to constantly try and pressure the anti-mage where possible. Stop him farming, just constantly get kills after kills. They're not going to win this farming war against the likes of a anti-mage.
I think you're right as well. I think it's going to be a Venom going for that Ag Scepter, because you've got 3,300 gold going towards the Radiant Secret Shop. Going to pick up the point booster as well as the smoke comes out from the Earthshaker, as well as the Vendomancer. Lina needs to be careful. They're rotating up behind her. There's no tower to spot this out. Blink forward, and was the...
Rhyme didn't want to commit the Echo Slam, and now he's in a tricky situation. He just gets silenced up, punched up into the air. Meanwhile, Lina getting gone on. There's the Echo Slam. Rhyme finishing off there. He gets a double kill. Kills off the Lina and the Tusk at the moment. The Fisher trapping in the Night Stalker. Not that it matters. Dazzle
and the Nyx just throwing out, the right click to finish off the the Assassin as well. So good rotation, and found the 3 heroes. Actually creates a bit more space for the anti-mage to do what he wants to do while there's 3 heroes down. It gives the Night Stalker a good amount of experience, which he needs. The Darkness was used, actually me using the Maldir right behind.
Cheeky. I think he was waiting for maybe the Dazzle to show up, because I think he could kill off the Dazzle. TP support's coming in. This is going to force them back into the waiting arms of TA. He's going to unleash it onto Control for now, and he's got another meld if he needs to. Won't even if he does use it, but that's an easy pick off there. Waited patiently, and they got this high priority kill onto the Venomancer, who was just 500 gold away from finishing the Ags.
Yeah, and that's going to be mental when he actually finishes that up. Just the amount of damage he's going to do so early on. Remember, it's only 20 minutes of the game. It was a mid Venomancer, so he's really taking his advantage and pushing with it, running as far as possible. The Earthshaker has his Blink Dagger, he has his Soul Ring, has his regen boot, so that's really all you really need to be effective as an Earthshaker. And then once the Veil of Discord comes out as well, it's a bit of a bonus. That's going to go well with the Veil of the Venomous Gale as well as the Poison Nova. So it's going to be a lot of damage coming through once both heroes finish up those 2 items.
Yeah, that's a lot of magic damage. Kind of makes BKB's high priorities here. Nyx Assassin finding the Night Stalker. Does he manage to get the stun off? No, just juked by the tree line now. And Nyx Assassin going to have to make his way out. Or are they baiting him towards this Nyx Assassin? Nicely timed by Carapace.
Bottom tower is being attacked.
Sorry, I like to call Carapace Carapace because it's fun.
Makes sense. If you can't have fun, why are you casting? You know, it's one of those. You have your meatballs instead of your meatballs.
It does look like a giant meatball. Oh, Rhyme looking to blink forward. Nah, he's not going to do it. It's night time. Still up for quite a while. Sudol doesn't manage to get that Carapace on in time. Here comes the Echo Slam from Rhyme though. They lock him down. They bring down the Nyx Assassin easily enough there. And that's another kill going the way of Earthshaker. He's 5-1 now. Having a much better game than last one. Slark got Invis now, looking to go onto the Venomancer, but Venomancer is surprisingly tanky with the treads plus the Wraith Band and the point booster.
And he's about to get tankier as well. This is his flags coming out on the courier.
Split push from the anti-mage onto the bottom lane now as well. Things getting pretty cramped for the Radiant side now, as they're getting pressured towards their own Ancient.
And it's the Scepter cooldown is 120 seconds onto the Venomous, the Poison Nova at the moment, and then it comes down to 60 seconds at level 3. So only 2 more levels, and that's a level 3 Poison Nova. Which is going to be deadly when he team fights.
And like, no one on the Radiant really wants to get a BKB. They're not like natural BKB carriers. TA's okay with BKB, Slark okay with BKB, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, really, the only hero that would look to get one, I think, 9 times out of 10 is the Tusk, but playing that supportish role, it's not high up on his list.
Looks like he might be in some trouble here. Mute right-clicking him down, but Rhyme finally Mute getting right click down. Rhyme realizing he's not going to be able to get that kill, and now TP's out. The snowball coming forward. Rhyme just gets out, and the snowball. I was like, where the hell does snowball go? All the way back to the Dire base.
Yeah, just knowing that he didn't have enough damage to get the full, with his full combo, and so everything was on cooldown. The best thing to do was run away as everyone else from XENEX starts to rotate in.
As soon as Invis, and they know he's there, he's going to have to use the Carapace. Nice double stun there, goes on to Cook, but I don't think he's going to survive this. He gets the Carapace off, he's running away, but the Mana Void. Too much, and now Ichigo in some trouble here. Rhyme on the wrong side, but Night Stalker chased down with the negative burn and a couple of right clicks. More than enough, but it comes. The Slark, got to be very careful. Has his ultimate, getting locked down for now. Does finally use that Shadow Dance and is going to get himself away. Only just the Bean chasing him now. He's looking for the pounce up onto the high ground. Lockdown silence. They finish him off. Excellent play coming out from the Dire side.
And Whelp's actually going to pick up his hand to Mad as well to help him catch up, I suppose. And it was giving him a decent amount of right click speed.
Venno just picked off solo, finish off the Tusk and the TA with his ultimate. Things looking like not so great for XENEX now as the Dire pushing up into this mid lane, trying to take down the T3. Smoke coming out from Shaker. I think that was a misclick.
Either that or as a bit of a show off. Look at us, we can use a smoke because there's none of you alive.
Yeah, this T3 is going to fall. I would be surprised if they stick around for too much longer after taking the T3. They have to be careful. Stun coming out onto the beam. The LSA lands on one, but Rhyme jumping forward, trying to finish off Ichigo, and he will go down with that Mana Void. Must have just come off cooldown, so a couple of kills, or at least the Lina kill, plus the T3. Gonna mean smiles on the faces of the Dire side players.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see them rotate. Well, the Selectio CP to the bottom tier 2 towers. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see them possibly rotate and try and take the last tier 2. But they are opting to back off. Rhyme going to miss this Invis rune.
I think Roche would be the smart thing for the Dire side now. The Slug has the Invis rune. He's going to look to try and go on Rhyme. This could be a pretty tricky kill. But I think he can succeed. This shouldn't be too bad. Rhyme can throw out the stuns now if he needs to, but with the Shadow Dance, Rhyme left on 60 hit points. He's gonna. This is going deep. This Slug is going deep. It has the pounce. Isn't silenced up, so he's gonna be fine. But actually, he was silenced off, but managed to Dark Pact it off.
And Venomancer's on another 4k gold.
What a
There's
hero.
the blink though. Yeah. So kids looking for a new hero to play mid at home. There you go, Venomancer.
Yeah. Good against TA. Nah, he's definitely a viable mid hero. Goes on to Mute with that Venomous Scale. He's going to walk himself away. Sudol is coming up now to try and go on this Venomancer, but I'm not sure how long Mute will survive. That Venomous Scale is sticking around for a little bit longer. He does go Invis, punches up the Veno into the air, but couldn't get denied by Sudol. But it's still a good kill. Nyx Assassin getting the 984 gold for that kill, bringing him closer to that Aghanim Scepter that he's working towards. Now just 600 gold away. What does TA go for next? Will she go for the crit, or will she be forced into that BKB? Night Stalker getting slowed down. Meep can blink forward if he really wants to go on this Night Stalker. Got to be careful, the Void comes out. Guess they don't want to go for that. Anti-Mage not too far away, and going straight for that Butterfly after the Manta style of the Eagle Song.
Going back to the Templar Assassin, I do think she needs to go towards that BKB. It just gives us so much survivability in the fights, especially going up against someone like a Venomancer that just has... Okay, the Poison Nova does go through spell immunity, but as Earthshaker finishes off Ichigo in that mid lane, yeah, it's something that's going to help her fight around the Earthshaker, fight around the Dazzle, fight around the Night Stalker as well. Something that XENEX is struggling with at the moment. And it looks like Whelp's going towards the Acceptor as well.
And Roshan. Being harassed by these Plague Wards on the Dire side. And Anti-Mage will probably be the target for the Aegis. And he's so close to his the Butterfly already. After killing off Roshan, it'd be very close to enough gold. TA might look to try and blink in and steal what she can, but she gets earned up at the moment. Slowed down as well. The Venomous Scale does actually miss her. It's Roshan going down now. Too much of a hitch there. And that's the full Butterfly. Like, no way is anyone on the Radiant side going to have an MKB anytime soon. TA might go for one, but I think the BKB is more important. Slark could also go for BKB. He's actually just finished up the SNY.
Yeah, and this is, like you said, this is the auto win button coming out from Rhyme Stack, it looks like, with this anti-mage. He's not died yet, he's 5-0-1. So much farm, 336 half an hour in.
Whoa. My hero.
So the 7.3k plays coming through.
We do have some quite big items though for the Radiant. Needs Assassin. Burrow has the Burrow now. And Tusk with the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, and that's really going to help the Tusk get up close to be able to throw out that first hit Walrus Punch. But XENEX are just on the back foot.
Yeah, TA does have a he's got an Ogre Club in the stash, so that will be a BKB coming out, I would imagine.
Dire's top tower is under siege.
And Slark just having to be careful because the Earthshaker as well as the Night Stalker's hunted him out on that bottom lane, so he is forced to be away from that lane onto the top lane, and it's...
Do we have an engagement here? It's Anti-Mage taking some harass here, but they can't hit it. I swear that was like 3 misses in a row.
RNG, please.
It's only a 25%, it's 35% of aim, it's fairly significant. That's 1 in 3 hits, pretty much. Shaker looking for the blink, there's the Echo Slab, they weren't ready for this, Rhyme just came in straight away. The Spike Carapace does come out from Sudal, who is currently burrowed away, but it's not going to keep him alive. Double kill for the Bean. Tower, the Raxar falling, and GG is called by me. Pre 30-minute GG coming out. I think this is the Radiant realize there's no way to come back from this, and the Anti-Mage is just too fat. They don't want to suffer anymore. They want to save their strength for the next game, where they will be playing up against, in the lower bracket final, up against Unmade 5, who are ranked 3rd. So currently the rankings are working out pretty much as expected.
Yeah, and so it is going to be Rhymestack moving on to the finals. I think that's it now. They hit the finals, so we're going to have, is it 2 more games?
No, just 1 more game.
Just 1 more game before the
the
actual
final
finals.
of the lower brackets, which will be Unmade 5 versus XENEX, which will be a best of 3. And then after that, we'll have the finals, which will be a best of 5.
Awesome. So, yeah, so it's going to be Rhymestack being able to take like an hour-and-a-half break, something like that, be able to get something to eat, come back refreshed. And XENEX need to slog through it. They're going to be constantly playing now for till the end of the tournament, I guess, if they actually manage to get through.
12 o'clock tonight, probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks guys for tuning in for this game. If you liked it, please feel free to follow me on Twitch, or you can follow Robin Roll Gaming on Twitch or on Twitter. That's in the top right hand corner. But thanks, Rob. We'll be back very shortly for the next game. Hey guys, welcome back after a very short break. We are now in the lower bracket final of the UKDOTA November Open. I'm Zambrella and joined by Robin Roll Gaming.
What's up, guys? Glad to be back for this second day, going straight into the lower finals, straight into the finals. Hopefully no more delays, you know, we'll get through the games pretty streamlined.
So this is UnmadeMorons versus, didn't select a team, but this is XENEX. XENEX just lost 2-0 to the Revenge of Ross, or Soup Stack. Well, not Soup Stack, Rhyme Stack.
Rhyme Stack, or Whelp Stack, or any other, yeah.
The Revenge of Ross. They lost 2-0, but XENEX have already played Unmade 5 in the upper bracket semis, and they won 2-0. So I'm sure there's plenty of pressure on UnmadeMorons, but there's still pressure on XENEX to repeat what they've already done.
Yeah, as the Doom gets through for the first time that we've
ever.
Casted, ever in the history of 6.85 is the Doom allowed through to be picked.
So it's clearly they favour the they don't want to give Meat his Invoker.
Yeah, not only that, they must think that they have a way to deal with the Doom that just makes him ineffective. Well, not ineffective, but you know, they must have a way to strategize if they want to give the decks here ban instead of picking up banning the Doom. So I want to see this draft. I want to see something strange. Like last time, the Venomancer worked really, really well. The Slider being picked up, but the Venomancer worked really, really well against the TA. That I'm still surprised they picked a TA into a Venomancer.
But they get the Slaughter Dazzle for giving away the Doom, which, you know, actually I think could be stronger.
Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of Manus armor coming out. And once the medallion comes out for the Dazzle, you might even see the Shadow Fiend just go for that complete minus armor strat.
Yeah, does work well, but Winter Wyvern coming in, great counter because you can protect your ally from all physical damage while healing them with that Cold Embrace. So that's definitely worth noting. But Radiant don't want to deal with that that SF you were talking about, and it's banned straight away. Clearly, both teams, they get what they want, and they're pretty strong, but they're also fairly easy to target your bans against. For Doom, I'd like to see. Playing against Doom, I think two great ways of countering Doom is one, have way too many heroes for him to try and Doom, or number two, Lincolns and Lotus Orbs.
So what you're saying is UnmadeMorons should pick up Meepo.
That would add an extra 5 possible targets.
And so yeah, just obviously it's a standard standard draft at the moment. I wonder if it is going to be the standard Earthshaker, Wraith King, Anti-Mage. Seems to be standard UK pickups at the moment. It was actually, have we seen the Wraith King win a match yet?
That's a good question, actually. I don't think we have.
No, I don't think we have either.
That's man. That's what we need. But I think, you know what, I'd love the UnmadeMorons to pick up? A Witch Doctor.
Oh, Witch Doctor.
The amount of minus armor with his ward, his death ward, it would just be absolutely insane.
Yeah, especially if you get that Agnum Scepter on him, you get the weave down, and the bounce around then.
Yep.
Reserve time.
I also think Witch Doctor is a pretty good support, because if UnmadeMorons were to pick up something like I don't know. I was gonna say, I guess Disruptor might be okay. You can just glimpse the Doom back if he's gonna try and go on someone.
Yeah, I do think the Witch Doctor is good, like you said, good support just with that cat bouncing cast, the heals that comes out obviously from his Voodoo Restoration, and I never get this the right way around. It's.
You talking about Static Storm and Kinetic Field?
No, on the Witch Doctor, it's Malefice on the. It is Malefice, isn't it, that comes out from the Witch Doctor? Yeah, because the Enigma has something similar, and I always get those two confused. But yeah.
No, it's Maledict.
Maledict.
It's Malefice on the.
Um, But yeah, I just think Maledict's a good spell early on, especially if you can get the amplified damage there for the right clicks coming out, because obviously he takes the bonus damage. For every 100 damage you take, you get a bit more damage added on every time the Maledict ticks. So, I like Witch Doctor as a pickup, and as soon as you have the Dazzle, it's actually going to be the Lich pickup. But yeah, I think the Witch Doctor is a good pickup.
Yeah, but they go for the Lich instead, I think. That's going to help their lanes. They could run like a Slardar Lich dual off lane. I think would be really strong. And then you can have Dazzle +1. Imagine if you just like chuck something like a Clinks in there.
Yeah, Clinks might actually be quite good on the side of UnmadeMorons, just because he can sneak up on heroes with the amplified damage there, with the flaming arrow, the searing arrows as well. It'd actually do quite a lot of damage.
Yep.
10 seconds.
But I feel like you might be putting all your eggs in one basket if you try something like that.
Yeah.
They go with the Gyrocopter. He's great, you know. He's got that physical damage, synergizes with the weave coming out from the Dazzle. The cooldown is a bit of magic damage as well. Slow everyone down. You got the Lich ultimate bouncing around as well. That Chain Frost. I am absolutely loving UnmadeMorons draft at the moment. However, though, XENEX, their draft is, I feel, could be equally as potent. They have the Doom that got through. They have the Winter Wyvern plus the Queen of Pain. There's plenty of synergy there, and Rubik is going to have an absolute field day.
Yeah, imagine if you could steal something like the Weave or the Chain Frost or the Cooldown once the Winter's Curse comes off and traps 2 or 3 heroes in there. You know, you're going to have a dead team on unmade heroes. So they really need to be careful what spells they use and what they let the Rubik steal.
Yeah. But the Juggernaut was banned though, interesting. And now the Ember Spirit, I think, would have absolutely sealed the deal for UnmadeMorons draft. So it's a smart ban out coming out from XENEX on the Radiant side. So the last pick now for UnmadeMorons, I guess, will be their mid hero. What's left? No Invoker. No Wind Ranger either. No TA. No SF. No Ember Spirit. What's left? Do you go for the Lina, the Leshrac maybe?
Oh, Leshrac. Yeah,
they've only got 10 seconds to decide.
5
Meepo.
No. Puck.
Reserve time.
Please be a Puck. They go with Magnus! Oh my god.
Was that a Magnus pickup or was that a...
No, it was Magnus. It's got to be, because it works so well with the lineup as well.
No, yeah, you're right. It does actually go quite well. I was just shocked because it ticked down to that 0 seconds.
No, this is a Magnus. Oh, I'm so hyped. I love Magnus. Is probably his top 3 favourite heroes. And the synergy, we're just going to see, like... Okay, we're gonna get 5-man RP into a cooldown, into a Lich ultimate, Slardar, 5-man crush. He's got the cleave on him. He's just gonna destroy everyone. Man, I'm so excited actually. Like, seriously.
Yeah, and as long as UnmadeMorons can find the Blink Dagger on the Magnus, it is, like you say, it is a really synergistic lineup with those ultimates, with the Slithering Crush there as well, with the Flak Cannon. Even with the Shallow... No, the Shadow Wave, the tick as well. A lot of burst damage when the heroes are grouped up, so XENEX need to be careful with the space and with the grouping. But then again, the same for UnmadeMorons with the Wyvern, Winter's Curse being there, with the Sonic Wave, whatever the Rubik steals.
Ooh, Mirana.
Okay.
Interesting. Right, before we get in here, I'm gonna blow my nose.
And hands up anyone that saw the Mirana coming, because I didn't. But great hero with the engagement, obviously with the Shadow, just be able to make his team completely invisible. Obviously, though, it needs to be watching out for wards of jam and dust. But it helps with engagements, it helps runs away. She's got that long range stun that could actually be put together with the Rubik Telekinesis or the Winter's Curse.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, man, this is going to be so exciting. So pumped. We have a pause, but this will give some time to say who's playing what. What's going on? So on the Radiant side, we have Team XENEX. We got Ichigo on the Rubik, Mute242, playing the Winter Wyvern, Sudol on the Doom, Watson Water on the Mirana, and Meep on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and over on UnmadeMorons, we're going to have NYZ on the Slider. We've got Cabe on the Lich Elements, on the Gyrocopter, Chocolate on the Magnus, and Ice onto the Dazzle. I don't think that's the actual... That's not the Ice, but it's one of the Ices.
Right, so is this a farming Mirana? It must be.
I assume so, yeah. It's going to be an offlane Doom, it looks like.
It's definitely going to be a farming Mirana. With her increased agi gain, she is a much more viable carry now, I think. And it can work out. I don't think she's the best, but it's definitely not bad. And there's plenty of offensive capabilities during the lane with the Rubik lift into the arrow. It's definitely something to worry about. However, though, the Dire side now, they've grouped up as 5. Looking to maybe... Oh, they're going to catch out Sudol. They know Doom is going to want to put down a lane ward. They put their own observer ward down. Sudol, no! Don't do it, man! Yeah, he is... he's
dead.
They eat a tree,
Yeah.
can't go through. He's like, oh my god, there's 5 heroes here. This is first blood. Going the way of... actually goes the way of the Dazzle. Chocolate tried to take that. They couldn't. Excellent reading of the game from Unmade there.
As the pings come out, the angry pings, it looks like, to say, where was team? Why weren't you supporting me? Omfk.
I just realised I didn't quit Dota, so I've still got this little visual artifact on the right hand side. It's not, hopefully not too distracting. But Meep is going to pick up the 100 rune, and so is Chocolat on that Magnus. You know, I actually don't think the Magnus Quap matchup is too bad for Magnus. He's fairly tanky. He's got 4 armor. He didn't actually he didn't get Stout Shield. He's just going to go straight towards that bottle as fast as he can.
Yeah, and he's actually going to have it pretty much within the next 20 or so seconds. The good luck, have fun coming out after the first blood.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going to have it within the next 20 seconds or so. I think he's going to have a bit of a problem for the first... I don't know, again, he's on 125 XP out of 200, so he's going to have his level 2 soon. Going to have that shockwave pretty quickly. But just for the first few wave and a half, let's say, I think he's going to have a problem up against the Queen of Pain. That he's going to be able to throw out the Shadow Strike a bit more damage once he's in and around that creep wave.
Yeah. But yeah, what I quite like when I play Magnus up against Queen of Pain is Queen of Pain. When you hit level 6, Queen of Pain obviously wants to go for the kill, and she can solo kill. But if you're quick enough, you can RP. When they sort of blink, she'll blink like from here to here onto you, under here. You RP. She's right underneath the tower, and she suddenly takes so much damage because she's a squishy hero, and you can totally turn around a fight. It's kind of crazy. Pause into an unpause into a pause. It's not good for the Magnus. Magnus kind of needs the you don't want too much of a ping, because landing those RP skewers can become a bit of a tricky when you're dealing with a lot of ping and you get missed RPs and then the team flames you and then you cry and uninstall Dota.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes down. Obviously, once he gets that blink dagger, that's what he needs to be looking for, the clutch RPs. And if you're 3 seconds difference with that ping, apparently 400, then you're not going to be able to land them. So
we're actually going to have a Slardar up against the Lich here. A Slardar and Lich up against what is going to be a defensive tri-lane, I think.
It actually feels like it's going to be a Doom jungle after being picked off for that first blood. And a Winter Wyvern off lane?
No, he'll go to the creep. He'll go to the jungle, find a good creep, and then make his way up into the top lane.
Yeah, maybe it might actually be a dual lanes.
That's probably what they'll do.
Yeah, Sudol needing a bit of protection, and the Winter Wyvern able to get around with that Arctic Burn.
Oh, it does not look like the ping is too good for Chocolate. I'm gonna have a 5-minute pause for now. Oh man, so excited to get into this game, and then All the hype is just gone. Come on, lads. So, 5 minutes.
That's what Soodle wants, and obviously Soodle is playing admin as well as player in this game. You know, so.
So, hey to everyone in the chat. Just because I'm hosting this game, please go check out my lovely co-caster Rob and Roll Gaming's Twitch and give him a follow as well, because he does plenty of casting as well. So share the love around.
And yeah, I don't actually use my Twitter, but if you want to follow me on Twitter, because it does point out anytime I go live, it's actually the same as my Twitch. As we get some more bad manners coming out from. That's just a bit of banter between the two teams, it looks like.
Maybe I shouldn't have it on this view. Then people can't see what the chat is. You want to see what all the banter is about, don't you?
It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, it's just they're asking about I-56 at the moment, it looks like.
Still. Don't we mean to Ken win?
Yeah, anyone wondering as well, I-56, it's a £5,000 prize pool, I think, this time, split over
Shit, that's pretty good.
The 8 teams, yeah. While XENEX breaks from the inside.
I'm not even reading this. I think I might tweet at what's his face?
Rust Soup.
Not Soup. Durka.
Durka.
Get him to retweet or something.
As the pretty paintings come out onto the map, I was wondering how long this would take.
Dum-de-dum. Let's play some Osu. Have you played that game?
No, actually I've not, no.
It's a game to try and increase your mouse accuracy and speed.
Oh yeah.
So you have these things called beat maps. So you like click along to the music and you have to click, and looking at like really good people play it, it's insane. Like I can only play it on medium difficulty.
Oh yeah, I've seen people play that, and
they do it for like warming up.
Yeah, that is mental. It is. I suppose it does improve your mouse accuracy, clicking accuracy, stuff like that.
It really does.
I'm not good enough to even try and consider like even entertaining the idea of playing that.
He's letting it settle down. Oh. Well, he's back in the game. We have the Magnus back here. rage, so much hate and salt. But we are going into this game now. Magnus actually has to be really careful here. Is he even in this game? Oh
yeah.
god, this actually could cost him. Will Meep be kind? Meep is not going to be kind. Skewer into the shockwave. There is no shockwave as he's only level 1.
Oof, the turret, yeah. One more hit from the tower then would have been enough to kill the Meep, it looks like, as well.
That's a bit unfortunate. I don't know whether he was all in here. But they did restart the game and they did say it was okay, so...
Well, he's teleporting down now, and obviously he must have been here to use the skewer to a point.
It does get hit by that Shadow Strike. Queen of Pain's now level 3, so it's going to be quite tricky for him. He might try and turn to use the skewer. He's got to be very careful. Has the bottle finished up? Will Queen of Pain blink forward? Got the dagger, but it probably would cost her life. It's not really worth it at the moment. She's still ahead. Where's her bottle coming at? Another 50 gold and then he'll have it. She does blink forward, gets shockwave. Magnus got to be careful, misses the right click up the hill, so we're going to end it there as Magnus, he's not going to be able to bottle through this, which is it's a bit of a pain. That shockwave is not going to do enough damage. It's only 75 damage at level 1.
Yeah, he does really need to be careful, but he does have the skewer there as well, so it's 70 damage from that and 75 damage from the shockwave, so if Meep's not careful, he's going to get taken down pretty low from these shockwaves.
No. So Magnus forced to go towards that bottle now. Fill up towards the rune to fill up the bottle. But so, how is this Morana faring up against this dual lane? So she's kind of been sat on her own at the moment. Doom is still in the jungle, only level 1. Rubik level 2. Meanwhile, in the off lane, Mute has.
Watson's actually going to go down here. This came out. Actually, clutch leap to keep himself alive.
He's throwing out the arrow now. Is it going to hit? It's going to hit onto the Lich, but is there any follow up? She's got the level 1 Starstorm, but Slardar is looking to protect him. But that is going to be a salve almost wasted from the Slardar, and in comes the Doom with the searing, with the scorched earth, and I think this might be a death of Slardar. Very long range crush there, and Slardar is going to be able to sprint himself away, and KB is also going to be fine here. Throws out the Frost Blast onto the Doom, so Doom's going to take a bit of damage from that, and it looks very back and forth there at the moment. One moment it looked like the Morana was going to go down. It was a very nice arrow. It is the Sperm Arrow.
Classy, keeping it classy.
It's so annoying. I hate it's really annoying. It does not look like an arrow. In fact, the arrow is more of a javelin anyway.
Its hitbox is slightly off as well. You know, you never know whether you're actually in a line to be hit by that arrow.
Yeah, man. Screw skill shot spells. This Wyvern's still in the off lane, and it's been zoned out completely by the Dazzle. So it's still sitting at level 1, nearly level 2 though. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Magnus has only got 4 last hits up against Meeps. Meep is currently sitting on 15, so 3 times as many as the Magnus, but I guess it's to be expected. But I think this is one of the issues with Magnus going for a bottle first. He doesn't have anything to protect him from the right clicks from Queen of Pain, like Stout Shield, and he might be going down here. The right clicks coming in from Magnus. One more will be enough. Queen of Pain's got the blink if she needs to use it. Isn't even going to bother. Ticks down to that poison dagger, and I think this is...
Meanwhile, let you go. Rubik's in trouble here. The Schladder is going to find the last right hit. The bashes, sorry, not the bashes, the Slithering Crush coming out, keeping him in place. And Chocolate getting a bit bored of being picked off, it looks like.
Yeah, I actually think this was a huge mistake trying to go for the bottle first. If you're going to get some melee hero, you absolutely need your Stout Shield, or at least some more armor. I mean, he's got 5 armor, so he doesn't need this. He just needs the Stout Shield. It was too greedy going for the bottle first, and although it sounds like a good idea, I think in reality...
I don't know, Meep's just been skewered back into the tower range, taking a hell of a lot of damage. He does have a bottle to heal himself up, though. And all of that cost Magnus was a shockwave. Yeah, he did get shadow struck, but
I think Meep can get the kill now. He can blink in and Sonic Wave if he's got enough mana to do it. He doesn't quite have enough mana. He's going to do it now. Throws out the Sonic Wave, blinks forward, and that's going to be a killing spree for Meep. TP cancelled as well from, I think it wasn't the Dazzle. Who was it? From someone, and this Magnus is not having a good time, unfortunately. I would love for him to have a good time so that we can see some wombo combos, but he has now died 3 times against the Queen of Pain, and Queen of Pain, a hero you do not want snowballing out of control.
No, especially not against a Magnus, where it just gets harder and harder for him to pull the lane back. Possibly though, I suppose the Gyrocopter, he really needs his farm. I was going to say you could possibly move the Gyrocopter into the mid lane and then look to move the Magnus onto the top. But while he's getting a free lane, getting a free farm, he really needs to take advantage of that.
Sorry, Magnus. Although Dazzle's now in the lane to help him out, which I guess is the right thing to do. And in fact, Meep going forward, this could be very costly. The skewer, not going to connect. This has got a surprisingly long cast time.
Yeah, and this is definitely something with the shallow grave now. That's something that's needed the past couple of minutes that just offers that little bit more protection onto the Magnus.
Screw Queen of Pain, such an annoying hero. Now level 2, Shadow Strike. A lot of extra damage. Throws out that Scream of Pain as well. Gets a bit low, but obviously has the bottle to heal herself back up. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see Glitch does get caught out, lifted up and brought back into an arrow. The right click's coming in, is going to be enough to finish him off. Rubik taking that kill for the Radiant side.
And this just, like I say, it offers Jarakops a free lane because obviously the Wyverns move back down to protect the Mirana. Rubik's hanging around anyway, doing the stacks, doing the pulls. They've got the Dazzle helping the Magnus in the mid lane, so Jarakops is going to pull it as well as free farm. He's going to be pulling all of the XP as well.
Yeah. This is a good point. I mean, you lost your mid lane, but top lane for your Gyro is going so well. And they force Meep back towards his base now, so it's going to be some free CS for the Magnus. And maybe a way back into this game.
Oh yeah, you never write a Magnus off 7 minutes into the game.
Although Queen of Pain TPing in the top lane to deal with this pesky Gyrocopter, and Gyrocopter moving forward now, but here comes Meep. It's going to throw out the Sonic Wave, might not even need to use it on Element. Pseudo might go down, he doesn't. They finish off the Gyrocopter, this is what I was talking about earlier. It is only a level 1 rocket homing missile as well, so...
Actually surprising that he's gone for the homing rocket at all. Usually you see as the Lich dies, the Scream of Pain Sonic Wave in the back of the tower. But yeah, usually you see the Gyrocopter go for the full points in the rocket barrage and full points in the flat cannon instead of going for the points in the homing missile, which only usually comes later in the game. But I suppose when you are up against a Doom that needs to come forwards for his farm, any stuns and any slows to get a harass onto him is something that's going to give you a bit more of an advantage and look to be able to get a bit more kills.
I think this is one of those personal preferences kind of things sometimes. Like the extra one hit with the flat cannon is maybe not, you know, homing missile as a value point. It's probably better than the extra one hit from a flat cannon.
Yeah, like I said, definitely up against the Doom, up against the melee hero that does need to come forwards once the lane's pulled to the farm. It does offer a bit more. It offers a bit more fear factor, you know, because will the Doom get caught out? Will be stunned up and stun locked and slowed long enough for him to die?
So Magnus is now 20 last hits up against the 32 of Queen of Pain. He is still 3 levels behind, because Queen of Pain is now 4-0. And like, this is one of the things, right? So people are always like, oh, the mid should be roaming, should be ganking, whatever. But I think that's...
That was about 5 patches ago. Yeah, I think the mid now needs to be not position 1, but it's fun priority. You see it with the Invokers, you see it with the Queen of Pains, that they need to be the ones sitting in the mid lane, getting the farm, and it's actually, I think now it needs to support roaming into the mid lane, looking for those ganks.
Yeah, and also the other point is that you leave the lane, right? That means your opponent mid lane is gonna, like, let's say you go to the top lane, you get a kill. The top lane, the Magnus is gonna have probably 2 creep waves worth of last hits over you, plus an extra level. So actually ganking, it really makes it, when you go back to that mid lane, it really hampers you compared to the other mid laner. Yeah,
I think the only time a mid lane should leave the lane, let's say for the first 15 minutes, or yeah, about 15 minutes, the only time you should leave the lane is if you've got a guaranteed kill and you've got a TP back, and it's a guaranteed kill onto the carry, or, you know, to slow down something that's really effective, like a gank onto the Doom before he gets his level 6 and he gets his Doom, which he already has now.
Normally that involves having a favourable rune like an Invis or a Haste or something. But anyway. Level 6 now for the Slardar, so he's got that amp damage. And there's actually a bunch of stacks in the jungle now, look at this. This is possibly the dude's table, and Meep just gonna blow up that Dazzle. Dazzle doesn't even have time to get that shallow grave onto himself.
Yeah, and he paid the price. He did see the Queen of Pain. I'm surprised he actually didn't pop the shallow grave as soon as he saw the Queen of Pain coming towards him and just try and run from that. But I suppose even if you do use the shallow grave, the Shadow Strike tick's going to go for so long that you're probably going to get the kill anyway.
Yeah. So Marana, with the help of the Winter Wyvern, taking this triple stack inside the hard camp. With the help of Starstorm. It's going to be her complete phase boots. She's got a complete magic wand. Plus Aquila, farming okay for sure here. 40 last hits. However, the Slaughter actually has more last hits. And a little more farm than the Marana.
Yeah, the Marana was left 2v1 for so long that I'm not surprised the Sider has a bit of a lead. Not a massive lead, but just a bit of a lead at the moment. Quinnipian actually going towards that Orchid. So if her reactions are on point, she's going to be able to silence that Magnus as he blinks in before he can get that eye off.
Yep.
So maybe that's where the OSU practice comes into hand.
And also, what you can do is if you have vision on him, you can precast it on him, which is really handy. But we've got a smoke up now coming in with the Magnus, the Dazzle, and the Gyrocopter. They're going to try and finish off Meep if they can, but Magnus, he's got no blink, so he's actually going to have to skew it into the RP. But yeah, that was unlikely to get now. Chocolate being pulled back, the skewer as well into the double RP, but actually it's outside of the cooldown range, but it might not matter as Element moving in here now. Got a max level rocket barrage, and here comes the Lich Ultimate bouncing around. Element taking some tower hit damage, but he should be fine. They do get the Queen of Pain, and they get the Rubik, which I didn't see go down. And they're going to get this tower as well, most probably, as the weave comes down, giving them all extra armor. Oh, actually, what happened was I didn't realize. So, Rubik stole the skewer, right? And then skewered the Magnus back into the two of them, so that allowed him to get the RP.
Right, yeah, because he skewered and he...
Yeah, I was like, how's he got another skewer up? Oh dear, oh dear. That's why he was saying thanks.
The misplays all the time. So first we see Rhyme trapping his Night Stalker into an ice prison, and then the Rubik giving up 3 kills onto the Queen of Pain.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Actually, the Jericho getting gone on there. It's been hit by the arrow, and that's the Winter Wyvern gets the hit with the Ice Shard as well as the Splinter Blast. The Splinter Blast is the Ice Shard, the Arctic Burn as well as the Splinter Blast. And Jericho just got caught out. He was stun locked for so long that he just couldn't do anything. The Marana arrow just kept him in place, and he was dead.
Okay, Shockwave stolen by the Rubik. Magnus has now got 850 gold plus Arcane, so we should have, obviously I think if your lane had gone much better, you'd have a Blink Dagger around now. However, that's not going to be the case. Okay, the lift up, Magnus get lifted up right as he skewers. So they're not going to be able to get the kill on Rubik. RP up in 8 seconds. Where is this Queen of Pain? Rotating into the Dire jungle. It's going to run it headfirst into Dazzle. Dazzle is definitely dead.
Not paying attention. No Shallow Grave again, yeah.
That was just too quick. There's no way he could get Shadow Grave off here, but Beep does have to be careful. Has the blink though. No skewer to get in target. No blink on either the Slada or the Magnus. Once again, Dazzle falling for the second time to the Queen of Pain. This brings the Queen of Pain even closer to that Orchid. Only the recipe away, which is about 825 gold or something.
775.
775. Okay. Oh, Doom is getting wrapped around on. He's a goner for sure. I'm sure Magnus would love to get a kill. They're going to kill him off before he goes underneath the Moonlight Shadow. Although Rubik getting hit by the cooldown Lich. He's not going to be able to find him because Rubik is invis. So the Moonlight Shadow may not have helped the Doom up in the top lane, but it does help the Rubik survive.
Yeah, and the Chain Frost was actually used for that, it looks like. So that's 2 ultimates down. The cooldown on cooldown. The cooldown on cooldown. I mean, that massive. But the Chain Frost is 120 seconds, I do believe, at level 1. So that's a massive cooldown for a field gank.
Yeah. So, the rotations now up to the top lane. All 5 heroes of the die now rotating in. And that TP was it was good cancel coming in from Soodle because that would have been his death for sure. So first tower of the game going down, going the way of the Dire, but it's probably the least important tower of the game for the Radiant. So it's just a little bit of injection of gold, not really any loss of map control or anything.
Actually, statistically, the least important tower in the game for both sides because it's not near Roshan. It's your tier 1 off lane. It's not near your jungle. You don't give up any jungle control for it. So yeah, that is the least important tower in the game.
Slada with the Blink Dagger now. might be looking to try and set up kill if anyone goes to contest this gyrocopter's farm. I'm very curious to see how this Mirana picks will pay off. She's going to go for the drum. I wonder if she wants to then pick up something like the Deso or go into a diffusal blade.
I think a diffusal blade works alright, but you do have mana boots on to your Magnus, so it's a bit of a trade-off. You do need to probably focus down the Magnus with the arrow, with the diffusal blade for it to be effective. But again, it does have the slow, so she's going to be able to chase down targets as well as the leap. So maybe the diffusal blade, and maybe looking to pick off the Lich and pick off the Dazzle and heroes like that.
There's a Blade Dagger on the Magnus now. Wyvern's got an invis, but so what I find quite interesting actually is this Doom. He's going to go for a Vlad's. In fact, he has a Vlad's, a very early Vlad's. The extra armor could help with this team fight coming out from Unmade 5.
Dark light.
Still quite curious. He's going that over like a Blink or an. I guess Axe isn't so good now since it just got nerfed. Not quite so much damage. And is there any? There's not really any sort of passives you want to break on the Dire side.
I suppose the bash from Slider, but yeah, apart from that, there is not. It's not really worth it.
So Safling Tower for the Dire does go down. The Queen of Pain getting the last hit on that. She's got an Orchid, so she's surely going to be looking for kills. But Dire now, 5 of them, all on this bot lane. 4 of them smoked up. Mirana hiding in a little cubby hole. Are they going to be able to find her is the question. I don't think so. Hence why they get a nice aggressive Observer Ward down, and they're going to rotate back to this mid lane. But they're not going to find anyone because all 4 heroes of the Radiant up in this top lane, bar this Mirana, who has used the Moonlight Shadow to escape her little hidey hole, which may have been her death hole.
They've got to know she's there though, because the arrow did come out. Moonlight Shadow about to wear her off, but on the wrong side of the trees.
Oh, cooldown coming in from the Gyrocopter. It's still going to hit the Doom. Doom does Doom up this Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter goes down extremely quickly. Here comes the Lich Ultimate. Only one bounce onto the Doom. And now Slala, he's going to have to make himself away. He's sprinting. The leap forward from the Mirana does get the extra. Gets the Starstorm on the Slala, and they're just going to commit the Wyvern ult. To pick off the Slala is certainly worth it as Queen of Pain screams. Slala down to his death. A blink away from the Magnus. Telekinesis does not cause any damage. And Chocolat is going to run away. Doom was picked off. I think it might be Creeps that finished. Actually, no, it must have been the Dazzle, even though it was Creeps. So a 3-for-1 trade. I think we find XENEX comfortably in the lead at the moment. 6,000 net worth and about 5,000 XP so far.
And Dazzle just happy. Obviously, carried Dazzle taking that. Oh, arrow's so close to hitting the Lich.
So the Radiant are managing to take them 2 towers in quick succession. First the top T2 and now the bottom T1. This is map control, but here comes the blink coming in from the Slada. If they can finish off Meep, this would be game. The RP gets cancelled. He does finally manage to get off onto the Meep. The Lich Ultimate is bouncing around them, doing an awful lot of work for now, but 2 heroes already down on UM, and that's 2 big heroes. The cooldown coming in from the Gyrocopter, as actually the stolen RP locks the Gyrocopter into place. The Black Cannon doing some work here. Doom without Doom for 14 seconds as the Element gets himself healed up and then graved by his support Dazzle, but this isn't going to keep him alive for very long. 4 heroes down. Make it 5 when this Dazzle finally goes down to the double kill of Doom. And XENEX taking a great lead here in this game after the team fight kind of going disastrously for Unmade 5.
Yeah, and it does actually look like it's going to be the Aghanim Scepter coming out from Sudal now. He's picked up the point boost already. He's got 1,400 gold. As did Meep just have a stroke? Is that what this typing's about?
I don't know. What did he do?
Oh yeah, actually he's just talking about he spent his gold. He's bought up his full Aghanim Scepter now, so he has an Orchid and an Aghanim Scepter at 20
He
minutes.
was killed by a neutral creep.
Right.
I guess he made a mistake. Where was he standing? He was. I think he was standing here.
Yeah, he was at the Ancients.
He just must have killed him. Okay, I don't know. I don't know whether he was on super low health and just wanted a free trip back to the base, but it doesn't really make much sense.
Mistakes
he did buy up. buyout.
Yeah.
So. And we see the top 3 net worths occupied by Radiant heroes now. That's including a Doom that had what I feel was an awful start. So actually he picks up a casual point booster and has gone back for the armor item in the plate mail. So maybe it's a casual plate mail he's got. It is one of the best items for armor in cost.
Yeah, maybe just to stop, obviously, the weave, stop the amplified damage, which you're going to be looking out for. Take a look at the items as well. There is no medallion up just yet. But again, amplified damage and weave, super minus armor, which you don't want to be fighting up against. So anything you can do to counter that. Meanwhile, there's another team fight. Nice is going to get Shallow Grave, but the Rubik is going to go down with the call down. The last actually gone on Gyrocopter. Winter's Curse is there, so KB might actually be careful as well. Just couldn't get the Chain Frost off. The Magnus actually gets in, gets the RP, but he's going to die as well. And it's another full team wipe going the way of XENEX.
That Sonic Wave like cut through like 3 heroes.
Yeah, and just I think it was instead of skewing into that, the Magnus needs to skewer away from that and try. But he did get the RP out, which wasn't really effective. So
Yeah, he used it at the beginning of the fight to kill off the Rubik, didn't he?
yeah.
That was half their team fight gone. And I was about to say before that team fight broke out how, you know, even if you're behind as a team with big team fight, there's always the potential to come back. But not looking so good for Team Unmade.
No, if you look at the team net worth.
Whoa, 15k, 22 minutes into this game. Similar story with the XP. It's Dire doing what I think they really only can do, and they're not even going to smoke up here. They're just going to rotate around and try and take Roshan, and they can do this. Are they being spotted out? They're not. There's no vision from the Radiants on the Roshan, so they can do this fairly quickly with the likes of amp damage. It's only level 1 though. Gyrocopter going to come in and add some of his own physical and magical damage as well.
The weave is there as well, so only -5 once you take away the armor that Roshan has. Oh no, because it's halved as well, is it? I'm pretty sure that was a... Oh, arrow comes through. That's a long-range ass arrow onto the Gyrocopter that's stunned for full 5 seconds. But there is no follow-up from XENEX. They are just going to say, well, let them have the Roshan. There's nothing we can do about that.
Well, that's pretty nice. An extra life on your gyro is always helpful. The extra XP and gold go in the way of the team as well. It's the Radiant. They're smoked up in the mid lane, but everyone on the Dire side is down to this bottom lane. They want to try and get a second tower for themselves. This tower is going to fall down very shortly. This fortification does come out. But they're going to have to quickly make themselves back all the way to the mid lane. Actually, Morana now has the Yasha, so we'll probably go towards that S and Y. Slardar, he's sprinting forward, maybe going to look for the Blink Stun, gets it onto the Morana, but is immediately orchided up. Here comes the cooldown, getting the Sonic Wave off, but Slardar doesn't quite go down to the Soul Burn, but he does go down to the Queen of Pain Dagger. So that trap was sprung from the Radiant side, and nets them a kill.
It's actually a Shiva's Guard, so it's a casual point booster into the Shiva's Guard.
He might go Ags now, I think. I've seen this quite a lot. Is you get the casual point booster, it gives you the extra little bit of mana, extra bit of health to survive, but then you have to go back to the armor item because you're a squishy low armor Doom.
Yeah, but base armor of 2, yeah, plus 20. So, not the most tanky armory of heroes, I guess you'd call it, but still a decent amount now. He's sitting second in the net worth, and nobody from Unmade is close. The closest is Gyrocopter sitting at 8.4k.
Rubik steals flat cannon. I always think Rubik flat cannon looks really funny. Now Slardar maybe looking to go forwards, blink forwards, catch that the Wyvern, but Wyvern is invisible. They're still going to throw down the cooldown. Mute 242 is trying to duke it out. Skewer misses. He might actually make his way out of here. Okay, he probably uses the Coil Brace, but in comes the rocket, stunning him up, and use the rocket barrage. Chocolat finishing it off with a shockwave coming from his staff hammer thing.
So the Manta Star now coming out from the Marana, as well as the BKB coming out from the Queen of Pain. She's only about 1,000 gold off finishing that. which is going to be massive, seeing there's a lot of damage. Apart from the slider, who's actually going to engage on now. Knights is going to die. Just get the Shellgrave. Arrow comes through onto Chocolate, who's going to be stunned for a full 4 seconds. Weave comes through, but the Shellgrave wears off. Element's going to go down. The Aegis just popped as well. Blink forward, but Chocolate's not going to find anyone. RP onto the Doom, but that's not going to cost him his life. The Chain Frost comes through, and Zoodle is going to die there. But it's a 2-for-1 as well as an Aegis. An Arrow. Oh, so close to Element, splitting the wickets between Elements and the Dazzle a bit further on. Gyrocopter is going to get out. The Telekinesis is there. The Chain Frost comes through. That was stolen by Rubik, it looks like. Yeah, Shellgrave is there onto Element, but the right clicks are enough to take him down. This might actually be another full team wipe as Ice goes down. But the Lich was back up in time just because he's such a low level that he respawned. But it was a full team wipe for the Doom. And I forget what I was saying just before that happened.
Me too. But what I'm quite surprised is Morano actually goes for the Manta style. I would have probably expected an S and Y, but either way, this Queen of Pain is doing some serious work. Nearly got a BKB now after getting the axe.
That's what I was talking about, the BKB on the Queen of Pain. It is a lot of magical damage with the Chain Frost, with the Frost Blast, with the Shockwave, with the Dazzle Shell Wave, the Call Down. It's only really... The Gyrocopter has his right clicks, but it's only really the Slider that's pure right click damage with that amplifier damage.
Yep. I think actually getting the BKB shows a lot of experience from me coming from me, because I think a lot of players would feel they're really far ahead and not bother with the BKB and go for another damage item, like go for the Hex or something.
Yeah.
And that can actually be a really big mistake, because you can still get nuked down, and that damage is always going to be there from the Dire, and it might be a way to pick her up. By going BKB, she basically secures the fact that she's not going to die. Or really, really shouldn't die in these fights, and that will mean no extra gold going the way of the Dire side. Stuff like that, and the smoke coming in from the Dire, but I don't think they're going to find anyone. They're going to have to rotate onto this mid lane. And they're maybe going to go back up through their jungle to try and clash with the Radiant Heroes. But they've Moonlight Shadowed. And it's going to break the smoke. And the Dire are going to be like, hey, what's going on? We can't see anything. Why is the smoke broken? Wyvern is going to break it all. But they can't see it. They need to put down a sentry now. Cooldown comes down. They do find the Winter Wyvern. So she's not going to get off her ultimate. Queen of Pain uses that BKB. The stolen Chain Frost once again bouncing between Creeps and Slardar. So Slardar will fall. And Doom onto the Gyrocopter, the Sonic Wave, eating through the Creeps plus the Dazzle. Element being chased down now. Only Magnus left alive for now. Blinks away up to the side shop. He's going to TP himself out. The lone survivor of this skirmish. Or team fight, I should say. Element just calls the GG. This game would be extremely hard to come back from. And XENEX taking this 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, so that was actually a really quick, another pre-30-minute game, and XENEX, it was looking quite even after the Magnus got dominated, but then XENEX took 2 or 3 team fights in a row, and it all just went their way. There was no way for Unmade to come back, and the Queen of Pain just got massive.
Yeah,
look at that 16 kills.
It does really, I think it does fall quite a lot on that Magnus kind of getting owned.
Yeah. In
that early game, the Queen of Pain snowballed just way too hard. And I guess the thing is, the Morana and Doom just didn't die that much. I mean, the Morana especially.
Oh yeah, the Morana didn't die at all, yeah. So, even though the Doom gave up first blood, managed to be clever, went into the jungle, got a bit of farm, and then once the Gyrocopter moved off that top lane, then he went to the top lane and started looking for his farm through the Dire jungle, and just played it brilliantly, I think.
Yeah. So that's game 1. This best of 3 of the lower bracket final. So remember, if XENEX win this next game, they knock Unmade out of the tournament and will be facing once again up against the Revenge of Ross, also known as Rhyme Stack. But we'll be back very shortly for game 2, so stay tuned. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the lower bracket final with XENEX Gaming going up against UnmadeMorons. XENEX Gaming won last game, but can UnmadeMorons, with this IO pick, make a return? We shall see. What are your thoughts, Rob and Roll?
A bit showing your hand, really picking up the IO straight away. Because the next then can ban all the combinations like we saw yesterday when the IO was picked up, and the next two bans were the Chaos Knight as well as the Tiny. So, okay, it is a good pickup, but I think they've showed the hand just a tiny bit too early.
Maybe. So the Doom is banned out once again. Don't have to deal with that crap. And the other usual stuff, UnmadeMorons banning out the Invoker. They don't want to go up against Meeps. But straight away, Tiny wasn't picked up by XENEX, so with the IO, UnmadeMorons pick up the Tiny for themselves. So yes, you do show off your hand already. However, it's a fairly uncounterable combo.
Yeah.
You can get Disruptor, who's pretty good, because you can either glimpse or just put a Static Storm where they're relocating on.
Yeah, so Tiny, I'm assuming it's going to be a mid lane, like IO Tiny combination. So anyone going up against that needs to be careful from the toss as well as the avalanche combo, because it is a lot of damage as well as the spirits that come out from the IO. They do a lot of damage on their own if you get caught out in those.
Yep.
10 seconds to go.
But yeah, I like the AA pickup actually because it stops the heals coming out from the IO, or at least it possibly can. You have to hit the Ice Blast, but
yeah, actually a really good point. Yeah,
and like we said the other day, Slardar versus IO I think is really good as well. IO has like no armor. If you put the amp damage, you can 3-shot him.
Dyer's pick.
But, these bans are quite interesting, as XENEX Gaming banning out the Magnus and Night Stalker, whereas UnmadeMorons they ban out the Queen of Pain and what we were talking about in the first game, or at least they were talking about, is the Warlock.
Yeah, XENEX threatened to break out this unknown Warlock strategy, so UnmadeMorons don't know whether that's actually a bluff or not, using one of the bans for the Warlock, and I'm sure XENEX are cursing them right now.
Yeah, but they get the Darkseer, combos pretty well with the AA, and not too badly with the Slardar either, with the Ion Shell on top of the Slardar, plus the Vac into a 2, 3, maybe even a 5-man Slitherine Crush, but good synergy already. But of course the IO Tiny combo is pretty insane. I think Tiny on his own is just can be so strong just because of his Avatos combo.
Yeah, if he finds a weaker hero out in the middle of nowhere with that Avalanche Toss, you are looking at a free kill, and then once he starts to build into the Aghanim Scepter, as well as possibly the Manta Style, Moonshard, AC,
yep,
and starts building up with that attack speed, he does become a real hassle to deal with, especially someone with a right-click hero like Slardar, just because of the craggy exterior.
Yeah, and I mean, we want to go with the Earthshaker. I feel like this is almost more of a counter pick than anything, because if Earthshaker was on XENEX Gaming, I think they would have a very strong lineup.
Yeah, with the Ice Blast, the Echo Slam to keep people in place, and then into the Vacuum Wall, as well as the Slithering Crush. It is a decent pickup by UnmadeMorons, just to, like you say, try and counter that pickup, because that would have gone really, really well with the rest of XENEX Gaming.
I am worried. I guess this might be an off-lane Earthshaker. I'm a little worried if it's a support, because like I said before, Earthshaker on his own, because it is going to be IO Tiny in the mid lane, most probably, not definitely, but most probably, a solo Earthshaker supporting a carry can be a little weak.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, you could really run that Earthshaker, like say, in the off lane, or you could swap it a bit round. Go for possibly a jungle hero, run the Earthshaker in the solo safe lane, and then pick an actual dedicated off lane hero. Which, just ideas, because Earthshaker, obviously you want him to get that quick blink dagger, you want him quick mana boots, quick levels, everything quick on the Earthshaker really, but he does manage to find the farm with the, because he can initiate again with the Fissure, and then that's all he needs, something to close the gap, which when you have the Tiny there, could potentially toss him into an Echo Slam.
Oh yeah,
So-
of course, yeah. Oh, I'd love to see that. That's always fun to watch. But XENEX Gaming now thinking hard about their 4th pick. They need another support and a mid hero. There's no Queen of Pain for Meep to snowball out. No Invoker either. No mid Warlock. Maybe we go see another mid Veno or something.
Possibly an Ember Spirit. Just because of the flaming shackles. If the tiny IO, if the IO does get tossed onto him, but we get a Zeus.
Nice, interesting. But this will be up against an IO Tiny maybe. And if you get a stick on IO, right, it's doubly effective if you think about it. Because when you're tethering someone, you give the heals to Tiny as well, or whoever you're tethered to.
Yeah, and Zeus is going to be spamming out that Arc Lightning like there's no tomorrow, trying to find those creep pickoffs in the mid lane.
You know, it could be a support Zeus though. I like this, right? UnmadeMorons, they've got 3 strength heroes. XENEX Gaming have 3 int heroes.
Anti-mage. Anti-mage.
Oh shit, anti-mage is there. Why are they not picking up the anti-mage? I guess the only issue with anti-mage for UnmadeMorons is Tiny and IO taking a lot of farm off of the map.
Yeah, that is true. But then, by the time I think IO and Tiny start to rotate off that mid lane, the anti-mage should have already picked up his Battle Fury anyway.
10 seconds to go.
And should be
Maybe.
looking to farm that jungle and farm the other lanes that the
5
Tiny IO isn't on.
seconds.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, anti-mage would be pretty good. I feel like Disruptor is also as well as being a pickup for UnmadeMorons, it's almost like a counter pick, as it denies XENEX Gaming that Disruptor, who is good against the IO and Tiny. Although I would be fairly surprised if Disruptor was picked up by XENEX Gaming, considering that's another
10
int hero is pretty squishy
seconds to go.
against the Tiny, who has that
Dyer's pit.
the Avatos combo. But we'll wait and see as XENEX Gaming. I don't think they'll run the Zeus as support, but I feel like they need someone to be on the front line a bit more than Slardar. I guess Darkseer is pretty good at initiating, and it's pretty tanky for an int hero anyway.
Yeah,
10 seconds to go.
I'm not actually sure who they could pick up. A Bristleback might
5
work
seconds.
if they needed someone to, soak up a lot of damage.
Reserve time.
Adds a bit of tankiness there. Can go for something like the Crimson Guard.
Yeah. Might want something that works with the Zeus globally, who can gank on their own. I would have said a Clockwork, but they've already
Nature's
got
Prophet.
their off lane. Ooh,
10 seconds to go.
maybe. They go with the Sand King. Extra team fight.
Radiant
Combos with
pit.
the Darkseer.
Okay, so it does possibly look like it's going to be a mid Zeus from that.
I would more than think so. Finding UnmadeMorons. They're going to pick up their last hero now. Probably looking at a carry here. And like you said, Anti-Mage is there, but I just feel like Anti-Mage would be a little greedy. Especially as XENEX Gaming, they are all about this early mid-game aggression with their lineup.
5 seconds.
Possibly.
Reserve time.
I'm actually stumped.
I think something, maybe like a Clinks would be pretty good. I'd also say Nyx obviously would be pretty neat as well, but I think the Earthshaker will be in the off lane.
Yeah, it might not potentially need to be someone that needs a lot, but someone that benefits from having that solo safe lane. Or even, a bit Gyrocopter again.
I've
I was
heard,
gonna say, yep.
yeah, I've heard people say Element can only play Gyro, but it's not true. It's not true. I think I saw him play off lane at Epic, so he's got plenty of heroes he can play. So right, UnmadeMorons with a IO Tiny going up against XENEX Gaming's early to mid game team fight orientated lineup. Who will win? We shall see. In the second game of this best of 3, where XENEX Gaming are 1 game ahead in this lower bracket final. Whoever wins this set matchup will end up playing against the Revenge of Ross, or also known as
Rhymestack,
Rhymestack.
yeah.
Rhymestack. Rhyme stack.
Get ready
So XENEX on the dire side this time, and Unmade on the radiant. Now, will we see a first blood? I don't think the trick is going to work again for Unmade. So I don't think they're going to do it again.
No, possibly they're not, but it does actually. Darkseid needs to be careful there because everyone is rotating to this bottom rune on the side of Unmade, and there's a fissure there to keep him in place if he does come out too far, as well as either the avalanche or the toss. So, as the pause comes out,
Of course.
if you look at the vision for both teams as well, Soodle just can't see Element.
Oh no! They might have. I think he might have seen him earlier on though. Like he was just up a little bit higher.
Oh, he must have done. Yeah, just where he was in the path. Yeah.
Yeah, they're backing off now. Don't really-
Soodle is going to run himself away.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
As Element chases,
It's almost time.
sits just in front of, just outside of tower
Yeah.
range, but just in front of Soodle.
Yeah, Dog's here, teasing him with the Observer Ward. One hit, okay. So Darkseid takes a bit of damage coming from Charo. That's hilarious. So Meep on the mid Zeus, he's gonna get this rune, and I think they're gonna. Io's gonna be taking this 100 rune.
Well, hope you like
That means
blood
he's gonna get his
baths.
bottle. It's gonna help him and the Tiny out in this mid lane. And the thing is though, like normally if you're going up against a dual lane, like a Tiny Io, you want to give your mid laner like at least have another support hero in the lane with him. But neither Ancient Apparition or the Sand King can really fill that role for you.
No, well, the Sand King, I suppose he has his Burrow Strike if the Tiny comes up really too far ahead, he is doing now. But apart from that, yeah, the Sandstorm doesn't really offer a lot of protection. In fact, with the Avalanche, it offers a bit more of a problem than it does protection. So I think Meep's going to be on his own for the first few minutes of this match, but he's shot a bit low with the Arc Lightnings.
Meep equally low as well. And but remember, Tiny does have some stick charges, which he already used. Zeus throws out that lightning bolt, and straight away Chocolate has to use that salve to keep him alive. We see Earthshaker complaining about being harassed down by the Ancient Apparition. The Fisher comes out, just trying to secure himself a last hit as he right clicks into the Ancient Apparition. But Soodle already hit that level 2, so he's got the surge if he needs it, which is very important for him in the off lane. Sand King coming up into the top lane. They get a slithering crush on Earthshaker. I think Earthshaker's going to be in a lot of trouble here, especially as the Sand King rotating and misses the Burrow Strike. I don't think it's going to really matter. He is going to go down one way or another. He's trying to eat his way out at the moment. Uses 2 tangles, throws out the Fisher, rotating up into this top lane. The Ancient Apparition trying to get the last click, but Starter gonna even use the Slithering Crush there, and he does finally go down. First blood going the way of XENEX as a lol comes out from the Earthshake on Unmade. As we have another pause coming from Io. Oh dear. He's lagging.
Actually, I think the one advantage Meep has in this mid lane is obviously he's a solo hero up against 2, so he's going to get all the XP, where Chocolate and Standing Ice... Did I really just call him Standing Ice? Where Chocolate and Ice need to be splitting that XP anytime Io is in the lane. Of course, he is going to be going off stacking that jungle. But as far as it goes, Meep is level 3 compared to the level 2 of the Tiny and level 2 of the Io.
Yeah. Oh, Chocolate's... He's got to be really careful here. Is he?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, he's back. I think Meep was actually being a little kind there. He probably could have gone for that, I think, but saying that he wasn't moving, played him.
A lot better manner
Having
this
some
time around.
Good manners.
Yeah.
Maybe, or maybe I don't know. He might not have had the lightning bolt up, so maybe he thought it was some sort of bait. But a regen rune for Io is obviously fantastic. And the top rune was actually taken by the Sand King.
So
Meep might be a little bit upset about that.
Yeah, blocking his bottle, that's really not what you want.
For sure. Last hit, plus hitting the mute, so... But Earthshaker's pretty low, and he's got no more health regen to speak of. Disruptor gyrocopter combo is very potent because you think you've got away, but then the glimpse comes in and you're right next to the gyrocopter who's got a rocket barrage and is dealing ridiculous amounts of damage. Oh no, Tiny pausing again. Oh no. So we have another
the DOS calls coming out for the £50 UK Open tournament.
right. I mean, I could understand why they'd want a DDoS chocolate. I mean,
Oh, of course, the plays for days coming out from chocolate, so especially on that Tiny, they don't want it to get ahead.
so we are gonna have another pause. It looks like so I guess Tiny he's gonna get his phone and plug that in and tether it maybe. I remember like so I was in this house share and the internet was down for like 2 months because of like some other contract that was going on, so they had to wait for that to go out before we could start the new one. It was stupid. Anyway, but at the time I'd just got a new phone and Vodafone were offering like 3 months of unlimited data, which included tethering.
That is deadly.
It was amazing. So I was like, it kind of came at the perfect time. So I was like, oh no, I have no internet. Oh wait, yes I do.
I'm assuming it was these decent speeds as well, you know, something that you could...
Oh yeah, it was like, 10 megabits per second or whatever. I wouldn't be able to stream with that, but I wasn't streaming at that point anyway, so...
As another toilet break comes out, because everybody has the bladder of a 5-year-old.
Oh, I do. Oh. Looks like people are ready. It's not going to be quite 5 minutes this time, which is obviously a nice change to things. I'm just going to see how many people are watching in the ticket.
A whole 9 people.
Where is it? I can't even find it. I guess it's most people's dinner time. Oh,
Yeah.
Tiny isn't moving.
As long as everybody comes back for the finals.
Oh yeah. Final should be great. Tiny is still not moving. Oh god.
Maybe he's trying to lure them to a false sense of security.
Yeah, it's the bait. It's like the TP bait, but it's the disconnect bait. Good old Reborn. Three sneezes in a row. That's crazy. Uh-oh, Meep could be in some trouble. Hit the toss. Oh, it's on the creeper, not onto Meep. Zeus with a lucky escape there.
Yeah, and he does have his bottle coming back out now, just in time for that probably to be used and then the rune to come straight back up. So he's going to be able to spam out his arc and throw his lightning bolt, which is doing 275 damage at level 3 per hit. So the Wisp needs to be careful how close forward he goes to that, because it is only a 6-second cooldown.
Yep. So no disastrous events for anyone. Only the first blood. After these pauses, hopefully there won't be any more pauses. So Darkseid's pretty much got that soul ring as well now. So constantly spam out those iron shells. He's got to be careful when going towards the side shot, because that's obviously what he's going to want to go for. Looks like Zeus is taking some damage to these pesky little IO balls flying around. He took a couple of hits from the tower, and like I said, he's got 0 armor. which I guess is in a good situation when you're against Zeus, because Zeus is all about the magic damage.
Yeah, but he still has to be careful from ganks rotating in. Though I suppose there isn't a lot of right. Again, there only is the slider right-click damage coming out from XENEX.
Oh, Shaker's finished his Soul Ring, so that'll be a good bit of passive HP regen. Plus, obviously, the ability to continue farming with that Fissure. Back in the mid lane though, the stun up onto the Zeus, they toss the Tiny up over to him, and I mean the IO, and that is going to be the kill onto Zeus. The IO and Tiny. The combo is real.
Yeah, it's
Now 1-all.
deadly combo. You've actually got to look at the stacks there as well. I think it's a double stack for the first camp, the medium camp, and it's something like a quad stack for the hard camp.
Oh, it is as well. Jeez. Yeah, those. You don't want the IO Tiny to go and take those. Gonna leave those for the Sand King, I guess. When he's got that level 3 Sandstorm, he can take them fairly efficiently.
Sure, if Unmade want to leave that for the other team, that would be perfect for the Sand King.
Are you talking about the?
I'm talking about the the
I was talking.
stacks
I thought you
on.
were talking about the Dice. Look, if you look in the.
Oh no,
Dice
yeah,
trigger.
that's stacked there as well.
But
Christ.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is a quad. This is a quad stack here as well. Yes. Okay. Both sides have some decent stacks. So currently, Chocolat is taking this one.
Actually, I think if he mute gets both those stacks, that's pretty much his blink dagger.
Oh shit! He's going for the. He's going for the extreme. The bare bones. Then Soodle in some trouble in the bot lane now. Is he going to get Glimpse back? Glimpse back all the way next to the Disruptor now. One more right click. It's going to be him dead. Jaro comes and gets the kill onto Darkseer. Darkseer's second. Only his first death of this game. Yeah, I'm
Just going to keep an eye on Mute here in this
Yeah.
jungle as well, because he is level 4.5 now, so that was just that stack was 1.5 levels, so that could be his level 6 if he takes the other quad stack, and it's definitely probably going to be but it's more than likely going to be the blink dagger as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you saved up that much gold, why not? Oh, he's going to.
He's actually trying
He's
for
gotta
another
be,
stack, but he's close to death, yeah?
Yeah, he's going to be fine. He's going to get it. I don't know if he's going to get the stack though. Holy
Yeah, well,
moly, he did it.
does.
That's a penta stack. This is just magical to watch sometimes. These creeps are just gonna go nuts. What is going on? Oh no, Soodle is in some trouble. He does manage to surge himself away. There's the glimpse, bringing him back though. The cooldown is going to be used as well. Soodle's second death is imminent. And as Jarakol's taking it once again. Meanwhile, Mute 242. He's going to be getting his level 5. Close to level 6, plus that Blink Dagger now. He's done a really good job there. In terms of CS, Tiny is actually nearly 10 CS ahead of the Zeus. The Slardar has been free farming away.
And Sand King has level 6 and a blink dagger at 7 minutes in, 8 minutes in.
You called it. But it's going to be a blink for Tiny. A pretty naked blink as well, so both sides are going to have very fast blink daggers. Sub 8 minutes, which is very impressive.
Yeah, but that means the Tiny's going to be able to blink onto the Zeus, toss him back, and then throw the avalanche if he tries to run back past him. Or any other ganks he looks for as well. It's a decent amount of engagement with the IO being able to tether him up and fall in later on.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I think my mouse just died.
That's not good.
It's okay, it's a wireless one, so I will very quickly plug it in. Dun, 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 dun.
As we move...
Okay, we're back in. We're back in.
Good stuff. Yeah, the Zeus just drops a lightning bolt onto the Tiny, which took him down to a decent amount of health.
Oh,
But
here
there's a
comes
blink
the
for the
blink.
avalanche toss. And...
Okay. They didn't toss him back. The ball needs to come in, and he's bottling through it all. Io is very low. They need one more arc lightning, but that was a mistake from the Tiny. One more right click coming in from this range creep, and it's gonna be enough. Tiny does blink in further underneath the tower. Maybe Sand King will look for this, but because he doesn't have boots, there's no way he's gonna catch up to the Tiny.
Well, it does have a blink dagger plus it's a level 3 burrow strike there, so...
Let's boot.
That's a good amount of range on that.
Tiny really needed, because he didn't quite get the Aval toss combo for the extra damage underneath during the avalanche. He needed to toss the Zeus back towards the Io, but he just tossed him straight up into the air.
Yeah.
Which it cost Io his life, but it's still a good trade if you think about it.
Yeah, again, that extra. Well, it wasn't the best because he was taken by a neutral creep. It wasn't that Tiny that actually got the last hit.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I think it's just a split, assist gold split between Tiny and Io, which is it was less than 200.
Oh no! Here comes the blink onto the Earthshaker. The stun as well. Cold feet. Gonna proc, and Sand gets the kill there with the Sandstorm. Easy pick off there. And Slardar has got a Midas plus power treads now, and he himself will also probably be looking towards go for the Blink Dagger. So things fairly even so far in this early portion of the game. Zeus he's got his Thunder God's Wrath up once again. And also Ancient Apparition with the Ice Blast. That's some global stuff there actually.
That is actually going to be pretty big with the Epicenter as well as the Thunder God's Wrath. If you can find...
you don't even need half your team there.
No.
Dire's top tower is being attacked.
Are they going to go for Meep here? Looking to go blink forward. Tiny. Oh, he got his blink cancelled by the Arc Lightning.
Actually, I think Tiny needs to be careful there because if he does blink forward with the Thunder God's Wrath, like we were literally just talking about, and the Ice Blast, I think you're trying to bait Tiny into a bad decision.
Ice Blast misses the Earthshaker, who rotates to come mid. Io is heading back off home to pick up some items, refill that bottle as well. There's oh dear, Tiny has DC'd as he can't move again. Oh no. Ah, he's reconnected. Hooray! These are some strange bugs coming out of here.
Oh, the joys to be born.
I think it's more the joys of computer games.
Radiant's top tower is being attacked.
So we actually have Sand He's smoked up behind this Darkseer now. He gets surged forward. He's got the Ion Shell on him, looking to try and get this Earthshaker if he can. He's channeling the Epi. He's going to go for it, but Element knows what is going on, and he cancelled it.
Just moved before the Epicenter come off. Yeah, I thought you would have channeled the Epicenter anyway while being used the cast time.
Oh, the relocate! It didn't bring in the Tiny. I think Tiny was left on his own, or maybe it was just a relocate for Io by himself. Gyrocopter gets the kill instead of the neutral creeps, and a 1-for-1 trade, but not the best.
No, I would have thought you would have gone for the Epicenter anyway and just tried to get the last couple of waves down on that instead of completely cancelling it.
Yeah, it might have been a mistake. I don't think he would have been able to catch up to the Gyrocopter though. Gyrocopter moved away too soon after the Darkseer got a bit aggressive too soon, I think. So that's a wasted smoke, although in this Tiny going straight onto the Disruptor. Easy pickings here. Sand King is here with the Burrow Strike, goes onto the Io. Ice is going to be okay, I think. He's got the tether up in 2 seconds to go towards this Tiny, although the Slardar sprinting forward also has DD plus Slithering Crush, but it's going to be the end of that. And is there some annoyance happening in the bottom lane or something? I don't know. Mid lane seems to be the place to be, where all the action is taking place. There's 4 Radiant heroes are here. Sand King plus the Zeus for the Dire. Ice Blast flying forward now. If this lands on someone, it might be a Q for the Sand King to go. It does land on the Tiny, but Tiny is a bit tanky with 1500 hit points. They wouldn't be able to bring him below Shatter HP range.
Yeah, I think that would have been good if it hit someone like the Disruptor and the Thunder God's Wrath as well as the Blink Burrow Strike would have followed up there for the kill. The Tiny, you're never really going to guarantee that without putting yourself at risk anyway.
Still with this Blink Dagger. I wonder what he goes for next. Here comes the next Ice Blast. He's going to hit onto Chocolat. Well, at least the debuff does. The Thunderlord's Wrath comes in, though. It's not going to be enough to finish off the Tiny, especially as the Io is there. If they manage to actually get the initial damage from the Ice Blast, it might have been enough. But actually, with the overcharge reducing the damage on Tiny, it would probably still wouldn't have been enough, but it would have been closer. It was a nice try. Just couldn't quite calculate it right.
Yeah, but this means that the tiny Wisp combo need to be full health nearly enough all the time because they know they're going to keep getting harassed by this Ice Blast. And then there's going to be damage from the Lightning Bolt, which is a decent amount of burst damage, so they do need to be careful.
So what do you think of this Meep getting the Veil?
Oh, there's a relocate onto the Zeus. Meep's in really big trouble. The Avalanche actually hits. No, it missed. There's a toss comes in from the Tiny anyway. Meep is going to go down, but it looks like he's trying to take the IO with him. Yeah, the pick up the through and pisses him off.
Yeah, that was a good relocate. That Veil of Discord did something, but I thought he was going to bottle through it, but the Earthshaker came in with a timely Fissure to secure that kill onto Zeus. Meanwhile, bottom tower being pressured by Soodle. Where is this Gyrocopter? Gyrocopter rotated back up to this top lane to try and get some farm there. He's got a Sange, probably going to go for that Yasha after to bring in the harmony of the S and Y.
Radiant's bottom tower is under siege.
Earthshaker on about 800 gold at 15 minutes in, so not really close to his Blink Dagger at the moment.
And it's actually going to be an Ags for the Tiny. How could I forget about the Ags? Just helps him farm more, extra tower, extra siege damage.
Yeah, with the overcharge,
Stats.
they're adding the bonus attack speed as well. It just, with the cleave, it just makes the wave clear and pushing down towers so easy.
So 7 and 4, 15 minutes in, looking over at the net worth and the XP, 500 for both for the Dire, but that's pretty much nothing. Ice Blast coming in, he's going to hit on the Earthshaker. They find him, Blink, Burrow Strike. There's the backup TPs coming free from the whole team. The Echo Slam is committed. There goes the Thunder God's Wrath as well. Means he's got to spot out the Tiny. But Tiny is going to kill off the Sand King, so it's off support for off lane at the moment. Soodle trying to do what he can to run away. The right clicks are just going to be too much for now. The toss killed by his own creep. So hell rains down.
I told you Chocolate was trying to bait them. Just like, oh yeah, guys, I can't move, I'm useless. And then he's on to a killing spree.
1200 gold. Halfway to that Ags now. But this Slider, he's found himself a Blink plus another 1200 gold. This Midas is definitely paying off for him. It's a slightly more farming orientated game. Yasha nearly complete for the Gyrocopter as this tower gets pressured, but the Ice Blast is coming in. Gonna hit on Element and Chocolate. So this might force them back, or at least take some time, allow the Dire to regroup and defend the tower.
Yeah, and it looks like actually Watson is going straight into that BKB off the Blink Dagger for the Slider, which is, I think, is a good choice. I think that's a standard build for the Slider.
Slider's now going to be forced back because of the fortification coming out on the tower, though. Blinks forward, goes onto the Disruptor, and Disruptor melts.
And that just makes it even easier for them. Zeus getting a bit of what he needed.
So
I mean, okay, he's not too far behind, but he needs to start looking towards, maybe building towards that, except for now he does have 1200 gold if he wants to pick up the point booster.
Gyrocopter getting caught out here as Zeus seems to be everywhere. TP's to the bot lane. He's dead, but the relocate coming in. 3 heroes. The Fisher is going to catch onto the Sand King. Sand King is going to be the casualty, but that is all for now. Zeus turning around. This might actually cost him quite a lot if Soodle wasn't actually there with the Surge, but he was.
Yeah, and that's, if we take a look at the items, again, Tiny is about 1300 gold, 1200 gold from finishing that Ag Scepter, and I think once that comes out, you're going to be saying goodbye to your tier 1 towers, because I think that's the point for then Unmade to start grouping up and start taking some good map control from the side of XENEX.
Dunks is now finished that mechanism. Should be help for this team fight. They're going for Ice Blast, firing down into the top lane. Yeah, it's not going to hit on anyone apart from some creeps. In fact, doesn't even get fired off in the end. Oh, the glimpse back onto the Zeus, taking so much damage here, plus the Static Storm just to make sure.
Yeah, and now they know. They're pinging that ward out now. They know it's there.
Earthshaker does go down in the bottom lane. Sand King plus the Darkseer, who will look to take this tower now. Fortification is there for the Radiant if they want to use it, but I think the Radiant is going to try and trade mid for safe lane tower. This mid tower is very important for the Dire side.
Zeus actually picked up a Hand of Midas as soon as the recipe comes out now, or as soon as it completes when he respawns. That's actually pretty good because it means he is going to be able to get that Aghanim Scepter pretty quick. He might actually look towards getting the Sheep Stick to help deal with the Tiny. But it does mean that he's going to be able to, once he actually catches up with the Hand of Midas initial gold, spending the 2,000 gold on that, it is going to accelerate his levels and accelerate his gold growth as well.
Yep. Just after looking for the glimpse. Oh, can't quite get in range of Soodle. Yeah, like I said, I think Hand of Midas is okay. Interesting skill build, item build. Bottle, Arcane, into Veil, into Midas.
I think that's, I mean, I think the Veil actually works really well because obviously you've got the Epicenter to back it up, you've got the Ice Blast coming out as well, so anything to help boost that damage as we get another pause is going to be worth it.
On the dire side.
Yeah, so like the Aghanim Scepter from the Zeus, if you went for that straight away, it does boost his Thunder God's Wrath damage, but the Veil of Discord helps boost the entire team's damage.
Yeah. I like it a lot. Oh no,
oh, Soodle needs to be careful.
Could be in some trouble. He's got to blink forward. There's the other stun combo. The Duck's here keeping himself alive for now with the mech. There is the Urn on him and the long range attack coming in from the Tiny. Ice Blast is...
not on anybody, no. It's completely missed.
It looked like it clipped, but maybe not. Well, clearly not. That's the SMY for the Gyrocopter. He's been quietly farming away. But man, has this Slardar been farming though. He's nearly finished that BKB. 156 last hits. Top of the net worth.
Yeah, and this is just what, like I say, creating the space for the Slardar and letting him get that early Hand of Midas. This is just what he does. I think Slardar is one of... I mean, I know he is now with 6.85, but I think quietly he's been one of the best carries for the last 3 or 4 patches. It's just no one really bothered trying him out. I know Loda played him a lot before it became popular. Echo Slam in the middle, it hits on the Zeus as well as the Slardar. The relocate comes in, and that is a dead Slardar, a dead Zeus. Actually, the Epicenter comes through as well, but the wall's going to keep them close. Sloodle, he needs to be careful. He's going to be able to get out of that, yeah. Good kill from Tiny. Soodle needs to be careful. I think actually the homing missile, unless he gets taken down, this is going to finish off Soodle.
Is it? No, it's only level 1. It does like no damage.
Oh yeah, that's true. But yeah, I think Slardar quietly was one of the better carries, and he has been for a while. Just because, again, I think Chocolate can't move once again. Otherwise, he would have denied that tower. But yeah, you get that Hand of Midas as the pause in the disc.
No.
I says no. But yeah, for engagements, just once you get that Hand of Midas Blink BKB, that kind of sets you up then, because your amplified damage is there, and that's like another, it's basically a built-in AC.
Yeah. Everyone on the Radiant did get quite low, to be fair, during that fight. Sanking, hiding out now. He went for the Urn. He's actually just going to blink himself away and then TP back to home. His HP was way too low. I'm not even sure that relocate was really needed.
No, probably not.
Like kills were there already, but they nearly managed to pick off another couple there. Slardar. Oh, it did die, so he's not actually going to have a... He would have been very close to that BKB. Shaker. Showing off that Blink Dagger with that Echo Slam in the mid lane. That's 3 heroes in the ring. Going to push up, including the Io and the Tiny. Pairing up together to try and take the last T1 tower left for the dire side. XENEX in a bit of trouble here, for sure.
And this is going to be the BKB after this creep, it looks like, for Slardar. Which he needs to get, I think he needs to get, if the relocates are going to be coming fast like that, he does need, because he needs to be able to block the toss as well as the avalanche, and to be effective, really.
Yeah, BKB is a really good item this game. but maybe it might just be coming out a little too late, or at least the rest of his team might not be able to be effective enough. Although 3 of the Dire side, they smoke up for now, leaving the Zeus on the bot lane, but obviously he's got that Thunder God's Wrath, although it'd be nice if he had the Veil available. Ice Blast now coming into this top lane. It's actually just going to hit on the creeps, and the Raiden, it might look to Scarpa now.
Yeah, I think that Ice Blast came out a bit too early, because even if it had got there, the follow-up wouldn't have been there. The Slayer was a bit too far off. The Sand King with his Epicenter was still getting there, so it could have been better timed.
Have an engagement here. Do they see Io here? There's the Earthshaker coming in, but there's the BKB from the Slaughter. They need to try and focus someone. He's got the Slithering Crush, finally gets it down, and straight away the Disruptor's going to go down without getting his ultimate. Now the Thunder God's Wrath picking off the Earthshaker. Io, they know where he is. They throw out the Thunderbolt, and Meep gets a double kill. Can they get more? This could be the turnaround fight. Gyrocopter tries TP out, but he's going to get hit by the Ice Blast. Sand King with that Burrow Strike cancelling that TP. It is a full team wipe. Oh dear. Oh dear. This might be a little bit of salt. Zoodle says he'll play with one hand.
That kind of evens things up.
Oh dear. So it was a bit annoying that he couldn't move, but however I thought it was great initiation from the Dire side. This is what their lineup does best. Team fight was kind of insane, and can they get a tower out of it? They have to be careful. Disruptor still has his ultimate. The Glimpse bringing him back into the Static Storm kinetic field combo as well. Darkseid is there for the mech if he needs to use it, which he will use straight away. Relocate, only bring in the IO. I has to be very careful here. He could be in trouble. Swamp, double blink, double sandstorm, Burrow Strike there. Echo Slam being used, cancelling the sandstorm from mute here, but Shaker goes down very quickly there. Tiny disconnects again because he can't move.
Yeah, I think this isn't going to go well. I don't know whether it's his connection, because even if he's disconnected, reconnected a few times, I don't think this would be, you know, a bug that stays with. Should ask if they want to redo the match.
There's no save feature in Reborn, so it'll have to be a whole new game. He thinks he's getting DDoS. Very nice, good sportsmanship here. Oh, Slaughter goes a bit far forward, forced to use the BKB here, and he might actually die. That was a definitely a misplay there. You're going to use the Burrow Strike into the trees if he can. Actually, he's just going to use it to try and stun up as many people as he can. It goes invisible. They should be able to see him here. They even commit a cooldown. Finish him off. So a couple of maybe unnecessary deaths for the Dire side there.
Yeah, just hanging around a bit too long. They should have got the kill. Was it onto the... Oh. As the Thunder God's Wrath comes out and just instantly... Okay.
As you do.
But yeah, they should have got the kill. They tried to stick around for the tower, but they should have known everyone else was coming back up, and they should have just got away, I think.
So
but I guess that's why the UK pros and I'm just stuck here.
Don't make it sound like it's a bad thing.
Oh no, thoroughly enjoying this. And I hope it's going to be like a monthly thing or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So currently, Roshan hasn't really had a look at. And considering, I guess they do have Slardar's amp damage, but really no other damage to bring it down, so both teams not the best at taking down Roshan. So Tiny's got 4,000 gold saved up. What does he go for now? Probably the AC.
Yeah, I'd assume he'd move on to the AC. Well, it's actually BKB.
Okay, it's BKB. Sand King, Burrowing Strike forward onto the IO. IO does get the rune though.
He does have the brace there as well if he wants to go into the drone afterwards, just again for a bit more attack speed, a bit more move speed, for chasing people down.
I don't think drums would be worth it at this stage of the game, to be honest. So, yeah. I think BKB, he'll probably drop his bracer for the BKB. I know, drops his TP scroll.
And Ice decides to destroy that TP scroll. Okay.
What a bastard. This blast now flying down the mid lane. It's going to catch on KB, but there's no follow-up. It's kind of just being a bit bothersome. As Ancient Apparition, it's only 1200 gold from that Aghanim Scepter. Really boosts up the damage and the duration coming from that Ice Blast. Meeps Axe is also fairly close. Glimpse back basically to the same spot, so he's going to be okay.
Looks like Wisp's going for that 100 Defiance as well. Possibly building it into the pipe, because obviously there is a lot of magic damage on XENEX. It will negate the effect of the Veil of Discord. But so far it has a string of regents.
So that's actually a bunch of BKBs coming now. Gyrocopter and Tiny both having BKBs could be what they need to turn this game around. Element was smoked up, is revealed though. Looking to try and go on something, cooldown straight onto the Slardar and the Echo Slam. It is a solo one, but it is a big one. Catching out 2 heroes there.
Yeah, and Ancient Apparition just going to let that Ice Blast go through. Not even worth launching the second one.
So this could be the time for the Radiant to push forward. Storkling blinks up onto the high ground. He gets spotted out here, but there should be plenty of backup here. He's going to be flying. Glimmer caped up.
Dire's middle tower is being attacked. Radiant's top tower has been
interesting
destroyed.
to see the IO go for the Glimmer and the Pipe. So he's going to be extra magical resisty.
Dire's middle tower is under siege.
Zeus, he's got the Blink Dagger. So he blinks forward. And so does the Sanking onto the IO, but the backup coming in from the Tiny. And Sanking was well aware that that was a possibility, especially as he's got the Observer Ward down to see. Actually, had the Observer Ward here. Sees the Tiny.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah, and I think the pipe as well as the hooded, the Glimmer Cape is something that he needs to look at. Definitely again, which he's going towards now, because not only do you have the Veil of Discord coming out, anyone caught in the Ice Vortex as well is going to take increased magic damage up to 30%. So it's, you know, anything they can do to negate that on the side of Unmade is always going to be a benefit, seeing as 4 out of the 5 heroes are magic damage based.
So game pretty quiet now after there's been a couple of team wipes either side. Zeus with the Ags. So what are both teams waiting for now? Like, when is go time? They're both happy. Sitting back for now, it seems like.
Honestly, I think it's as soon as the Aghanim Scepter comes out for Ichigo. He is only about 700 gold off that now, and if you look at the rest of XENEX's lineup, they do have pretty much all of their items. The Aghanim Scepter now coming out for Meep, the mechs there for Soodle. Mute has his Force Staff as well as his Blink Dagger. So, unless they want to wait for the AC to come out for Slardar, or even the Sheep, no, it does look like it's going to be the AC, with the Plate Mail as well as the Chain Mail coming out onto him. But then if they wait for him, they're possibly then again waiting for the Sanking, Aghanim Scepter, or whatever else he's going for, and then they're waiting for the next item on the Darkseer. So I do think he needs to start thinking about going for that team fight pretty soon before the Tiny gets too big to handle.
The blink forward from the Io. Here comes Zeus now. They did blow a lot of their magic damage and they hit the 2 BKBs. Very useful to Tiny and the Gyrocopter. And Zeus is still alive for just a little bit longer. One more right click is more than enough, no. Although Gyrocopter, he does get stunned up as well, but now kept alive by Ice. Zeus the only casualty so far, moving on to the mid lane here. Earthshaker takes a bit of damage, but the rest of the Dire, they want to scarper out of here. Soodle using the Force Staff, trying to get himself out of here. On the Blink Dagger, but he's... Oh, I didn't quite have the Blink Dagger up in time as he got glimpsed back now. Chased down by this homing missile, only level 1, so it won't be much damage, but he uses the Surge, and this will be his death. Ice Blast going forward, hits 3, including Ice. He obviously needs to turn off that overcharge, otherwise he will die. But 3 down for XENEX. And Unmade now looking to move into this Roshan pit. I don't think there can be... Ancient Apparition doesn't have an Ice Blast for 20 seconds. Rashan probably die in that time.
Yeah, I don't see XENEX being able to contest this.
Roshan gonna fall. Tiny probably going to be the Gyro might get it in. Nope. Tiny picks up the ages. So we saw those BKBs played a big part in that team fight.
Yeah, and actually the Ancient Apparition didn't actually die, so he's still about 300 gold away from finishing that Acceptor, which, okay, it's only a level 2 Ice Blast, but that's going to be a major buff.
Oh,
to the point where you probably will sit in the back and just snipe with that the Ice Blast coming out.
Yep. Okay, it was only a short pause. We're now good to go. I'll do it. So we have a pause on the pause.
This makes total sense.
Is it actually a DDoS? 'Cause that's kind of ridiculous.
I don't know.
Have to change his IP address. Go, 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 go! Shaker with the completed 4 stuff. Looking over at the XP graphs, it's pretty much slap bang in the middle. Oh, well, 3k XP for UM. But gold, pretty much in the middle. So Dar continuing to farm up, trying to get the AC complete on Slardar. He's still the Hyperstone away though, so quite a while. This is the trouble with Slardar. His farming speed is pretty slow.
Yeah, it's not the greatest once you get out of that laning phase. But again, you should start looking to farm those heroes. Which I suppose it is a lot harder to do than say when you're going up against a Tiny Wisp combo.
Yeah. It's like, who do you pick off? I mean, you're not going to fight. You shouldn't find the Disruptor on your own. Everyone else is a pretty hard kill, especially as there's probably going to be back up. Oh, the blink forward from the Earthshaker catching out Soodle. Soodle could be in some trouble. He does 4-staff his way forward. Static Storm not being very useful there. How he is glimpsed back. He can just run out because there's no competitive field. Slardar blinking in, using most of his BKB already, blowing up the Disruptor. In fact, it's the Zeus that takes that kill. Gyrocopter has a DD rune. Where is that Gyrocopter? He's in the mid lane for now after activating that. Slardar looking to maybe initiate once again on this Gyrocopter, but he uses the BKB in perfect time. Tiny does it. BKB is on cooldown, but remember he has the eggs as well. Meep running away now as fast as he can, gets 4-staffed out. Nicely done there, keeping himself alive for now, but Watson and Water on the Slardar, tossed up in some trouble, and he's still going to be the first one for the die. Going down, Soodle looking to be the second, the Urn Charge. That is the Aegis being used, but that's what it's there for, to bring you back to life. It you go now, it looks to be the target. Stunned, lifted up into the air, and Ice is actually going to take that kill. 3 for 2, most notably the Slardar going down. Sand King didn't even get his epicenter off, and if he uses it now, he's not going to be able to get a kill.
No, I don't think he is channeling it though. It looks like it's going to come in. There's the blink as well as the bit of Discord from the Zeus. So that's going to be a lot of damage onto Ice, but it's not enough to kill anyone. And Meep actually throwing his life away for this, so they lose the tower after that team fight, as well as losing the Zeus, as well as using the epicenter. So, and there's the call down, and they're waiting for the toss to come through as well as the avalanche.
Oh,
so I knew this might actually be a full team wipe.
I was, yeah, I think that was very much an overestimation of how much damage his Epi would do, because both Tiny and Gyro, pretty tanky heroes, and Io, he had both the Glimmer Cape and the Cloak, keeping him alive with the magic regen. He's also got the Pipe on there. Brilliant. That's the first set of racks going down, and probably the first step for UM to take this game to a Game 3. Starlar looking to try and get someone. He gets the Io. Io is not actually invisible at the moment. It wouldn't matter anyway.
He dies just before the glimpse comes out onto the Slardar because of that Iron Shell, as well as the right click bashes and the bonus damage coming out from that. So that was class. It puts Slardar within about 600 gold of his full AC as well.
what did the Dire need to do to get back into this game? They lost their mixed mid-racks, which isn't the biggest deal in the world, but sitting back and letting the Tiny get even fatter, even the Gyrocopter as well, nearly pretty much has finished his butterfly now. I don't think is the way to go. Maybe trying to get a pick off. They use the Thunder God's Wrath to try and scout out who's there, who's around.
I just feel they need to find a way to deal with this Tiny. Maybe looking towards, I was going to say an Abyssal Blade, but it doesn't work on the slow. Maybe looking towards a Heaven Halberd, just to stop the Tiny from being able to right-click down while they take the rest of the team and deal with the rest of Unmade, and once again turn their attention to the Tiny.
Actually, you can buy Abyssal on Slardar. He just doesn't get the bash effect from it.
Yeah, he doesn't get the bash procs. I think it's a bit too much gold to be using just for a 60-second, for a bash every 60 seconds.
Yeah, definitely right in that case. You'll Scepter for Zeus now, looks like, as his portrait has gone doolally. For me. I must say, it's not looking good for the Dire. I think it will have to be a mistake coming out from Unmade.
Yeah,
just above anything else.
They have a lot of damage onto one or two targets, but because of the way the Ice Blast and the Epicenter haven't really been comboed up, the wall's not really been there as well. They've not really been able to find a lot of the burst damage onto Unmade as a whole to try and take that team fight. Because Unmade are playing completely right. They're playing with the Earthshaker in the back, the Tiny blinking forward, so they're playing so spaced out that they can't, they're never going to group up and take that damage as 5 heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under siege. Invisibility.
As Mute decides he's going to split push out the lane with the Sandstorm.
Bottom tower is being attacked.
That's all they can do at the moment. They can't take a head-on fight. It's just not going to work.
No, they might actually find this tier 2 tower here, because this creepy can be cleaned up with the Iron Shell.
Oh, the Earthshaker's coming in. Darks is underneath the tower, gets blocked out. Here comes the TP in. I think he's in a lot of trouble now. The tower does go down. He's going to get glimpsed back into the Static Storm kinetic field. Soodle is dead. Disruptor takes that kill. Space created, right?
Yes.
Tiny, he's actually gone for a Crystallis, so he's just going to up his damage even more with that. Get some extra crits in.
And I wouldn't be surprised here, if they went for a second Rax, and if they just took the entire map control away from XENEX.
Yeah, the thing is though, XENEX, they lose one team fight and they've lost the game.
Yeah.
lose a team fight and they, maybe they lose a tower, they lose Roshan, something like that. So, I really like the pipe pickup from IO as well. It's so smart. And Radiant, they don't actually want to take this for now. Maybe going to sit back, wait for Roshan, go for a different lane, maybe try and find a pickle first.
Just want to point out as well, Element does have the Butterfly, he does have a Sanjin Yash, and he does have a Demon Edge. So, fingers crossed, Rapier gaming, boys.
I think it will be an MKB, but you never know. You never know. So Roshan, it's not going to be up for quite a while. 2 minutes 10.
I think the obvious plan is he's going to get the Rapier, he's going to lose it to someone like the Sand King, and then the Tiny's going to kill the Sand King, pick up the Rapier for himself, and have about 1,000 damage.
That is a risky but intricate plan.
Yeah. It's obviously the only explanation for that Demon Edge.
Yeah. Okay, cooldown being used just to clear up some creeps. Oh man, come on. Radiant, I feel like they're well ahead enough to be able to just win this game now. But they're playing it safe. Obviously, they lose this game, they are out. They really want to get into that grand finals to be play against Rhyme Stack and Sagi getting caught out here. The blink foil from Chocolat. Plus the Avatos combo brings him down.
And I'm not sure what AA is doing with these Ice Blasts, because he keeps throwing them out and then just not following up on the damage. Whether he doesn't think it's worth it, and so he's just, it's not worth the extra button press.
That's yeah, I keep seeing that as well. I'm a little confused by that. Oh well. So it is an MKB. Tiny taking quite a lot of magic damage there with the Veil up on him herself. He's got to be careful, but Tiny being overcharged, he's going to wail on this tower. Tower already down to 400 hit points. Radiant very quickly make their way out of here. Bottom lane is being pushed in. Whether they decide to send someone back there, maybe. Okay, they're going to relocate back there, push it out, and then continue attacking the top tower, I would guess. Roshan's still up for another, not up for another 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, and none of these wards actually see the relocate. Actually did that. I think, yeah, this ward up on the top ground just to the north actually saw the relocate. So Wisp needs to be careful of the Burrow Strike as well as the Bash, the Slide through and Crush coming through. And it's BKE wards, boys, from Chocolate as well as Winter's Water. Call down, Alex Blast comes through, but I think this is already cleaned up anyway. Zeus throws it, and the grows left. It actually takes down Tiny. Echo Slam comes through onto Meep, just on Meep as well. Meanwhile, Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm takes down the Disruptor, but this needs to be careful. I don't know how the Sand King gets away from this. Obviously hides himself in the trees, that's the answer.
TP's away in 7 seconds. But this is going to be their base taking some damage. They did manage to take down the Tiny, which means that the siege isn't quite so strong. An Element has to be careful. His BKB is on cooldown. Zeus did manage to get the Veil onto him, but on the back line, Sand King gets in, gets a very nice double burrow there, and the Radiant overstaying their welcome here. Only losing a T3 there.
Yeah, and AA is pinging out Roshan. That's what they want. They want to make a quick move for this. I don't know why. Hang on.
DD on the ground for another 20 seconds. Oh. There we go. Slaughter does finally pick up the DD, and they're going to take this Roshan. Yeah, in a timely manner. The IO does have a relocate, but it'll be way too obvious. So. Slaughter picks up the Aegis after dropping his Fit Booster, which Sand King will look after for him. I guess Slaughter will be going into a heart.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'd assume so. Somehow I don't think he'd be in a Rod of Atos. Neither an Octarine Core or anything like that.
Heart makes quite a lot of sense. It means you can survive through the Tiny's burst damage as well.
Yeah, it does mean that he'd be able to back off and then about 3 seconds later come back in again with full health.
Yeah.
So,
being a strength hero as well, extra damage.
Extra damage.
He's actually right-clicking pretty quickly now with the AC and the Midas. And AA has the axe, got the gem as well, so can try and restrict the vision of the Radiant side. I feel like Dire, they're not out of this fight. And we saw that in that last fight. It was pretty close, could have gone either way.
Yeah, and just with the damage that he's outputting, 640 with the Son of the God's Wrath, I wouldn't mind seeing Meep go for something like a refresher. Just because that would be, if you take a look at the Disruptor's only on 1300 health, the IO's only on 1400. So that with the Ice Blast would probably be a definite kill on at least 2 heroes if they can land it.
Definitely. Well worth it. As the Radiant, they've smoked up, they've had enough. They're going to want to end this now. Take it, the last 2 sets of racks, and then the throne. They're being careful, trying to spot out anyone that might be in the jungle, but everyone on the dark side is sitting inside their base, afraid of some sort of movement like this. And the Dire have plenty of vision, so when this smoke wears off, they'll see this coming. In fact, what does the Gyro go for now? I guess Gyro will finish up his Satanic.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Possibly get rid of his phase boots and go for the boots of travel as well.
Yeah. But so the smoke gank is not really going to be worth it. Ward has been drawn out by the Darks here.
And Sand King's been spotted.
Oh yeah, he went past the Observer Ward. Sand King is probably going to die here as Tiny blinks up forward high, nice and high. Sand King has got Blink Dagger plus the 4-staff. He's going to be able to get out of here, I think. He blinks aggressively, has the 4-staff as well, but they're going to be able to see where it goes because the Tyrese are going to break down. The Avalanche catches him out. He is definitely falling here, gets lifted up into the air, Burrow Strike into the tree line, and is now invisible. Just needs to wait for his team to come in. He blinks away. They can't find him. Mute 2-for-2 with the plays. 150 health for now. Is he going to be able to get out? 4-staff in 3 seconds. He's got the Burrow Strike as well. Deeper and deeper he goes. Io is not being able to spot him here. Shaker also has a blink. Mute 2-for-2 blinks his way back once again. They use the Thunderbot, the Thunder God's Wrath as well. This is wasting a lot of time for the Radiant and Sanking. He actually has no TP, so he's going to have to keep himself in here, healing himself up with the urn, and that was some seriously good plays. The Ice Blast now flying down the mid lane from the Ancient Apparition. But that's it.
Alright, those Dukes, man.
Those plays. They're going to see him now in the spot lane and be like, he was there all along. And another DD for Slaughter. It's going to wear off in about 15 seconds or so, though.
I mean, he does have the 2k gold now, so I don't know. I mean, like I say, personally, I think the Heaven's Halberd might be a good shout because it does stop the Tiny from being able to right-click for a few seconds. And maybe even seeing the Darkseer's got his ultimate orb now, so I think he might be going for that Hex. Because, you know, Lincoln Sphere is so-so on a Darkseer, Manta Style definitely not, Eye of Skadi definitely not, so I'm pretty sure that's a Hex coming out now for the Darkseer.
That's a good shout. Slaughter's still got this Aegis for another 50 seconds, so I don't know how much use he's going to be able to get out of that.
No, I think that was more of a just denying it from Unmade more than trying to take it to take fights for themselves.
So, looks like we're going to have another long game on our... Go in, lads. Zeus with 2600 gold. I wonder if he will go for that refresher. I think it would be the smart choice. Once again, this Ice Blast is just left to go all the way. Maybe using it more for vision than the actual damage.
Yeah, it's actually
Like
a better
flare.
choice than the Thunder God's Wrath as the scouting tool because it is on cooldown every 35 seconds compared to the 90-second cooldown on Thunder God's Wrath. So,
okay, Aegis has expired. The Slaughter has an invis. Is there a gem on anyone on the Radiant side? Does not look like it. But there's an Arcus for Disruptor now. This is important. This gives you the break mechanic.
it stops you from being able, mute items.
Oh,
I don't
mute?
like. It should be the other way around.
The other way. It really should be.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Applies the mute ability, which means you can't. It's like Doom's ultimate, so you can't cast your spells. I mean, use your items. So if he manages to disrupt someone in the static storm before they get their BKB off.
So Soodley, just waiting on the stick staff. Now about 400 gold from finishing off because he does have the Void Stone on the courier, so it is definitely going to be a hex.
Yep. It could be. It's going to be really important. Tiny's BKB down to 7 seconds. Gyro's similarly 7 seconds.
I think as well, Sanking's on 4,200 gold. He can get an Aghanim Scepter if that's what he wants to go for. But there's also something like he could possibly use the Lincoln Spear to engage and then make sure he can definitely get the Force Staff himself out. But it depends if whether he wants to go for a bit more of an offensive item or a bit more defensive.
Yeah. I think normally, like, in a typical game on average, you'd probably see him go Shivas on the Sanking.
Yeah.
Which I still think would be okay here. The slow is pretty good as TP's come in. They want to try and stop this Darkseer doing Darkseer thing, split pushing away. Obviously Darkseer does not want to die. He gets the blink off before the urn ticks in. Ice Blast coming down. It's going to hit onto Ice. He's got a haste rune and Darkseer's just going to TP himself away. Well played there. And he's now got enough money for that Hex, but Secret Shop is currently being guarded by the Radiant hero, so he can't send that out. Split push coming out from the Slaughter. He's got a TP if he needs to go all the way back. But now the melee barracks in some trouble here. There's no backdoor regen as creeps have breached the high ground for the Radiant side. And Element has to be a little bit careful. Decides to go on the range barrack. Throws out a homing missile and Fortification comes out straight away. Slardar blinks in. He catches out 2. He wants to blow down up the IO. He can't quite finish off the IO, and that would have been brilliant. Here comes the refresher, Zeus Ultimate. But heroes were BKB'd. Gyrocopter very low. Just a couple of right clicks will be enough. But 3 heroes dead on XENEX. 2 buying back on the Sand King and the Darkseer at the moment. Tiny still on very high health. IO also relocates in to try and save his teammates. Range barracks did go down. Zeus dead for 100 seconds.
Tower is under siege.
Why is Zeus down for so long? Did he buy back earlier on at some point?
Did he buy back? No, he's still got 800 gold. I just think it's because he's
quite a high level.
Level 24, yeah.
Oh, he's level 24, wow, yeah. No wonder it's so high. Is Slardar 4-star forward? Oh. I think Suda wanted him to try and chase after the Earthshaker. So at the end of that, that was 3 for 1, 3 for 2, I think. And
well, there was a few buybacks. I think it was
actually...
actually...
IO bought back, and so did the Sand King and the Darkseer.
So yeah, just the 2 for 1 it looked like then, there then. As well as the Zeus. 3 for 1, 3 for 1.
And the melee barracks. They're pinging out, they want to go for it. Who else has buybacks? Does let's have a look at the buybacks. Slardar does have buyback. He's the only one for the dire side.
Actually, as well, that buyback onto the Darkseer means he's right back down to 1,000 gold. That delays the sheep stick so much.
Yeah, they probably didn't even need it. And this melee barracks is just dead. That's 2 down, but Slardar now blinking and using that 4 stuff. They want to blow up the IO as quickly as they can. They gets the bash. Ice Blast as well, catching him out. Tiny uses that BKB, and so does this Earthshaker. That's a new BKB. So he can turn and fight for now. Slardar dead. He can buy back, but all dead for 104 seconds. We're going to see Sand King gets spotted out there with that dust of appearance. And I think the Slardar is going to have to buy back unless they want to lose all of their barracks.
Yeah, I think this is going to be mega creeps now. I think even if the Slardar does buy back, he's not going to be able to stand up against the Gyrocopter and the Tiny with the Earthshaker backing them up. Don't forget the Echo Slams is still there. The BKB is on off cooldown in the next 15 seconds for Slardar. But he did actually buy back, yeah. So they bait it out and just walk away.
Yeah, so Roshan has the cheese up, so whether the Radiant want to go for that now, I think that would be the smart move. Wait for the rest of the team to be up and then finish off the base. Ice Blast is going to go straight into the Roshan pit, hit on 3 heroes, but I don't think this should deter them too much. Roshan should fall before anyone gets too close. And Tiny drops the Blink Dagger, trying not to take too much damage from the Roshan. Will they get there in time? Not a chance. Tiny does pick up the Aegis Immortal. Cheese on the ground. Is anyone going to go for that? Earthshaker waiting for his Blink to come off cooldown. As we have the game being paused, as IO disconnects because he crashed. This game has gone on for too long. So this game's still going on.
Yeah, it's actually, even though it says 54 minutes, I'm pretty sure with all the pauses we're hitting about an hour and 20 minutes from this.
Okay, we're going. Crash wasn't too bad. So we have a Soul Ring and a Blink Dagger inside the Roche pit. Tiny finishes up BOTs 2. So he's got 1 item slot left after the Aegis. And he still has buyback as well. I guess he could go, I think a Moonstone, Moonshard would be pretty good. Is it Moonstone or Moonshard?
Moonshard.
Moonshard, right.
Yeah.
Would be pretty good. Yeah, just keep it on him. The 120 attack speed is going to be ridiculous for him. Especially when hitting down the towers.
Even if he consumes it and just get the plus 60 attack speed, you know, it does mean it just opens up another slot for him there, but I think he needs to keep his buyback at the moment. And then he can look to build up into his next item, if that ever, you know, if he ever needs to use that.
Here comes the push from the Radiant side now. They want to make this 1-all. we go
Please
in.
God, somebody just win.
Here's the epicenter coming in now. Blink forward, they're going to catch up to Tiny. Tiny doesn't have a chance to get off his BKB. He does have that second life, so there's no point using it just now. Element comes in, throws down the cooldown, but it's not going to be too much. So basically, Tiny's Aegis was taken for free there. It cost them an epi. They still have 2 Thunder God's Wraths. So I think that's good for the Dire. They're defending, but creeps are in their base. And they are going to have to come back to this bottom lane very quickly as Gyrocopter he turns on the Satanic, actually. I think that was a misclick.
Yeah, and the Villa Discord used there as well in the background. It's only a 14-second cooldown, so it's no major thing. But I think if the Ice Blast thought it gave me damage.
Nice.
Yeah, they give them nothing anymore. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is being attacked.
As the siege continues, Ice Blast coming flying down, hits on no one. IO gets out of there just in time. They did use the pipe on the Radiant side, so that's not going to be there. Tower goes down straight away. BKB used for the Gyrocopter. He pops the Flat Cannon, doing so much damage to the Ice Blast. Doesn't even get off because the Ancient Aberration dies. Blink in, Echo Slam by the Earthshake. He's got that BKB up. Meanwhile, inside the base, the Static Storm sank. Doesn't care about that for now. Here comes the Zeus damage, but it's not enough. He has the refresh. Actually, he already used the Refresher ultimate. Megas creeps now, but can the Radiant survive this? Or can the Dire? Will they kill them off? Heals up onto the Earthshaker, BKB from the Slaughter. They can probably finish off this Earthshaker for now, they do. But buyback straight away from the Gyrocopter. Tiny's still alive. I think he must have been brought back by the IO. IO is going to be relocating back in somewhere. Okay, it's only the edge of the Dire base, so he's going to be fine. And it's the Zeus and the Slaughter, the only ones alive for now. There's pretty pictures that are being drawn on the on the map.
Obviously, the Darksea is worried about stream sniping, so he's just covering the entire map. So,
yep. So that's Megas.
Yeah.
I don't know how XENEX are going to survive this, to be perfectly honest.
I don't think they do. I don't know what Meep's doing in this mid lane.
He's probably just trying to maybe win them the game, but Zeus, yeah, you're in some trouble. He calls out the GG well played. And we are going to a best of 3 in this lower bracket final.
Hopefully the pauses won't be as long next match. We'll be able to get straight through it because it is 8 o'clock and we still have a best of 5 to go after this.
It is a weighted best of 5, so there will be tops 4 games. To be fair. If that makes you feel any better.
I guess. I mean, I'd be awake anyway, but we've had some good Dota. At least another 3 matches to come then, I guess. 2 matches to come.
Yeah, I think this game was literally a matter of the fact that Gyro and Tiny were well ahead of the Slardar and Zeus, and stronger carries mean stronger late game mean you can win the game.
Yeah, I think that was the thing. Yeah, that you look at the lineup and they do have good burst damage with the Zeus, but like you say, the Gyrocopter and the Tiny, 2 carries coming in there. There was just no way for XENEX to actually outplay them or be out carried, if you you know what I mean, like. Yeah. Because it was a lot of support-ish heroes.
Yeah, I agree. So, probably better get straight into this game 3. So, stay tuned for that. It won't be long until we get there. But yeah, stay tuned.